yes, what a wonderful week it's been. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to Friday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Welcome to TopstepTV. I love that. We have an all-star cast. Yes, an all-star cast each and every day of the week. And you're not going to find another show like this, especially with this guy sitting next to me. We got everything all in one, sort of like a pizza. It's got everything on there at once. And everybody loves pizza, so there shouldn't be a reason nobody dislikes TopstepTV. Education, trading buddies, market knowledge, pepperoni, a little extra cheese, and tradertainment. This is opening call, and we're the Doobie Brothers. We have an informative and educational programming for you today. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading newscaster, your trading mentor, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and yes, even that kid that bags your groceries at the local grocery store. So remember, the voice in your head keeps telling you, "Old Blackwater, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me?" Yes, love that moonshine. Wait a minute. I do love that moonshine. So let's get ourselves ready. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, my brother from another mother, trading mentor, and the guy with the handlebar mustache, John, a.k.a. the Doobie Brother, Hoagland. How are you, John?
I'm good. Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yes, Friday, April the 19th. It's always kind of melancholy, kind of contrary, because I'm glad to have a couple of days off, but don't want to be away from the markets for that long. So let's end the week strong. If you've had a good week, make sure you protect those profits. Make a little bit of money this morning. I say you take a little time off this afternoon, go out, take a walk in the woods, and commune with nature. Good morning, Eddie. Great to see you as always, and I am proud to be one of the Doobie Brothers.
I tell you, I've always loved that band. Nice mellow band.
They were great. They were great.
Great. They still are. I mean, they're still around doing stuff. But anyway, if you got a chance, take a listen. Johnny, what do you say we get some news here? We got a big day ahead of us.
Yeah, sure.
All right. U.S. stock futures fell today.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Wait a minute. It was a sound effect. Oh, that silly Eddie guy got me again.
I am wearing the rally sweater today, so we'll see if it works today.
See if that works. U.S. stock futures fell today with the risk appetite hit by the conflict between, if you were sleeping last night, you missed it, Israel and Iran, risking a broader conflict in this volatile region. Dow futures were contracted about 120 points. We did see the S&P drop 21 and the NASDAQ about 108. Main indices closed yesterday in a mixed fashion, with the blue chip Dow Industrial posting some small gains and the S&P 500 NASDAQ closing lower. The broad-based 500 is on a course for weekly losses, heading into its third straight negative week. And this has been the worst since back in October. The raised Middle East tensions has not helped anything, but the main negative driver has been falling expectations of the interest rate cut by the Fed anytime soon, as U.S. economy data has proven resilient, suggesting inflation may take time to fall to the target. Bitcoin, yes, that's in the news again. Bitcoin has seen volatile trading today. That's because it's widely anticipated halving event tomorrow on 420, right? It's 420?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, 420 tomorrow on 420.
What are you people? On dope?
No, we're not. But
what are you people? On dope?
No, I just answered you.
Smoke weed every day.
The Bitcoin traded 6% higher at 64,950, slumping as low as 59,693 earlier. And that's when the reports of missiles striking Iran emerged. We did see cryptocurrency briefly falling below the 60,000 level, which is considered a key support level. Now, remember, Bitcoin just a little while ago was well over $73,000. You believe that, John? Bitcoin.
Unreal. Unreal.
Market capitalization, digital asset stands at 1.23 trillion. For Bitcoin,
Man.
what is Bitcoin? Is nothing.
I
How did they get away with that?
don't know.
I don't know either. Can you put Bitcoin in your pocket? I guess you could. Johnny, what else do we got for news here today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, we're really thin on that. There's really nothing that's likely to be impactful, at least anything that's known that's going to be impactful today as far as economic numbers. We do have Goolsby speaking at 9:30, so we do have at least one talking Fed speaking today. That's the only one I see on the list so far today. At noon, we have the Baker Hughes rig count for you crude traders. That might be something that you might be looking forward to. And at the end of the day, at 3:30, the commitment of traders report comes out. And really, I mean, other than that, we'll be looking for anything unknown that comes into the marketplace today. As far as earnings today, Procter and Gamble had mixed results. Amex beat on both earnings and earnings per share and revenues. Fifth Third Bank beat on earnings per share. And that's really the kind of it for the day. I mean, really, other than Goolsby, the rig count, that's going to be all that we're expecting for economic numbers today. VIX today up about 3% the last I checked, 1854, dollar down slightly at 105.93. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much just steady here, holding at 4.6%. Again, you know, the markets are going to be on their own today. Speculators and hedgers alike will be watching price action for opportunities. That's our job, always thinking about context, risk management, and patience. And that's really all we've got looking at us today as far as anything known as for economic information due out today. So, Eddie, I don't have a lot for you today. Yesterday we had a long list.
Oh, my
Today we don't have anything.
Well, like I said yesterday, our economic numbers, I usually say there's meat on the bone. Today we got a piece of burnt toast. So
Yes.
we'll do it what we have, and we'll go from there. But, dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to tell you, crude has handed back a large portion of today's gains, followed by that Israeli missile striking Iran. We did see the U.S. crude trade 0.3% higher, 82.97. Brent climbed 0.2 at 87.26. And we did see the benchmark post gains around 3% earlier today. Now, after the Iran's news agency said explosions were heard at an airport in the Iranian city. The U.S. news outlet ABC News, U.S. officials saying that the Israeli missiles had hit a site in Iran. Now, both the benchmark are set to close about 3% lower in the U.S. economy, and we'll keep an eye on that. Johnny, when's the last time you went to Red Lobster?
About 12 years ago, actually.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't like
Well,
it?
Eddie, I worked at a great seafood joint in Chicago called the Half Shell. It's on Diversey. If you've never been there, you're missing something. It's a kind of a garden apartment morphed into a little seafood restaurant, and I worked there for 8 years as I was kind of working my way up in the futures industry, and that's where I go for my seafood. So, it's been a while since I've been to Red Lobster. I understand they're not doing well.
I guess your story's better than my story. We'll move on. All right. No, actually, you might
Bob
be.
Shins. There you go.
All right, stop. Bob Shins is better than Red Lobster. They're all better than Red Lobster. White Castle's is better than Red Lobster.
I actually really enjoyed Red Lobster last time I was there. I remember it being very good.
Yes.
Red Lobster is sick. It's the best.
You're like, thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. All right. Can we continue? All right, we'll continue. Red Lobster is reportedly considering bankruptcy. WTF? That's after the years of losses, including the $11 million third quarter loss in 2023 that was blamed on the over-enthusiastic response to that thing they call the endless shrimp deal.
Yeah.
I think shrimp is extinct now with this with Red Lobster. Bloomberg citing that the people with knowledge of the matter, that's good that people do have knowledge of the matter, that's good people have knowledge, reported that the chain is exploring possible Chapter 11 filing that would allow it to keep its operating restructured debt, renegotiate leases, ditch the long-term contract, and substitute breaded cockroaches in place of the breaded shrimp. So I think that's a big save right there. We got a shitload of cockroaches everywhere. And eat all you want. Eat all you want. So, James, you got our tip of the week, the last one, tip of the week. There it is, technical analysis, boys and girls. Remember, chart patterns, support, resistant levels, volume and trend, multiple time frames. They all do help you in some aspect. Now, if you're one that uses one of them, maybe a few of them, by all means. Some of us don't use any of them. But that is technical analysis. Johnny, what do you got here for our last tip of the week for technical analysis?
Yeah, I'm not sure how anybody can trade successfully without some sort of technical analysis. You've got to be aware of price action, and technical analysis helps us decipher number one, market state, context, possible entries. If you're not learning about technical analysis your entire career, you're missing on something. You're missing something. I've been kind of reviewing technical analysis in my time, in my time off, and just kind of relearning things and remembering things. And it's just so important. Eddie, if you don't mind, if I have a minute here, you see this shirt that I wear on Fridays. It says "Be kind." Our support team, our trader support team, is working very diligently on getting caught up and getting to everybody. But remember, they are here for you. Be kind to your trader support agent, anybody you talk to. They're working very, very hard to get caught up. We understand there's some issues, and just know that they're here for you. Be kind to your trader support rep, your agent, whoever you're talking to. Be kind to them. Remember, that's a big thing in life to me, is to be kind. Be kind.
Right. That's what I was going to say. I was going to add, if I can add to that, could I?
Yes, please do.
Oh, okay. Now remember, yes, as John Shirt says, be kind. They are working their asses off, working all day and night, to answer all issues, questions, requests. And yes, they're going to be working on the weekend too. So patience. For those that do know your answers, your issues, things will be responded to, fixed. It will happen. We're not going to forget about you. So, patience is a virtue of a great trader. So let's see you use it. All right. Johnny, without further ado, did we mention about being kind to our support team? Yes, we did. Okay, remember that. I'm going to remind you the rest of the day. Johnny, let's get to these charts and see what we got going after what we had happen last night.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. All right. So as always, looking at the daily in the S&Ps, I just wanted to kind of point this out as well. When the market starts turning, I like to put like percentages of the pullback off the high. 5% off the high is 50, 66, 75. 10% is 4,800 in the S&Ps. So let's go back to this chart and we'll take a look and see what we've got going on. So, an anomaly in the market, whatever you want to call it, when things got heated overseas, we saw a big break. That break has now been, by and large, recovered from overnight. It does put that nice excess low there. And I am wearing my rally sweater today in hopes that we continue to see a rebound in these markets. Of course, the auction grade has been upgraded to a B after yesterday's session. We had decent volume. It is cutting off a little bit at these lower levels. You can see that right here. These daily volume bars are slowing, and that's it's kind of typical. What I'm impressed with is the amount of open interest that we added yesterday on that down move. We added 14,000 contracts on that down move. So we are seeing more traders interested in placing short bets here. And if those short bets keep coming in, those are going to be sellers, and we might see this market continue to the downside. So the volume again was lower, but it's been how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight down days in the S&Ps. It is Friday. Any shorts that are holding money, be careful today because they may want to kind of collect some of that cash. It's very possible that we could see a short covering rally at some point today as some of these shorts that have been kind of piling in decide to take some of those profits. So that's one of the things that I'm really kind of focusing on today. There's still a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace, and as we all know, and we talk about, markets don't like uncertainty. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and we will see, the dive to the downside largely recovered. Some pretty decent volume there around 8 o'clock last night. Probably some pretty good opportunities for Dakota and everybody on slow markets, but that's now been recovered. So we're not looking at any overnight inventory. Probabilities, are we going to open with a gap? Are we not going to open with a gap? We're going to have to see that here very shortly. One thing I wanted to point out was yesterday, we talked about the afternoon pullback high in the S&P and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ didn't really approach it very well, didn't get very close to it, but this level here, this 50.97 even, I called that out yesterday morning. We were going to be opening in range and in value from the previous session, and the afternoon pullback high, as we approached it, we found sellers up there, and that's really what I'm thinking and why I call those numbers, those levels out, because we had a down day. The market pulled back to that level and then found sellers again. When we got near that level yesterday, that's where the sellers really started to come in. We talked yesterday morning about how the market opened in range and in value, and how the best trade location is usually going to come later in the session. Well, it was the 10 o'clock bar that put in that high. So that's why we try and remain, somewhat patient when the market opens inside value and inside range of the previous day. Well, are we going to open in value? Probably not. Maybe not. Are we going to open in range? Well, we're going to have to wait a few minutes to see that. But if we do open with a gap and can't close that gap, I would be looking for the market to return and check last night's low at some point. If we can't do that, if we can't open with a gap and we remain in range, then I could see the market kind of recovering and just looking for new information as the day goes on. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation extreme day. In other words, the market was somewhat rotational throughout the session. Settlement price 50.49 even was relatively low in the range, as well as the point of control was relatively low in the range. So that's why I call those normal variation extreme days. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. We're getting a little bit short on time, so let's take a quick look. The NASDAQ downside auction grade has been upgraded to a B. The volume is maintaining pretty well here in the NASDAQ, as well as an additional 6,600 in open interest created yesterday. So again, that's an indication that traders and investors are interested in continuing to short into this market. And if that's the case, when we see volume and open interest increasing at lower levels, that's a probability that states the market is likely to continue in that direction. So again, the short time frame market state, we went from balance to directional. In that directional auction, because of the open interest yesterday, again, has been upgraded to a B. A B. Give me a B, a bouncy B. All right, here we go. So here's the S. Here's All right, here's the 30-minute chart. Here's that pullback high from Wednesday. Didn't even get close to it yesterday. But again, the same situation. The 10 o'clock bar is where the upper extreme of the session was. Opening in range and in value. Be patient. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on. What are we doing today? Do we have any overnight inventory? We don't really truly have much in overnight inventory. Boy, we really trapped some shorts down in the hole here. Those shorts just got run over overnight. Looking like we're going to be opening with a gap now. We're seeing some price action. We open with that gap and we can't close the gap. The market could easily rotate back down to check that low. I'm sure that there are some shorts that are still short down there that would really appreciate that. But we're going to have to see when the market opens. So opening with a gap, better trade locations are likely to happen earlier in the session. The profile yesterday, normal variation day, extreme. In other words, the market rotated, pushed lower, and sat at the lows. Settlement price very low in the range from yesterday. 17,547 quarter was settlement. Lost 111 and a quarter ticks yesterday from settlement to settlement, and volume again was pretty good. It was pretty good in the Nasdaq yesterday. So here's crude oil, dude. Where's my crude? So we're still kind of holding this pattern here. Last night's junket to the upside quickly rejected. That doesn't change the fact that this could easily turn into a head and shoulders pattern. News driven, that overnight high. Open interest yesterday, we lost 20,000 in open interest yesterday, but again, that's more likely going to be a function of rollover. Because we're still in rollover, it makes the volume and the open interest really blurry. I mean, it looks like we had higher volume. That's just because this is now becoming the front month. So again, it gets very difficult to read. Yesterday's weekly kickoff high, $83, was relatively resistant, putting in a high yesterday of 82.84 within 16 ticks of it. Take a look at the 30. All right. So again, with the hostilities that occurred last night, of course, crude oil popped up through that weekly kickoff level, and it was quickly rejected from that area. The market has opened. It did not open with a gap. It has traded to a previous naked point of control, basically right to it. Let's take a look here. The low is 28. That naked point of control is 24. The market has come back inside the range. What I would be looking for is any rejection of range and value from yesterday to go to the downside. Value area acceptance doesn't really provide that much of a great opportunity. I mean, we've got showing on this platform value area low approximately 81.98. Let's just call it 82 just to be even, and value high 82.60 approximately again on this platform. If we do show signs of acceptance, then a move up to that level would be reasonable. My question is it worthwhile, or is the juice worth the squeeze? Very small range yesterday. Crude has been from what I'm understanding, I haven't been trading it, but I understand it's been a tough market. What was the range yesterday? The range in crude was 56 ticks. No, that's today. 136 ticks yesterday. So not a huge range, not a huge area of value to try and succeed in that value area special situation. Play gold. Okay, well. All right. So we've been relatively range bound in gold lately. Balance has been slowing volume. You see the volume has been cutting off up here. There is a change coming, and we added 5,500 in open interest yesterday. Which direction? We'll take a look at that on the 30-minute chart. We're still holding that excess high here from last Friday. We're kind of looking at things here. Looking at things, kind of rejecting last night. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. Let's get this scaled for everybody. And, okay, so there's the range from yesterday. Settlement 23.98. Do we have any overnight inventory? No. We probably got some really trapped longs up here. Those trapped longs got out. They've taken price back to basically settlement, back to where we opened yesterday. Opening in range and in values suggests trying to stay patient and that the better trade locations are likely to come later on in the session. Yesterday, looks like, we didn't really move that much. We did kind of bring price higher as far as settlements are concerned, but value was pretty much inside. It's very difficult to discern what direction that open interest came in, that 5,500 estimated increase in open interest came in at, but it still says that there is energy in this market, and that and that moves are likely to be a little bit bigger and a little bit better. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day. I'm looking for this market to move away from this area to facilitate trade. Now, what some people ask, what's a naked point of control, Hoag? What is a naked point of control? So when we have a point of control from a day that is never revisited by price in the regular trading hour session, we call those naked points of control. And they're visual targets and opportunities for traders to look at. What is a point of control? It is a comfy level for the market, for price. You can see here the point of control from the 24th was, let's just call it 24.1060. It took two trading days for the market to return to that level. The market looks at those as weaknesses in structure, and when price goes that direction, you'll see that the price will target those naked points of control. I keep them on my charts here in green lines right here. So those are naked points of control. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breaths, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you always remember to pray for peace and be kind. Let's get down to business.
Yes. All right, coming up next here, we got Fast Markets. Andre, Hoag, MP, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay. John, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back.
All right, Danny.
And welcome.
You did it again. All right, get your lobsters in the gates.
Oh my God, I did it again.
Hey, it's Friday, brother. All right.
I did it again.
Hey, we're inside of a minute here.
Let's go.
Good morning, Andre.
Good morning. Sorry about that, Eddie. I did it again. Damn it. Welcome to Fast Markets, everybody, at TopstepTV. It is Friday, last day of the week. Let's go. We got Coach Jay in the upper right corner. Is he laughing? What are you doing? Tying your shoe? Come on. We got Dakota on the left. We got John in the upper left there. Let's go, guys. We got the all-star squad today. Let's go.
Right.
Oh, man. I screwed that up, Eddie. Don, talk to me. Tell me what we're looking here for. I got the house account, baby. So we're gonna do this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got 10 lot queued up. 10 lot queued up in the ES right now. We are open.
Here we go.
And
Right.
queued up on the ES.
Yeah.
I'm
Andre,
looking at some longs for crude oil.
Yeah, if you've seen something, John, let me know. Yes, tell me about the levels we got here. We're trading 50-45s in the S&Ps. We got a couple trades in us here. We do have some levels in the Nasdaq that we're keeping an eye on. Courtesy David Green, 17,529 to the upside. Short it from there. Long it from 17,190. John, talk to me if you see something coming.
Well, I mean, Nasdaq's opening with a gap. So if we were going to be taking the 1 minute opening range, I would say the Nasdaq would probably be the higher probability. Now, Jay looks at a 3 minute opening range. Maybe we should look at that.
All right.
Yep,
I just got in long crude oil.
All right.
I'm going to build a long position.
What level?
I am long 81.96. I'm going to build a long position. This is one contract. I plan to get maybe 5 contracts long crude here, looking for a break. And let me go over this real quick. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. This was last night during slow markets, guys. Last night was crazy. We had a huge rally up to 85.5, 85.62. Ever since then, we've been trending down. We just broke that down trend, and I'm looking for a push 82.50, 8300.
Oh, that must have been when news of the Middle East hit, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy last night. Like Dakota was saying, order books really thin pretty much everywhere. I think there was like a 10 tick spread on the NASDAQ. Yeah. pretty
Yeah, it was scary. It was scary. Like, I had no idea what was going on, and the chat was letting me know about the news, and we just pulled up the DOM and watched it together, and the NASDAQ crashed, like 300 points and in that whole slow market. And I'm like, wow.
All right, John, if we would have taken a short there in the S&Ps and NASDAQ, we'd be taking some heat right now. You said we opened up with a gap in the NASDAQ, probably from the overnight stuff from the Middle East. But talk to me about if we're going to be taking this open range trade. Talk me through it, what you're looking at, and how to execute. I am executing the house account trade, house account today. So let's see what happens.
Man, I was going to try and convince you to buy crude in the house account. Maybe we might be a little bit too late. If we get a pullback, I'm going to try and convince you to buy crude.
Convince me to buy crude, he says. Okay. Wow, getting sold from all angles here. I like that jacket, Jay. It's a cool-looking jacket.
Oh, thank you. If anyone wants this, it's raining here in New York, but you can go to shop.topstep.com and get you one of these yourself.
Well done. Very well done, Jay. All right, John. Well, if we took the short there, we'd be underwater. We'd be underwater taking some serious heat right now. Bounced right off VWAP in the S&Ps. On mute.
Yep, Hoag's muted.
Dang it. Why does that happen?
Did you click the
You did a Hoag.
We call that a Hoag around here. Sorry about that. Dakota, 8,300 is weekly kickoff low. That's your target?
For gold?
For crude oil.
What did you say the weekly kickoff low is?
8,300. That's your target, isn't it?
83.
I mean, I'm sorry, $83. $83.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. 83. I'm going to see. I wanted to get into a bigger position, but it just kept going up. I'm looking to look for a pullback, and I'm just going to be a buyer of crude tonight or today. Yeah, unfortunately, I only got into one contract, and we just are going straight up.
All right. Well, let us know when we get that pullback and you're thinking about adding in, because that might be a good house account trade. When Dakota says it, you got to do it.
You got to do it. Dakota's been slinging oil lately, so he's all over.
I mean, I have a drawdown this week, guys. I'll go over my drawdown a little bit later near the end of the session. We'll focus on trading right now.
Yeah, okay.
So, Jay, the 3 minute opening range would be long in the S&Ps now, wouldn't we?
Correct. So the one thing, if my screens are up, we have the 3 minute opening range. The one thing I also do is anchor VWAP to that first 3 minute candle to see how volume is going, right? Because I use volume in all my trades. VWAP, you can see it, and we're only 2 minutes in. A lot of times we'll see this VWAP be up in the corner here, which tells me volume is going with it as well. Right now, VWAP is staying in the middle of that range, and we didn't get a close outside of the range, so I wouldn't take that trade. I'm going to go to an hourly chart as well. On the hourly, we're in this downtrend, right? We got the 50 simple moving average right above us, right here at 50.57. So if we take a long, there's not a lot of room before a level of contention right now. So I think maybe wait, especially if we're looking at house account right now, because the way this VWAP is staying in the middle of that range.
You look at the S&Ps there, Jay, or you look at NASDAQ?
Yeah, I'm looking at S&Ps. If you're going to take a house account trade in the S&Ps, we'll talk through that. So
Cool. Tell me. Thank you. Keep me posted with your levels. Dakota, I know you're an oil trader now. John as well. Keep me posted with your levels. We did have some levels from David Green, one of our guests. Again, just taking a short around 17,529. Take a long around 17,190. Definitely closer to the 529s right now. That short would have worked earlier. So, all right. Keep me posted.
Dakota, you got a nice trade
Crude's
going
just
on.
rallying.
Look at that.
82.30. It looks like we just touched. I'm in at 81.96.
So
Just one contract. That's always the question. Do we get in with just one and try and scale in, or do we just full position immediately? And this is one where we just wish I would have gotten to full position immediately.
Well, that breaking above that trend line, Dakota, was absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah. It unfortunately happened a little bit too quick right before the session opened, and we couldn't get in. Just gonna wait for a pullback. If we do get a pullback, maybe close to 82, I'm going to be adding.
And where is your risk on this, Dakota?
Let's see. I will put a stop loss. Let's go ahead and put my stop loss. Typically only going to be risking about $300 per contract. So my stop loss is 81.67, and we'll see if I could trail it up.
All right. So Andre, I'm all for buying this pullback with Dakota and crude oil. You want to set that up?
In crude, I got to pull that up. I don't have crude up right now. What kind of levels do we have? Because I'm not seeing anything in crude. I definitely can.
Dakota says he's probably going to add to his position if we get a pullback down to 82.
Makes sense.
Pull back to 82. Pull back to 82. Okay.
Yep. If
I got crude up. I got crude up right now.
We can, we can convene and discuss whether we're going to pull it as it gets closer.
88% long in crude right now. Okay.
If we get a pullback.
If we get a pullback, right?
It might just run away.
Let's ask the chat. If we can get a poll, do we like along it's at 82 in crude oil on a pullback where Dakota is going to be adding to his position? Do we like that?
He's in here. Look who it is.
And I would dare say 82.10 right now. And the reason being is we have this support over here on the left-hand side during the London session, which was around 82.10, 82.12. So if we do get a pullback, we could see something like this.
Mm-hmm. Like the way you think.
James, I shared it, James.
Do we add along at 82.10? Do we do the house account on a new position there in crude oil at 82.10?
So I like that 82.10 level, Hoag. If I have my charts up right now, 82.10 was settlement from yesterday, right? Also, I have there's a bunch around there. The Asian session opening range high is right at 82.09. Yeah, I like that. It's a zone, right? So I think there's like a 20 tick zone if we get a pullback there that we could take some, and 82.10 is the high of it. Oh, who was that?
That wasn't me. That'd be a bad sign if it was me. We have some problems today with our strategy.
How big a size are you trading over there?
It would not be good if that was me. Luckily, it was not.
Yeah, that 82.10 level, that area looks good. We want it to hold and all the way down to 81.96.
Looking for levels here.
But that looks good to me.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of pullback. Now, where would we put the stop loss? Because I have my stop loss at 81.67. How big of position size and where would the stop loss? And so my question would be is how much do we want to risk? And then we could adjust our sizing based off of that.
Yeah. I would say, so we have crude opens at 8 central, right? So the crude opening range high is 81.82. If we want to allow it to test that opening range, you would need your stop loss somewhere around 81.70, which is half of that opening range, right? So you can give it that much space. Now, dollar-wise,
I got you,
how
Michael.
much is that? how much are we talking, but I think that's a good area.
So if we enter in at like 82.10 with looking to risk 10,000, what
Here's our
what are we
pullback.
thinking? Because we're getting there right now,
Central
like right
first
here, right
tick.
now. This is where we're at. We trying to be decisive.
Yep.
So we'd be risking, say 30 ticks, and it's $10 a tick. That would be $300 per contract. Times that by what was it? 30
You're breaking.
contracts.
Yeah,
30
maybe we
contracts
scale
is
into
9,000.
maybe we scale into a position instead of doing the whole 10 at one time.
I agree. I like that. I like something like that where we would maybe put 10 contracts here right around 82.10 and then add to it as we start to get that structure.
Andre, can you trade crude on that account?
Not yet. We're opening that up as we speak in the background right now.
The market's going to wait for us. Don't worry about it.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, shots fired.
Dakota made a call. No, Dakota made a call. Dakota made a call. He's gonna hold up crude, and once they open it up,
start putting some size in there. Start putting some size in there. The market's gonna wait. Wow, Jay.
I'm added to it. I'm adding to it. I just added.
With the, I'm looking at the ES on the side also, and it's probably a good idea that we're looking at crude because ES is right in the middle of that range.
Yes, it is.
I think with a house account trade, I don't know if we want to be range bound trading. I wouldn't suggest range bound trading that account.
Agreed.
Okay. I'm cool being patient. We
Nasdaq.
are pulling back. We are pulling back to that 82.10 level in crude here.
So
yeah, I added. I'm now in 2 contracts here in crude.
All right, well, while we get that working in the background here, I got to have the EL. We'll watch here.
Yep.
Looking good.
Hoag, are you leaning any way in the ES right now?
I
know it's a tough question because we're pretty much unchanged.
Yeah, I mean, we're inside range. We're inside value from yesterday. If we can't take out yesterday's low, I like the long. What about the overnight session here? Let me take a quick look.
We got
so overnight session we know was an S show, right?
Yeah,
so we've got a long way to go before we're going to get into that.
Big pop equities.
Yeah, I like the low. I'm thinking as long as we stay in range, I like the long to kind of return to value high from yesterday, which would put us up around 50.74.
Yep, 50.74 S&Ps.
Yeah, so kind of just looking at a kind of a value acceptance play. Where does it look in? Yeah, it's about 50.74 would be value high. So if we can't take out the low, I like the rotation back to value high in just a kind of a rotational waiting for something to happen day. And as we know, we have virtually no economic data due out today. We do have Goolsby speaking at 9:30, but that's really it. The rig count at noon as usual on Fridays for crude traders, but that's it. I'm not really seeing any great shakes here just yet. I do like the long because we didn't take out the low from yesterday.
So opening range was null there. Opening range trade didn't really play out, correct?
Nope.
Am I reading that right? All right, cool.
Yeah, I mean, you could have taken it at the low of the range, in my opinion, right? If you want to take the long, if we're thinking range bound trade, but I normally like the breakout and go. But we're seeing it. We're getting a little bit of a breakout right now. The high, I'm looking at this 50 moving average on the hourly. It's at 57. I would not be surprised if we see some slowdown right there. It's been acting as
I'm
a
liking
resistance
longs
pretty
and
much the whole way
NASDAQ
down.
as well.
You're liking longs and NAS?
Oh yeah. I'm really liking it.
What are you liking to the upside? What kind of levels?
A push towards 600 is what I would actually play for.
I'm up to 500s right now. I get that pullback first. Where the hell is it?
Yeah, yesterday we closed around what 17,550s.
Guys, I just need to take a phone call really quick. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right.
Sorry about that.
You got it.
Yep.
Make sure you mute.
You like the 600s there, Dakota?
Yeah, I like the 600s
Wells are pulling
here
in
on the
here.
NASDAQ. But like I said, I'm a perma bull. I look to be buying the market, and this week has not been good for me, obviously. Very basic support and resistance technical analysis. If you could see, I like to look at the 5-minute over here. And what I'm seeing is this was resistance. We broke through that. Resistance
price?
is becoming support. And if we break into the 500s, and we could have a very basic continuation to 17,600.
Okay. Just looking to get long here then. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Seen a while.
Good to see you, John.
And the doorbell didn't work.
What's up?
Banging on the door the whole
The
time.
500s.
What's up? Oh, look at this foursome. How about it? What's up, Phil?
Ooh.
Wait, am I in? What did you do?
Oh man, I'm in the house account.
Shit.
Crap. All right, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm instantly up $200 in the house account.
More. I'm watching a trade right now.
Don't understand it.
All right,
300.
All right. Cancel.
Can you switch over to your account?
Can you get off real quick? I don't know why this just happened.
Hold on. Yeah.
You entered in with a bang, entered in buying the market or something?
It's like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
In a world with multiple accounts.
Yeah. What's up, Michael?
I don't know.
What are you doing? Are you going to resign?
Oh man, Michael, I was clicking cancel all the whole time, thinking it said flatten all, and I made another $200. All right, I left you $500 in that account, Andre.
Wow.
There we go. Oh,
All right,
man.
that's a rough one.
First trade of the day, accidental trade into a different account. And there you go, house account. And by the way, well, yesterday I brought the house account down just really quickly. I have to say, because I locked myself out. I was up $3,000 yesterday, locked myself out. And then the house account was down. We took a $10,000, $11,000 heater on that. Ended the account on a $5,000 day. Now, some would say, why the hell did you trade in it? And I would say the same thing.
All right, guys.
All right, I'm long
What's going on,
NASDAQ. Long NASDAQ, 17,479.
17,479 long
on that
NASDAQ? 479 long NASDAQ.
I'm
Right.
long.
Looking to get
I'm
long
on
here with
seven.
Dakota.
I'm long 70s.
I'm in. Just bought a tenner.
Okay, cool.
Long from 474.
I was short
What the fuck is that?
in all the way up there, and that's where I made that at 11s, 511s.
I'm going against the grain right now, guys. I'm in a short ES from that 57 that we talked about, the 50 moving average on the hourly. It's been acting as a resistance the entire time down, so I took a quick short. I'm already moved my trade into take profit. I'll take 8 points on this if it gives it to me.
Nice.
But I'll switch over to the NASDAQ to kind of read that trade with you guys.
Long 10 from 474 house account. Long 10 from 474.
474. Gotcha.
Okay, I closed my crude oil trade,
What's going on here?
and I'm just going to focus on this NASDAQ. I want to build a
I'm with
position
you.
in the NASDAQ, looking for a play to 17,600.
Yep, I'm with Dakota. 600.
What happened overnight? What like
Bombs over Baghdad. Where's my stop?
Yeah, I mean, it happened during the middle of my slow markets class, Coach or MP. It
No
was
way.
pretty dramatic.
Did you keep the slow markets going, or did you kill it? Because it's like
Yeah,
a
no,
2
we
hour,
kind of
3 hour
watched
play.
it together. We pulled up the DOM, and it was just 1 and 2s on the order book. And
What kind of stop are we looking at here, Dakota?
oh, let me see. Give me just a second.
Yeah. Long 10 from 474. Taking heat. Boy, this NASDAQ moves quick.
Yeah, she does.
And we're about down 5 Gs right now, Mike, on that level.
I would be careful here.
Yep, I flattened it.
31, the bottom
Damn,
of
what do we got?
these 5 minutes.
I'm trading on my phone right now. I don't know what just
Let me
happened.
see if we could hold this.
Traders, this is real live trading here. Quant Tower, for whatever reason, just froze. I can still hear you guys, but I'm managing my position on my phone. I'm still short in that ES. Just going to manage this here.
Flat, guys. House account's flat. Down
4,800. I added to my position. I'm now 5 contracts long at 17,467 and 3/4, and my stop's going to be at 430. 430 is my stop. See if we break below this 5-minute pivot over here on the Nasdaq.
Yeah,
You know,
be careful.
The only thing,
the Nasdaq rejected yesterday's range. I'd be careful being long.
Yep. Moving my stop down in the ES. I'm just going to trail this ES short as it goes. For whatever reason, Quant Tower just decided to freeze, so I'm managing this. And this is, again, guys, real trading, right? I'm managing this on my phone. So it's always good to have a backup for whatever reason.
Yes, it is.
I'm not sure why the application did it, but I can't control that. But I can manage it here.
All right, Dakota, I'm out.
All right.
One thing
thanks for the $500, Michael.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Still selling.
I'm along with you on here.
What are we looking at in the
just on a personal. On the house, that was the levels they were playing. One thing I'm
looking at levels here.
The one thing I did and I didn't. The one thing I didn't like about it was so heavy long in the tilt up at the 510s. Up at the 510s and
474.
And I'm out. I'm out on that.
That's just where it pivoted.
That one hurt. Your trade house, Michael.
If you find the level, you find the
No,
trade
I'm saying
idea.
you just execute in the house.
God bless it.
I know.
Oh, flatten. I made $100 there. I just saw that.
I saw that. Don't take it.
I did.
This is real team trading here.
Because I was looking at the house.
Look at this snap. My goodness. It's a nice entry.
I'm still long one.
Something to note is we're right around in the spot market, right around 5,000 BFRN.
Okay. And okay. Damn, it's right back. That was a hell of an entry.
Oh, which one? The one I did on the house?
The one you just, the one you just got it out at.
Wow. What was it? The 36 I bought in the house account? Yeah.
Yep. All right, looking at levels here. We got short 17,529. We're at that level right now, courtesy of David Green, but we just plowed right through that.
I just got right back into long Nasdaq, 467.
67?
Thanks, Mick. Mick enabled the account for crude. Thanks, Mick.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mick. House is ready to trade crude. Team trading.
All right, looking for more levels here.
Drop the sheet into the chat. Let's see if the folks in there.
I got it. Yep.
There's that moving Nasdaq.
Look at that run. Yep.
Oh, your 30s were absolutely golden. Your stop.
Yes, they were.
That's where it gets bomber.
Yep. Unreal.
I mean, I've been there a million times from Sunday.
Be patient. 1747. Yep. Jay back. Jay, you got any levels around here?
10, 75, 49.
Yeah, I'm back on. Crude trade's setting up that we were talking about this morning. We got that pullback and we're hovering around 82.
Let's pull up crude.
You pull up crude on the. I don't have the chart.
Yeah, so this is crude. We have the 5 minute. We got the pullback that we're talking about, Coach Jay.
Yep.
And then
yeah, that's exactly it.
Create a new layout, Andre. House account layout. Up on the right. Do not use my layout. You know how to mess it up.
I'm switching shit around right now as we speak. All right, what do we got for levels in the crude? I got it pulled up right now.
Yeah, so we were looking at 80, 82, and then we even said maybe 82.10. That, I mean, I'm not sure what the chat was saying or what that poll result was.
Interesting.
Dakota, the poll was, I think, about 72% agreed with the trade in crude.
Long from 82?
Yeah, just to buy that.
The
buy
trade
a
was
pullback.
to buy the pullback on crude.
All right, well, here's the pullback right here, right?
82's right here right now.
Yeah, it is. I'll work 5 on the bid.
50s.
All right.
I can see that. Oh, look at you guys. This is interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm working 5. Dakota, what are we thinking?
No, I agree. We're scaling in is what we were talking about instead of just going all in at once to either scale in around this level.
Yeah, I think start scaling here, and if we get a good position, there's room up to, I see 82.50, and then that 83 like Dakota was talking about. But this will be a good time to start adding to that position.
Look at the tilt on crude.
Where's that?
84% long. 84% long.
Why are we getting long?
They're building up the position. They like the levels here at 82. Chat likes it. Jay and Dakota both concur. John liked it too.
Yeah, I would start small, go maybe small. 2, and then risk 81.85. And if we push 82.20 with some volume, then you can add whatever else you want. And I think we get to 82.50.
You got in, right?
Nope, never got the fill.
Mm.
What are you long from, Dakota?
So I closed out of my crude long because I'm in a NASDAQ long position. I only like to manage one trade at a time when I'm watching the charts. So I'm in NASDAQ long at 467.
MP, if you're talking to us, I think you're on mute.
I am. It pulled back to 60s. It feels like it wants to pop.
Yeah.
NASDAQ. Yeah, the NASDAQ.
All right. Crude trade never played out.
All good.
Yep.
We'll move on to the next one.
There could be a retest.
Yep.
Retest. Guys, the big thing in trading is the markets will retest prices. Don't chase. Don't chase.
Actually, my favorite way to enter a market. If it's breaking out, I can't. It's not easy to buy, right? Let it come back to you, and if it doesn't, then it's not your trade.
Yep. I mean, I get the momentum play, but then if you're thinking it's a runner, just like be careful with that one. Take profits, see profit, take profits. And then on a pullback on a retest, and you've already taken a profit on a see profit, take profit on that rip up for a head fake. You know, you see the head fakes coming out of a range, it pops up, and you call it a head fake, but sometimes it comes back to test that, and then there's your opportunity on the test.
Yep. I mean, that was a perfect pullback on crude that we were looking for, and it's just if you miss it, don't chase it.
Right. Yeah. Same with NASDAQ. That was a huge pullback.
Yep. So I think if we're looking to trade the NASDAQ, in my personal opinion, let's do it around major psychological levels, right? Right now, we're in this kind of middle of the range area where there's not going to be a lot of size getting traded. Like right now, right? We're trading 450. That's a kind of like a minor psych number, so we can see what happens around there. But outside of that, this is middle of the range chop, and we're just going to, in my opinion, get chopped up. So if we test down towards 400, we see how it reacts. If we test up towards 500, we'll see how it reacts, and then we can put on a bigger trade from there.
All right. Like this plan. Crude catching a bid. Yes, they are, John. Yes, they are. We'll be patient. Still fiddling in the middle. So 450 is a psychological number there, Jay?
Yeah, I would say so. It's a minor psych. Like, there's not going to be a ton of liquidity there, right? Where we see the hundreds, you might see, a 100 lot, 200 lot there, but at the 50s, you might see like an 80 or something like that. Right now, the books are still really thin. What I'm seeing to the downside, and I have a VWAP anchored to the Globex Open from last night. That's below us right now. So I wouldn't be surprised at a test of that. Right now, it's sitting at 17,413, which is right around that 17,400. If we're looking to go long, I think maybe let it pull back to that, test it, show buyers are still in control, and then we can push back up towards where we are right now. Right now, this feels like it feels 50-50 in my opinion.
That's not good. Just sit on your hands and wait.
Yep.
We are only 30 minutes. We're only 30 minutes into the open. Everybody.
It's true.
Thousands of folks that are trading together. Team trading. You guys are a team trader with 4,000 people?
We are right now.
Shit.
It's like herding cats.
Yeah. 87% long crude. I'm going to switch back over to ES. Let me know if crude comes back into, well, let's see.
All roads lead to VWAP. James Hill says this one, all roads lead to VWAP. Where's George? George trademarked that one. He's got a cease and desist sending your way very soon.
Do you like country music, MP?
I mean, country music stopped in 1997. Just so everybody knows.
You can tell he's a good old boy when he says something like that.
Yeah, that's the rants I'll go on right now. On Fridays, I'll rant about everything other than the industry.
That works.
How about you? I mean, yes, like George Strait, Garth Brooks, Dwight Yoakam. I don't know, Shania Twain. I mean, even Shania Twain. She was badass.
Yeah, Stanton.
Yeah, I love all music.
Yeah.
I like Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is one of my favorite singers,
you're going way back.
artists.
Okay.
If you consider that country, but when I was little,
Hank Williams,
Alan Jackson.
Alan Jackson, badass, 100%.
Andre, you gotta look on your face.
I got a what?
Travis Tritt.
You gotta look on your face. Do you know any of these artists?
I do. I've been on road trips with Michael before. He blares that stuff. Not bad.
Nice.
Actually,
when you're coming over the hill, and you're coming over the hill, and you're in an RV, and you got your buddies in there. Andre is one of them, and it's beautiful. Sun's coming up because you just got started in the morning, and you start throwing some country music on there, and you're up in Banff, Canada. Yeah, it's pretty badass. Andre wants to play Kanye. Andre wants to play Kanye while we're driving through Yellowstone National.
That's not true. That's not true at all. I'm down with the Cash. I'm down with the Hank Williams, 1,000 Miles from Nowhere, all that good shit. I like it all.
Oh, that's Dwight Yoakam. That's a Dwight Yoakam.
I like that guy.
Yoakam.
All right, looking for some levels here in NASDAQ. A lot of shorts above 500. Everyone likes the shorts above 500.
Shorts above 500. Yeah, I mean, if we can get up there and there's no buyers, I like it too.
Yep. That's the big level I'm seeing here. Short 575, short 458, short 529, short 529. That's two shorts at 529. Okay.
Here's it's retesting back here on this pullback with you.
You're breaking.
Yeah, and now we're breaking.
We're breaking.
And then I got long around the 55s. I was going with you.
Short 529 was the level. Damn.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm out.
Getting chopped up, Dakota.
Yeah. And just so it's clear, I'm on the combine. I'm done trading my live account this week. I took my loss, and I think I messaged you, MP. I said it's been a rough week especially for a perma bull like me. So. Done for the week. I'm gonna enjoy this weekend. Maybe go golf and.
What does that look like, Dakota? What does a week enjoyable week look like? Weekend for it look like for a Dakota?
I'm actually starting to get into golfing.
Oh boy, you're gonna get frustrated. You think trading's a pain in the ass?
Yeah, drive.
Yeah, 160 lots just got filled at 17,450 in the NASDAQ. It was on the ask. It just got filled.
How many?
Let's just watch the reaction to that now.
Thank you.
150, 160.
That might give us a little bit of a pullback that we were looking for to get in long here.
It didn't come down and retest those 30s yet.
Nope.
That's my little fear factor. But also, if you look, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, they just threw that out there too, right? It wasn't like it was a couple of points away from the market. They came in 3 points above and sold it right at that major
They
level.
are. All right. That level was good. Those selling 500s was the level. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really breaking down yet. Essentially, we're still holding this 440s, and
you
as
get
a
the VWAP
bull,
underneath there.
I get excited about this kind of price action. Like I'm really wanting to buy this. Yeah, no. As a bull, I think we could still see 17,600 from here. And we kind of just got a break of this pivot from the technical standpoint on over here on the 100 tick. So, yeah, if there's any reason to buy it, like, yeah, I'm all for any long trades based off of what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I got no levels that confirm getting long. You know, long's around 17,300. Obviously, people love to be long around there. 17,190 longs.
Why don't we like being
17,280
short
long.
right here, Andre? In the 550s.
Well, I got no
Why don't
level. This is the middle. We're in the middle right now.
550s is
450. I'm looking. Oh, wait, are you looking at S&Ps?
Yeah, sorry, S&Ps. 550 is a weekly kickoff low.
50-50. This is
no, sorry, 50. That's 52.50. Man, settlement. Sorry, settlement.
52. We're a ways from there. Wow, 52 half. My bad. 52 half. Got you. Yeah, we're.
Oh, this
everything feels middle of the range right now. Like it could break in either direction. We got another half an hour before the initial balance is established, and maybe this is wait till the initial balance is established day and trade outside of that. But right now, this feels like, and I'm not surprised, right? After the night we had last night, the market's trying to figure out what the hell just happened, and what to expect. So I'm not surprised at some balance right now.
Okay, so one more time. One more time, what happened again? Like it bombs. I'm usually a headline reader in the morning, but
yep. So the headlines were there was a attack on Iran from Israel. That's the headline. Those are the headlines that I saw from Twitter, and then everything.
Is that accurate?
So
yeah,
I don't. Yeah. There we go.
Yep. It was confirmed. And it happened right in the middle of slow markets. We kind of just was quiet, and we pulled up the DOM and watch the market sell off like 300 points. It was crazy. Scary is another word for it.
Wow. So me taking the family to Dubai to Legoland, staying at the staying in the Jumeirah Beach Hotel, looking right at the well,
you see the flooding. You see the flooding going on. The flooding going on to Dubai.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there in like 4 days. 3 days.
You gotta make them stop. All right, we're selling off your Naz. Well, those longs would have gotten smoked. All right, we got no levels down here. That's the level is the fifth. Selling the 500s.
Just wait for 400. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But wait for 400. See what that reaction looks like at 400.
What's the VWAP right now in the Nasdaq? You're saying 400s. The VWAP I'm showing on my trading view is
I got 473.
473.
Nasdaq
on a VWAP. Who has it?
I have VWAP anchored to the session open, and it's at 414 right now.
Yeah, 412. Whatever.
Yep.
I mean,
depends what's anchored to. I don't know what this layout.
I don't think we could sell off. I'm still on the opposite side of the trade, guys.
Dakota's
I'm not thinking we're selling off.
Dakota, I'm actually
looking at this, and every push down into the 30s, or it's just being bought back up, and
414s.
Yeah, I've been taking losses this week, so that's how.
Yeah,
explain.
I'm seeing that too, but it's just short lived. It's they're either. I mean, every time you.
I'm hands off right now on the house account. Hands off. Still selling. 414. I got 414 VWAP. We're gonna hit it.
There's the breakdown.
Oh, your VWAP's in yellow. Oh, that's why I'm misreading it.
Okay, I got long right here.
Yeah, I might get along with you.
The 424s. If this breaks down, I'm out. But it just touched the V. Well, no, it didn't. Here we go.
14s, yeah.
All right, I canceled. Here we go. Let's see if it pulls this. Let's see if it does a flush out. Eddie,
1,200 contracts for 490s. Thank you,
where's
John.
the sound effect?
Yeah, we did just bounce right near that VWAP. So if that holds, that's a nice entry.
The market's doing right now.
I don't hate the buys. It's just doing it in that chop range. I feel like we sit through some drawdown that we might not have to sit through.
I mean, it's been choppy since London.
Yep.
We're right in the middle of the London range as well.
Exactly. Yep.
Coach Robert, love it, buddy. Throws it in here. Be patient.
What do you say?
Coach Robert, you could throw that on the Cryon up there, guys. The
smell it
Cryon's that
off.
little headline right there. Fast markets with Andre Eddy. You can say, "Hey Andre, hey MP, or guys, be patient." Let's just throw it on that.
Selling
headline.
off here. Selling off.
See what we do.
S&P selling off. S&P selling off. We got no levels around here in the 400s. Pulling up.
Nope. I have nothing either.
Yep,
it's hands off for me as well.
Okay. Looking at the ES, got some levels of 540. Got a long there from Ravs. Don't know who Ravs is. Short 50, 36. Okay. Hands off at the moment.
Yeah, again, right around 50-40 is probably about the spot price of 5,000 in the S&P.
Thank you. And that's what's trading right now? Spot 5,000s?
So, spot 5,000. So
I bought above it right now.
6 slot. I bought a 6 slot.
Yeah, I love that. I love that trade.
Oh, well, you're going to love it more because I bought it at you're going to love it and hate it. I bought it at 416, a 6 slot, 416. Covered 28. So I needed that because that first, those pullbacks that I got with you earlier. So I was down like 15 or 2,000. I'm down like 700, 800 bucks right now, which is totally comfortable. But yeah, the Dakota, how you were reading that one, I kind of liked it. And it had pulled back from the 13s that I got short a while ago. But man, I don't really see a bid in here yet.
Not yet. You see that or see levels. 50-40. Thank you, Jack. In the ES.
And this you bought pretty much the London support. Like that was London support during the London session.
London
was
opening
right there
range low.
400 and 420s.
Okay. Well, it's back here in the 420s.
Yeah,
Ready?
Did you close out, Michael? That was a nice
tomorrow 420, right?
Is it really? Oh wow, and it's a Saturday. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Do you know the city of Chicago? I'm sure the city of Portland probably has this smell even harder. City of Chicago during the 420 day, it does smell like marijuana. Like I recall walking home and you just the hue of it would be there.
Boulder, Colorado was the gnarliest place I've ever been to. It was hello. Yes. It was wow.
What are you?
All right.
On dope?
All right, we're still selling. Well,
just be patient here.
Still
Let's
acting
see.
as support for a moment.
For a moment, yeah.
Got no levels around here. The level was
we got a level
500.
17,400. 17,400. Let's see what happens there.
Okay, the level was selling 500s in the S&Ps. We had that 3 times from 3 different people. We're looking to the upside. Dumb.
We got a 50 lot sitting at 17,400 in the NES.
Mm-hmm.
That's me.
Decent selling coming into it.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Coach Jay, that will be us in the house account someday. You boys just stay patient.
Yeah. No, MP, I was thinking about that the other day when you said, you wanted to be that 100 lot trader. How do we do that? Just thinking about how to execute a 100 lot, right? scaling into a position, I think, is the problem.
They're
Might be the
scaling.
best way.
Yes, I think it's might be the
Put your
best.
stop
Yeah.
live on TV with 100 lots in the Nasdaq.
There's 100 lot right there.
Yeah, there it is. Is that
There it
is that you?
Is that you, Mike?
Yeah,
There's 100 lot.
I'm
Phil.
like 392s.
Long for 392.
392 is 70. It's getting really short around here, guys. Tilt wise.
What do we got?
So if you
Talk to
want,
me
if you want to start, yeah. So these shorts
So-
are now starting to show up to the party late. What happens when
I
you show up to
will
the
say-
party late, Andre?
They're short in the hole. Squeeze.
Yeah.
You had a joke there. You had a joke somewhere in there. I know you did. All right, we're here. 392. We're
Keg's dry. Keg's dry.
I
Keg's
will say
dry.
this. If we
Keg's dry,
take a
but they're
long-
still selling cups. Here we go.
If we take a long, guys, we're counter trend. So I would limit
we are.
the expectations for the outcome of the move to somewhere around 50 points. And if we get to 50 points, then we look for more than that if we take that long, right? So we just hit 400. We didn't get any continuation of selling through it. So that, I think, waiting for that 400 and buying it there was the trade. But let's see, it might give us another opportunity. If we sell 400.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm long 3 from 02, 09, and 10.
Yep, that was a trade. That was I'm saying I'm liking that every time you guys buy the market. I need to just
I mean, you're such a yes guy to my trades. I love it.
I'll be your
You like it,
cheerleader.
I
I'm not
love
going to trade, but I'll watch.
All right, I covered 2 of them. So that was, and then I'm going to leave this one running because Dakota loves it so much. So we're going to go down here. Leave 1 lot running. That's 3.
No,
All
there
right,
we
go ahead,
There
Coach
was
Jay.
a runner
What about
on.
those four?
I played Coach Jay's levels. I was also looking at the 92s that Dakota's saying. Also, the tilt was really, really short, which you had those people showing up to the party late. Kegs dry, everybody bailed. And
All right, I got a couple levels here. Long
here
from
we go.
383, long from 392. Got some levels here. In the,
392.
383, 392. If we can pull back to there, they like the longs.
I'm flat on this.
Hold that
This is
runner,
gonna be
MP.
tough.
That makes me
Oh,
happy. That makes me
God,
so
I just-
happy.
I just got
look
out
at
of
that.
it.
Look at that.
I don't see a bid in here, and there's a lot of levels down there.
I
that
see
still
a
haven't
bit in
been
here
touched.
either right now.
You closed the runner. You closed the runner. You know what the definition of a runner is, right? Like you leave it on.
Well,
Tell
I'm
him,
up
Dakota.
280. I'm
Tell
up
him,
280
Dakota.
after being down 2,000 about 15, 20 minutes ago. I'm going to do a Coach Robert and slow down. Patience. He's very
Rob, I'm
smart
finding my
man.
levels. Rob asks, how is Andre
There we
finding his
go.
levels? I got levels coming from my man, Coach Jay, Coach
Here we go.
Dakota.
Careful.
Okay.
This is a
Careful
retest,
now.
folks. Could be a retest.
This is. I think this is more than a retest. I think we could just break through the 400s. There's a lot of momentum on that sell off.
I might be zigging when you're zagging. I might be.
All
The
right, well, I
play
got
today.
levels here 392 and
Dakota.
383. 392 and 383 for a long.
This is getting a little scary.
It is.
Don't say that.
I covered that runner.
looking at
I covered that runner up in the
364.
20s.
Yeah,
364 I'm looking at right now.
364.
364.
Okay. I got
If
three.
we continue to sell the way we are right now, 364 might be a pretty good area for a long.
We didn't
right
get
I
here,
got
not
long.
too
I got
horrible,
long
but
2 lots. I got long 2 lots at 02. So I'm long 2. This is a retest.
All right,
This
so I
is
got
a
levels
retest.
here 364, 383, 392. Let's middle and call it 375.
This
And
is
why
a retest.
364? The
Yeah.
midnight candle, midnight Eastern, the high of that candle is 364, and we've seen that act as a either support or resistance when we trade there.
Thank you. Good answer. There's the why, Michael.
I like the Y.
Yeah,
Coach
I know.
Jay and Coach Dakota.
You guys must have been talking.
Yeah.
I'm not trading right now.
Yeah, I'm flat too.
I was waiting
I'm-
for 192. I
I'm
didn't
glad I
get
had-
the 392. I mean,
I'm flat.
And again, any long trade right now is counter the higher time frame trend, right? So
yeah,
Yes, it
Just-
is. Yes,
we
it
might
is.
just sell off, guys. And this, if you
We hands
hop
off
over to my
here?
chart on the 100 tick chart, this huge sell off came in within like seconds. Like that's over 20 points in just seconds. There's a lot of momentum to this move, and if we break, we might have there.
And
There
we're
it is.
breaking.
There's that. break.
And we're breaking. I can't get in front of this train right now. Oh boy.
Yeah, 360s. I'm liking 360s.
All right, 360. That's two Two confirmations for 360. 392 is the first level. 383 is another. We're hitting that right now. We got 75% short in tilt. Okay. 364.
There's a
This
lot of
is
selling coming
weird.
in here. A lot of selling coming in here. Yeah, we got to remember, right? This headline risk at any time.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to
pretty
look for
much.
headlines. Is what's oil and gold doing right now?
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Oil's kind of just chilling out. Gold's
Guys, this
getting a
is
little
huge.
spike right now.
Gold's on its highs.
Gold's
Yep.
on its highs.
Gold's on its highs.
That's sketchy.
80%,
Crude oil's
83%.
looking good.
Of, crude oil's look, okay, 83% of folks are short right. This is a banana short. This is like major tilt. Everybody and their
375. Let's see.
all right. I got
What are you
long.
trading over there? You're trading size over there too, aren't you?
He is carving this up right now.
I got a 4 lot at 90 right now. If I can hold, if it can stay jump above the 400s, man, there's no freaking bid in here. Yeah, I got up. I had like 8 points in it, and then I'm like, you think you get a tiger by the tail on this one because it's firming up for a second, but it's like firming up for seconds, and then it falls.
We're below every level here on
should we be
top step levels.
thinking about what should we be thinking about what a short looks like?
Yeah, you might be right there, Jay. We might be
That's a good,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for being the voice of reason. You're the voice of reason.
Just asking.
No, that's a very
100%.
reasonable question.
Oh, you don't like to catch knives or get in front of freight trains, huh?
I mean, it hurts. It hurts.
It's bloody. Like a lot, very bloody.
And I think even if we don't, right? Even if we don't take the short, I think knowing, like looking both ways before you cross the street, right? Knowing what the trade looks like against you helps, dictate the trade you can take. There's that 375 on there. There's the bounce. I'm going to be patient, wait for 364. I'm just going to put an order in there and risk 80 ticks.
364
if we get down there. Yep.
364, 185, 841.
Yeah, essentially you can look at this as just a retest where support's becoming resistance.
Yep.
I got codes.
I got those different area codes. That's how the
Yeah,
song
I got
goes.
them all. Got them
That's how the song
all
goes.
over. Uh-huh.
All right. Selling off here. You're working a bit, 364. All right.
It's a one lot.
Levels 364, 392 or beneath that. 383, we're there right now.
Yeah. Hey Johnny, if you're on, what's the delta here around here?
Good question.
Or now?
Be able to pay it. That's a good question. I haven't asked. Crude popping. All right, crude's
Crude oil's
popping.
popping. Oh,
Crude's popping,
Right,
gold popping. That's it's gonna be tough to get long the equities if that's happening right now.
I think that was the trade of the morning, Coach Jay, was the first trade
Long.
we talked about, this crude oil long on the pullback.
Crude. Yeah.
ES Delta negative 6,800, NASDAQ Delta negative 1,600, congruent with direction.
Thank you.
Congruent with direction. I love that.
That means
Contango, John. I just started reading about Contango.
it's all for oil, right?
No, it's
It's
for
a lovely dance. It is a lovely dance. And by the way, NVIDIA is hitting the skids here. NVIDIA and Meta are both hitting the skids.
Well, that's not great for my long idea.
You
You think I'm not in it?
I know. It's bad for all our long ideas right now. All right,
Yeah.
hands off.
I'm short 3 contracts on NASDAQ at 379.
I'm short
just
2
quit.
from 81. I'm short 2 from 81. What if I could
You
just
guys are short now.
Hey,
What the
guys,
hell
I
just
always
happened?
get
We are selling
'cause
off.
Both
Yeah,
ways
I'm looking for
across the
60s.
street.
I'm looking for 60s here. This is just a quick trade.
Yeah, I covered one. I'm covering another. All right, that was 500.
All right,
right,
yeah,
I'm up.
this is a level to get long. I got levels to get long down here.
You do? What level?
All right, I just got tagged on
64.
364.
There we go. My first winner was a short.
Go figure.
Perma bear over there.
Ooh. We're doomed.
Okay, we got 60.
We got 60.
Yeah, I got in that long at
I bought
364.
69s. I bought 69s.
We're counter trend, Dre. So if you see profit, take profit right now.
Yeah, we're taking heat.
Yep, I'm gonna risk, like I said, the 80 ticks on this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm long.
3 levels.
You don't have a good entry.
63.
I got 3 levels from here. I got 3 levels. I got 3 current levels here.
Go to what your
That was
P&L.
the level I was looking at.
Dakota, what's your P&L?
For overall in the I'm just doing combines today. I'm down 2,900.
Nothing. Thank you.
Andre, right now
Okay,
I'm looking at a potential
yeah.
bounce to 390.
Okay, I like there are some buyers coming in here. Heavy short. Got 3 levels. 3 levels, and we got super heavy shorts in the tilt.
Yeah, that's a good play. I'd play that all day long.
Okay.
But I mean, the scary play right now for anybody, in my opinion, would be to get
Yeah.
long this.
That's what I'm. Yeah,
It is.
got
Absolutely.
levels, and we're still selling. Not too much.
Don't let. Yeah, those are.
I'm just
whipsaws.
talking.
Whipsaws.
Yep. I may get stopped out on this. And again, this heavy
Where'd you
market
stop
right
at?
now. My stop is at 344. So I got 350 in the middle. That is a potential bounce zone is there as well. But we might just keep going.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, this is the last support
okay.
level I'm seeing.
Is this our last stand?
53.
From what I'm seeing, this was like right
Buster's
around.
last stand.
Yeah, I mean, we made this at pretty much 1 a.m., like an hour before the London Open. This was where the buyers were stepping in.
Okay,
so
there's the
I'm gonna
fourth
try
confirmation. Fourth confirmation. I like it. House account long 10. Why am I long?
I'm just
5.
not seeing a bid at all here. I'm looking at time and sales, and any bigger order that's coming in right now is a sell side order.
Yep, I'm seeing all the red.
Which is not great for this trade, but 350 still there. I established the risk already. I'm okay with taking it. If we take the loss, we take the loss. Not trying to be perfect.
Michael, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing.
Where do I set my levels?
I'm seeing. The only thing that's worrying me right now is just the sitting down here part.
Yeah.
But here's your
This part
44.
right
I'll
here.
take a long right here. Yeah, I'll take a long right here. Well, a little bit better
Yeah, this is
entry.
at the bottom of those wicks.
Got to firm up though. You got to firm
It's
up.
firming up a little bit. No, I feel like it's firming up a little bit. Got 3 levels.
I don't know. It feels slippery.
I don't
as hell.
either.
No, guys, I'm not seeing legit. I'm not seeing any buying on this tape
I'm
at
out.
all. There's
Yep,
none.
I'm out.
There's
Gentlemen,
none.
there are
Any-
1,221 on the bid in the ES at 49.80 even.
Thank you.
Way down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything until 200s now. This.
Yeah.
Oh God, it got
There
me
you go.
out.
Did it stop me out and go?
Stay strong.
What's
the
that?
levels?
In other words, how about oil? How
conviction.
about that oil trade? We're pushing 82.50s.
56. Man.
Robert House account. That's 5.
Yeah.
19. 70.
Hey, can we do a poll route?
Good. Go ahead, MP.
Okay, sorry guys. Do
Good job with the
can we get a
mute.
poll?
Great job with the
Oh yeah, I know, half-assed.
Great job with the mute.
Is that a joke? I think it is.
No, that was it. I'm applauding you on being for real. I am long right now. 1 from 70. Let's hear the sucker runs. Run. Let's go back to 400s. How about it?
I got stopped out down there at the 30s or 40s.
My stop was too tight too. There it is though.
I was with
Still
you guys.
There it is.
I got stopped out
Still
right
long.
there, right at 41.
Hold it. Yeah.
I am. Is it just going to be a dead cat bounce? Or is it,
Yeah, so I would be thinking trade management for sure right now, right?
how many should I peel?
Let's
Peel some of.
when we get
Just
go half.
Well,
I would go half.
Right here?
How long are you? Or
Yep.
how big
Yeah,
is
You
this?
should-
we got a 50-point bounce. We're right at 400, not seeing buying. I would go half, and then if we push, go ahead. Go ahead, MP.
Well, we went light on it. I just keep the whole thing because we went 5 lots. We didn't add to it.
No,
So,
all right.
if
Long
any-
5. I'll let it run. Long
Yeah.
from 70. 5 times.
So
I mean, those
the way
40s
I'm-
down there. The house. We went light. We should have added 2, but this should have, would have, could have. What's Johnny's dad always said? When it's going your way, well, hold on. When it's going against, you have too many on. If it's going your way, you wish you had more.
Never have enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
Never have enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's VWAP,
That's
guys?
a bummer, but the
What's
house
VWAP in
account.
the- Long,
Yeah, it
long
bounced right
from
off
70.
VWAP, Andre. It bounced off VWAP. It was everybody and their sister was short. It flushed us out. Got the weak longs out,
Still
which was
running.
me, Jay, and I think just Jay and
Me.
I.
Nope, it was me as well.
We're the weak ones, and then you had the brass to hold that. It happens.
Happens. Goldsby. It makes sense to wait to get more clarity. Goldsby, stop talking right now. Stop being talking
Yeah.
right now.
Would you guys put a break even trade for break even play right now
Mm-mm.
with the house account? Because I don't think it's
As
worth
in just
or 40s or 40s.
God, this market just vaporizes on you sometimes.
The reason why-
I
Go ahead.
the reason I would say trim the trade is because I don't actually think there's enough. There's more room up, right?
You don't
Nasdaq kind of
yeah.
does like these average bounces, and that was a 50-point move. I think that was the full trade.
Ah, shit,
And
Jay.
if we got more, then it was like an extra. So if you want to trim, so MP, your thought, right, to go break even, why not take 1,500 off the table and then leave the rest at break even? If this is
Well,
the
we
full
don't.
trade.
It's a
Well, he says a
lot, so
5.
we're
It's
only-
a 5 or so.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just
Gotcha.
we're already.
I'm still
we're
waiting
only
for
up 15.
17,600 to come into play, Dakota. That would be sweet. 17,600 for Gucci, man.
I mean, if we do start to rally, that's my levels to the up, and we have to have levels to the up and the downside.
We did. We had 3. I had 3 confirmations plus
Yeah,
short
he
tilt.
had 3 confirmations
3
Yep.
confirmations plus a short
Plus-
tilt
and a VWAP.
and a VWAP. So
The
was-
VWAP
that
for
was-
the S&P for the S&P. Yeah. I'm not saying
Yep.
Jay's wrong by anything, guys. I'm saying that
Yeah.
this is a 5. This is a 5 lot. So and it's a house account play.
It's a great play.
Yeah,
We
and,
just
and,
made
and
another
we've been
pivot
talking
right there at 380.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the Nasdaq right now. We didn't really get a pull up since we sold 500. We really didn't get a pull up from there. We didn't get a pull up from 400 either. So there's potential for this to continue going. We just need to see the buyers to do it, and they're somewhat there, right below.
Where are the
400.
buyers? Hey, all the buyers, get back in this market now.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
We need. Where's Danny?
Pronto.
Where's DannysTrades? I know he's coming on later, but can we get him on now?
Yes.
Call Pelosi.
Is he a
Call
is he a
Pelosi.
permeable?
Call Pelosi, DannysTrades. Shit. Nasdaq's crazy.
So
Is crude still going up? Let's see.
Hopefully not.
it's sitting at
Yeah.
82.50.
So the 82
82
50s are still play, or 82s are still play.
I mean, I think we're kind of just focused on the wrong market. This morning, right as we got on here, we just buy crude on the pullback at 82 and look for 83. That was it.
It's remarkable how fast Topstep X is, though. Keeping up with this Nasdaq, I gotta say,
It is.
it's incredible.
for web based.
For web, it's wild how smooth it is.
Is that a plug, Andre? You plug it.
A subtle one. subtle one, yes.
Wow. Pretty
You
good.
like that?
Like those guys that are on your listen to a radio broadcast and they start saying something about like some cream that you rub on and how it gets all your inflammation away. And you're like, well, hold on, what? But it's an ad. You're like, what? Do you want the casual speak where we sneak it in?
Well,
yeah, it is
short-lived there.
Short-lived
there. Short-lived. Sellers are back. Oh boy.
Don't
one more test.
Yeah, remember retests happen.
Yes, they do. I got my risk. Well, if you want to get back long, here you go.
Now, Jay,
Yeah, right.
you why'd you like? Because you said that because the buyers weren't coming in. Why did you like covering some over there? And hopefully, guys, like, what's that?
Yeah, so I liked taking the position off there because higher time frame we're on a downtrend, right? Now the market just doesn't go straight up and down unless you're looking at it last night. But then there's these average kind of retracement moves that the market makes, and for the Nasdaq, they start at about 50 points. Now, if we look at the low that we just made on all of that selling, the low was at 341, and we got the 50-point bounce. We got a little bit more than 50. We got 60 points. That's the average move, just kind of how the market goes, right? So
I know
when you get in that range, we start thinking about trade management because those aren't convinced buyers that want price to go higher. In my opinion, those are people covering shorts.
Really quickly, so we can decide if this is a cut bait, profit taking or cut bait. What would you guys think is continuation of the downside? We got to have a pretty quick answer on this one because we.
Nope, I'm actually buying. I'm looking. I'm buying right now.
Now I got Dakota getting long too. That's
I'm long 370. I'm looking for this to be a higher low. This is a very low probability trade, but it's a much higher risk reward. Because if we do make a higher low, we have a chance to break above 400 again.
Well, we gave it a college try.
Yeah. Sellers. You give it a college try. Could have shaved.
I mean,
we'll see. I'm not
technically I would add another one or another 5 because it's still.
Hold on.
Nope, I'm out.
Yeah, remember higher time frame. We're still in this downtrend, guys. This is.
Yeah, I know, Jay. You're going to be right on this one. It's retouching the VWAP. It's retouching the VWAP on the S&P.
So, I don't know if my screen is up. But I actually, we talked about this the last time I was on here. I don't hate these shorts, the longs here. We have an hourly candle we have an hourly candle that from last night that was a ton of volume, and 50% of that candle was 340. Right, that was the same measurement we did last week, where 50% of it is 340. We can see where we bounced. If that holds, I don't really hate these longs, but we just have to think about the how much room is the market actually giving us, right?
Yeah.
We could want 600, but that shit don't look like it's happening today.
Yep, we're selling off again.
Yep. Yeah. Any trade we take, if we're buying, we're going counter trend. So smaller expectations.
About to get stopped.
What do you mean get
tight
stopped?
stops? Tight stops if we're trying to buy the market.
I mean, what are we looking at? 50-50 in the tilt.
If it hangs down to these levels, like you may want to, because the levels are getting tested, and then now it's tilts, and then the bids aren't coming in. If it retests the 65s, 69s, I would cut bait and look for something new.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Let's see here. 17,300 is a buy. Martin B says 17,400.
Yeah, this thing's.
What do you think? Just kind of hanging out here. Are
I mean,
all the
if it
sellers
tests
exhausted?
60s, I would
Are all
cut
the sellers
Baiynd.
exhausted?
Okay, I just added to my long.
Andre, I cut Baiynd on the 60s.
Cut bait?
On the 60s, yeah. This thing's not
From
holding.
what? You don't
No, I
think?
cut him on house.
Okay, I'm
Hold
long
on,
6
Bob.
contracts, average
Dakota's lost on
357.
it too.
Yeah, well, this will be a Dakota play right now. If we miss it and he gets it, that's great. This thing's not.
Yeah, I don't
This
mind
is
taking
not.
these. Like I said, very low probability trades.
Yeah, these
but
are.
a high
Wait a
risk
minute.
reward.
Wait a minute.
Where I
You need
lose, I
high
will
probability
lose
trades.
these trades 75% of the time, but
Oh,
it still has a positive expectancy when we do catch a nice bounce, and then I could trail it. And if we break above 400, the risk reward, where I'll take loss.
Did you flatten me?
Risk reward.
I
What's
said that?
You flattened it?
Flatten the house, Andre. Keep up.
Well,
We said we're watching. We said we're watching. It's hanging out down here. It's a short. Listen to what Dakota said. It's a low probability, short, tight.
you got it. I'm
tight.
signing out. I'm signing out. You got it from here. I'm signing out. I got to go over to my account.
No driving and trading.
Yep, I'll just drive.
So yeah, the Dakota was just saying that it's short, tight, or tight stops, and we weren't playing tight stops. That was not that play.
No, we were playing the risk
And
that
then
we talked about going into the trade or going into a house account. We're talking about the risk we're willing to accept.
Yeah, not put your foot in the concrete. No, things change. That bounce was the bounce, and it hasn't shown things. So you have to be agile, in my opinion.
Yep. And again, we can look for opportunities to continue to short this. I don't see any buyers here right now. If we shorted here, we'd be shorting in the hole. So
I
let
just
it bounce.
added.
If it
I just
bounces,
added to my long. Okay, I added 2 more.
see what happens.
If we break
I'm
above
just-
70, I think we're in a good spot here. Now remember, keeping a very tight stop. 3 points.
Where'd you stop at? Where'd you stop at?
356.
I mean, that's why, Andre, I would not play the house account right here. If Dakota's saying the stop is that tight, and you're trying to play a $10,000 play, that doesn't add up.
Okay.
And that's the only
Here we
reason
go.
why
I moved my stop at 362.25, and I'm gonna see if we could just let this thing run.
Again, I would be thinking trade management near 400. That does not mean you have to take it off, but I would be thinking trade management near that 400.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest things I tell everybody is we have the ability to have multiple contracts, which gives us the best flexibility is closing some for profit and then leaving some as a runner.
What else we got moving? Chat, is there anything else that you guys are looking at as far as trades go? It looks like everything kind of slowed down. I'm looking at gold. Gold looked like it was spiking, and then it kind of slowed down.
We're holding above the 70s. I'm moving my stop loss to 71, 371, locking in some more profit into the 80s. So we're going to get to 400. It may possibly, and then I'll pill 3 of these off, and I'll keep trailing the rest.
Let's see what we do at 400 here. Do like that 350 held there. Dakota, you're still long, right? Right above you, you got 408. which is VWAP anchored to the session open, 408 right above you. Might be some resistance there.
Yeah, I'm still long. We're at the top of this range on the 5 minute, and I really think we could break above that. If we break into the 400s, next stop's 420s.
Yep.
There we go.
Well, ain't that a son of a bitch?
Okay, I got out of 3 of them. I'm going to move my stop loss to 84.
Brondre, what would have been your stop on that one, or would you have just let it hit the 10?
Hit the 10.
That
was the agreement. That was what we all agreed upon. We all agreed upon.
Then it's on me. Then it's on me for getting out of the trade. Because if we're going to risk 10, everybody's saying a short stop down there. And the market, yeah, I mean.
There's the run above 400. I'm going to look for 420.
Yeah,
I'm going to keep trailing this up with my stop loss.
Well, we slipped
good,
on the
guys.
house
We're
account.
good.
That's my bad.
We're good. We'll find another one. It's all right.
We found it. We found it. Sorry.
We'll keep going, Dre. So listen,
Yeah.
coaching moment real quick. I'll step into put on the Coach J hat.
There you go.
Next play mode. Let's get into the next play mode. I get it, Dre. Listen, I have thrown a bunch of stuff around this office being pissed
What
at
were we
myself
long
for
from?
that same reason.
15.
But let's keep going.
15.
Yep.
5 from 15. 370.
Okay, we just made another pivot bottom. I'm moving my stop loss to 402.
402. Nice.
Okay, remember this though, Dre.
Okay.
Plus 10,
I'm out.
minus 10. Plus 10, minus 10. We would have not have gotten out right now. Okay, so let's be true to what's happening here. We came back up here to the 02s. Now it just hit the 05s. On a 5 lot, that's 30 points, 40 points. So that's not 5 lots. We should have added. If it's 10 and 10, then it has to be 10 and 10. And if 10 shows up on the upside, then that puts
over. It's over. It's behind us
it's
now.
talk a trade out. It's talk a trade out, buddy.
Oh, we already talked it out. It was our ship sail.
And it's 10 and 10. I know it's 10 and 10, but you have to let it. Like, we're out. I get that. But the 10 and 10 was the play, the 1-to-1. Risk 10 and make 10. And yeah, I got us out. All things are lining up except for the short stop. The short stop is what I heard, and we weren't making that play. We weren't having a short stop. Both Dakota and Jay on here were saying
long
down there in the 50s.
Long. I don't want to talk about it.
Andre, you don't need to get upset, buddy. Go take a break. The house account shouldn't fuck you up. Shouldn't mess you up, buddy. Hey, calm down.
I mean,
I think we got another trade setting up here, to be honest.
Yeah.
No shit. Yeah.
What market, Jay?
In the NASDAQ, to be honest. Again, the market is
all
in
right.
this,
What do we got here? Trade around 400, 17,400 in the NASDAQ. What do we got here? 50-40. I think that close for spot. That's SPY. That's 5,000s.
So my thought process is we have selling below us, right? And these average pull-ups in the NASDAQ, anywhere from 50 to 100 points, depending on how much buying comes in. Right now, we're still kind of pushing up. So we're at 74 points right now. I'm not trying to catch the high, but if the market turns, I'll short back to 350. But I need to see it turn first. I don't get to decide when that turn is.
I'm going to wait for a pullback down into the 370s and get in long again.
Retest.
So I'm up 5,600 from that trade.
There you
so
go.
How much?
What'd you take on? Yeah, what'd you take on that? How many lot?
I built into a position right there as it was going in my favor. I was 9 lots long. Now remember, this is not my live account. This is my combo. I'm done trading my live. This is just a crazy Friday. I don't want to turn into a Friday into even worse, right? So But
All right, here we
I'm
go.
looking at this. If we're going from a technical pattern, is a double bottom, and if we can get another pullback, maybe down. I mean, we might have already had it. I think we just rally, and we could definitely see 460s go back into the opening range.
Don't say that shit. Gold buff 2,400 here. Not seeing any news. No, hold on. 5, 2, 1.
That trade is working out nicely. Dakota, are you trimming at all, or you holding on to it? Or you just got out the
I'm
whole
out.
thing?
I'm flat. I'm going to wait to get back in.
Okay.
Nice trade.
Level going back to January 410, 420 area. According to Nick T. I was talking to Nick T yesterday. I think he got a new tattoo yesterday. Next time we see him, see what that
Whoa,
looks like.
nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
All right, here we go.
4, 5.
Dakota, new P&L, please.
Plus 5660, and then I took those loss. So net, I am 2,600.
Okay.
Positive.
Nice job.
Nice.
5 losses, 1 winner.
5 losses. That's how you trade, though. Those are your percentages.
Yep. Yeah. I want to the house account thing, and again, I want to just bring this up, but just when we're on here, just the idea, right? If we're gonna risk 10 to make 10, what if the market only gives us 8?
Fair enough.
Well, that's going to be the question. That's what we have to talk about, because being in the trade.
Well, you can manually stop. I mean,
no, I don't think. If you're going to play the downside to 10, then you technically need to play the upside to 10 to be 1-to-1. Now, if we're playing 2-to-1 and we want to go 5,000 and 10,000, you still, like right now, we would be up on the trade 5,000, or the trade would be unrealized 5,000.
More.
No,
right.
70s, 80s. It's $1,000 every 10 cents. 80s, 90s, 10s. So it's like $3,000 right now.
Gotcha.
So
I was
the question
thinking
is
about that too the other night, MP,
What's
and
that?
on Andre when you came on my show. Slow markets. Remember that, Andre? And we were trading, and we was trying to get into a position, and I mean it was a great trade. We take a loss, and then going through that. The only, and I was wondering, and if you guys remember the show, if you ever watched Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And you remember what that saying is when they lost, and he said, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't fire the entire department." And he said, "What did he say?" He's like, "Because we have them where we want them. You can't win a race by committee." And I was just thinking about that, like, how is this house account going to work? Like, is it going to be something where we're trying to trade with a committee? And I was thinking about that just because of last night, where I'm like, man,
what do you think?
I would have loved to just get out, get in, and, take a loss, get back in, and then ended up just like I did today, where I'm lost, and then instantly go in, where it's like, instead of waiting for a committee to approve, instantly making that decision and then trying to take advantage of that movement. I think it's going to be one of the toughest challenges, and I think it's going to be, even though it's challenging, I think it's going to be very, very fun, and it's going to be a great learning experience for us in the community to see how a community can manage a single account.
Well, that's the goal. And my still question is, we don't have our outs. We don't have our outs on those ones. So again, what would we, when we were all saying, and we were all saying this at the 50 levels, 60 levels, and yes, guys, we're moving on, but that's where the pivot happened down there, thus far. And we're talking about the pivot, because we were all like short and tight on a long, and then Dakota says low probability, and Andre said, well, hold on, I thought we're taking high probabilities, and he's like, but tight stops, and he did a tight stop. Now the house account isn't a tight stop; it's not a tight stop account. So that to me is, if you're playing the downside of 10,000, then you still have to stick to the top side of 10,000, which could totally hit. Neither one of them is hit right now. This would technically be a
I got
trade
short,
that
yeah.
you can get back into if it pulls back, and if it hits the 10, then yeah. I mean, 100% on me.
I got short.
So is this something we're
12
just
and
going
a
to go
quarter.
1 for 1 then?
Okay.
That's what we decided. Yeah.
Now
We
that's
technically all
that's going to be hard to do, right? Without a concrete stop. Is it going to be a set? Now, thinking about just position sizing, where we're putting stops and take profits, is it? Yeah.
Well, I guess that's where we want to get the feedback, because we're really trying something that nobody's ever done, is a house account that's community played.
Yeah.
And I get, my stomach turns a little bit when there has to be outs. So if you're going to get in, then I think we do have to take both of them. And again, it could still hit both sides, either one, and we can still get back in. Coach Jay, you're short.
I got out.
But
It's not
down
what I
there,
wanted to do. Seeing profit, taking profit today.
Andre, what were the levels that you had from who?
I don't have the names on me. I got 65s, 70 or 64 70s, and 82s.
Are they from live funded traders or folks that we have on?
Oh, I couldn't. I mean, those are the levels we were given. We had a consensus of 3. We had 2 here on air with us, as well as a heavy short tilt. And we also had a negative delta.
Got it.
That was the thinking.
Rex in the chat.
Yeah,
I love this. This is how trading is, guys. You make a trade and you review the trade. We're seeing it by
you review the trade. Thank you.
We're all talking through it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
We do have a line shift coming up here. You can't make this up. I am getting subbed out, and John is getting subbed in here as scheduled. Don't think anything more to it.
You're being
We're
subbed
getting
out
that
for
pullback
good,
on NASDAQ.
Andre.
I'm going to be looking
I
to get
think I
long
might.
in the 70s.
Let's see.
Okay.
If we get back down to the
It was
70s, I'm going to say it
scheduled,
again. I'm
honest
going
to
to be
God.
building a position.
Yeah. Like I said, this was scheduled like when the guy in the berets on the news saying that everything's good with the government. But it was scheduled. Sorry, I was out
What
of
was
VMix for a
scheduled?
while.
I got
That
John
Andre's
coming
leaving
in
at
for
10
me.
for Hoag.
John's coming in for me in about 3 minutes.
John, Andre, stay on. Well, it's coming back
Hold
down
on.
to the 80s.
I'm going for a walk. I'm going for a walk here in a minute. I got to stretch. But we're going to get John in here. John's got the levels. I'm about to go.
Okay.
Okay. I'm entered. First
Okay.
3 contracts in at 86. 386.
Rules to be asked. I don't think anything is not on the table. Okay. It's like hey, click like if you guys like what's going on here. Click subscribe.
Oh, yeah.
Show
love
us some
going on.
love here in Topstep TV. Smash that shit. You
If
know,
you're
like
down
this.
money, smash it. If you think I'm
Yep.
stupid, smash it. If you like Andre decision, smash it.
And Andre, before
Okay, I'm
you
long
leave,
386. Stop loss 380.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Dakota.
Before you leave, I
Yep.
think James has something to show. But
What do you
might
got,
take a few
James?
seconds to get it up. I just don't want you to sign out.
Yeah, okay, cool. I
69.
got you. Trying to make me laugh.
Yeah, I will say if no one has ever traded with a friend, try it. And tell us if you have a different experience.
Technically, this isn't trading with a friend because it's not Andre's and I's decision. They have a process that was the 60s and the 70s around there, and they got
Right.
those levels. So that's a committee. So we're getting those levels. We got from 3 people
Right.
unknown, which I would like to know.
I can pull up the
This is
names
a house
later. They're in
account.
the
It's real-
spreadsheet.
Yeah, let's let people know if they're live traders or whatnot. And yes, it matters. And again, guys, what you were saying, you're on here, you're trusted, and when Dakota's saying light and everybody's saying it could slip out, yeah, you know, that's that. So that to me was the information we were playing at that time. Now we're reflecting on it, and now it's back down here in the 65s, or sorry, 85s.
You got another one?
And it's like we can do the retest. We can get right back in. But what are you guys thinking has changed? Is anything?
I think we had some buyers start to step into the market. At one point, I was nervous that we were just going to have a free fall down to 300s, down to 200s, but we could have found a bottom, at least for this morning session.
We got gold popping here.
All right, Andre, before you
Do we
go,
feel like-
this is for you, my friend.
Thank you.
House account. Shake the hand.
I got you, brother.
On that note.
Oh, you guys are brutal. Johnny. All right, Johnny. Yeah, jump in here.
All right, Andre. I got us right back. I got us right back in.
Gotcha.
Here's your 70s. Here's your
I'm going
70s.
to-
I got us
Beautiful.
in on a 10.
I'm long too. I'm long.
I got
as
us
well,
in on a
MP.
I got us in on a
Right
2
on.
lot. I got us in on a 2 lot. Or sorry, 10 lot.
I'm going to. I'll see you guys for Power Hour. I'm going to jump off right here. You guys trade well. We do have gold popping here. Yeah, trade well. See you guys later. It's been fun, guys. I'll see you. Hey, Dakota, we got to do slow markets again. We'll talk.
Yes. I plan on having a guest weekly, once a week maybe.
Nice. All right, Johnny, you got it from here.
All right, Andre. Love you, buddy.
Later.
I got the initial position back on. Everybody can calm down. We would have not have covered it anyway up there.
Let's put that
Retest.
rally jacket to the work, Hoag.
I don't have it.
The rally sweater. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. It ain't working too good.
all
but
my
it's on.
All my jackets are bearish.
Yep. I'm long.
It's a
I'm long
tough room
some
today.
contracts at 380 and a quarter. And you said you're long. The house account's long.
Yeah, he's back in, right?
Yep.
Is the house account long? Did I hear that, or was I just?
Yeah, I think he's.
I
he's
think
long
MP is
again.
long. Dakota, I don't know if the house counts long.
Yes, it is. It's exactly where we're
it is.
at on our prior.
Okay, gotcha.
So the question is, what's your stop here? Because I'm going right back to the committee here, guys. Should we be long right here and risk? We only have 5,000, about 4,000 more room. So here's the question: house account needed to short from 420. Nick, that we would have still been in that. We would have still been in that. If we're 10 and 10, we would have still been in that. So, question: are these levels?
I mean,
This 364
The
was the
entire-
level I gave earlier for a long.
he's right here.
Yeah, I just got
So,
stopped
I
out,
mean-
but this was the level I gave for a long. But the more we retest it, for me, it was just a quick bounce trade. It wasn't where I think the market is going. I think the market's going lower.
I agree with Jay.
Yep.
The
Not-
entire
market's
range.
I got
lower.
stopped out. We are
The
testing
entire
the
range
bottoms
of the-
and. Oh, go ahead, Hoag.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
just
going to
saying the
get out of
entire
this
range.
because, guys, this is exactly what happened last time. Just so we're all, this is committee trading. This is group trading. It's exactly what happened last time. So we have go short. Guys, can we put a poll in here real quick? I want to see what we think, what the chat thinks as far as short, long.
D agrees. She wouldn't want to be long. I mean, the one thing you
Okay,
gotta,
D agrees,
we're
you
right near
agree,
the-
Jay agree, and Dakota agrees.
Right.
And we would have still been in this position if we're playing the 10 to 10.
Yeah, and Michael, I think we have to adapt that. I think a little bit because certain trades we're going to take are going to be cheaper than 10 grand. We got to place our stops using technical information, market generated information, something like that. If we don't have to risk 10, we shouldn't risk 10.
Well, then that needs to be decided before.
Yeah,
Right?
Of course. Yeah, that's something I'll bring up in
And it
committee.
Yep, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We got an 80 lot sitting at 17,350 right now in the NASDAQ. Not a ton of size, but there's some selling coming in here.
We've got a weak low in the S&Ps. We were unable to close the gap in the NASDAQ. We're below yesterday's low in the S&Ps. I mean, if there's going to be a reversal here, it's going to have to be pretty tasty.
But we see, okay, so reversal. We have the chat saying 70% almost saying get short. Short now, take partial.
Yeah,
I don't have a position
and I like
on,
the
guys.
opposite side of this.
You like the long still?
I mean, it's a cheap trade. We're at the session lows, and if these session lows are going to hold again, then the risk reward is
tremendous.
The same. It's really good. Where I could have a tight stop and have a really good risk reward. But
shorting here is shorting in the hole, right? If we short right here, we have to hope for a breakout. So on those pops, to me, those are our opportunities to short. Right now, I wouldn't short this. This is the Shark Tank. We're technically the little fish here with the accounts that we're trading, with some of the size that we're trading. So if we're not in a position where we can actually push the market, we have to hope someone comes in and does it. If they don't, we're swimming in front of that shark.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cheap long here.
It's a cheap long.
Yeah, cheap long here.
So we want to play these. Okay, we have chat saying short. We have Jay saying, "What's you like it from the short side, but it's."
I like the
you're
short.
Looking for the break.
Here. We should have shorted at 420.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm long. I'm long.
Yeah.
I'm long 6 contracts, 361.
So now Dakota's long.
I mean, for
should we
trade
get right
location,
back in?
We have trade location for the long. It's cheap. It's right near the session low. If the session low holds, we don't know how far this thing can go. I'm more for the short side, but we don't have location for a short here.
We don't have location.
Exactly.
Yes.
We have better location.
Two things, right? With the cheap trade, do we? Because it is definitely a cheap trade for the long side. But is it worth it to think about the quality of the trade too? Like how much, if I'm going to take a long, how much room is actually available in this long trade? Right, because it's definitely cheap and it's working out right now. But is it a quality trade? Is it a high percentage trade that it's going to give us more than the 50 points?
Would your stop be just outside the range, Dakota?
This is a 4-to-1 or a 5-to-1 risk reward. And to me, when I see a setup like this, I'll take it no matter, I'll take it 10 out of 10. I don't mind losing this 10 times out of 10. I have one winner. You guys seen that earlier. I lost 5 in a row, and then I have one winner, and it made up for that plus some. I'm okay because guess what? Another cheap trade. It's a 4 or 5-to-1 risk reward. I'm going to start trailing it. I'm already in profit. Worst case scenario, I make money, and we could run into 420s. And there's plenty of times where the NASDAQ, just for some reason, we catch a bid and we rally up 100 points. When I was only risking, 10 points? Risking 10 points to make 60, 80 and leave a runner on. And so the risk reward is there for me, even though the probabilities are not.
Okay, but but guys, help the house account out. What's the house account play? We could get right back in the same level, get long. Everybody could be but at the same time, the house account plays a downside, which we have about 4,000 room on the downside, which means if it's a 5 lot, that's every, what is it? 250 a point. Is that right, John? Yeah.
And for the S&P or the NASDAQ?
Oh, shoot. For the NASDAQ, 10 points is 200 on a 1 lot.
Right. So that's $2,000 for 10 points. Oh, yeah. For a 5 lot. Yes. Yep.
Okay. So given all that, what do you guys think? I know Dakota, you're long. House account. Well, we got everybody in the chat saying short. I mean, it's definitely not total alignment on here. But if we want to get right back into what position we did have, you still have the opportunity right here.
I like Jay's 420s.
Yeah, I just realized too
It's-
on the last pop up that we got, we didn't even check the initial balance. Right, we were 5 points away from the initial balance in the Nasdaq, where it didn't even try it. So we'll see. It could be different than the next time we get back up there, right? If there's buyers that come in at those 420s, then I don't like the short there, right? If I'm going with the momentum, but if I see the buying slow down, because again, I think that's any buying that I see right now, I think is profit taking, right? In my opinion, it doesn't look like convinced buyers because when we get to major levels, they slow down.
Good thought. Good analysis. If we do get up to 400 or 420, Dakota, take a couple off up there.
Yep. That's where I'm targeting. Just push above 400s, and then I'll peel some off.
Awesome. Dakota, some of the best trades I've ever made were simply because they were cheap. You got to take the cheap trades.
Okay. I got the house
sometimes
account
they're the hardest
long.
ones to take.
I got the house account long. We're back in exactly where we were, and we're getting long. Like Dakota is, like the level state, and it's a pullback. But we're also right in this middle of this range.
So you're looking at a 5-lot, Michael?
I put the 10 on.
You put 10 on, okay. Right. So your location is good, but I'm not sure you have enough space to put your stop outside the range.
When you say that, you're talking
What
about
price?
the I'm averaging at 74. You got 71s, right?
I'm averaged in at 68 and a quarter at 3/4.
It's kind of chopping around. Let's see what
I just
volume's doing
added
right
to
now.
it.
Volume.
It's a nice pop.
I just added to my long.
Is that you?
I'm now through 9 contracts at 369.
Dakota moved the market.
All right, where are you
Volume is
averaging
slowing
at?
down.
Where are you averaging at,
369.
Dakota?
There you go.
369. 9 contracts, 369.
10 contracts, 374. Nice fill.
There we go. I'm going to add to this. If we do break, I'll add 3 more.
Where's the break?
My break right now is above the previous pivot, which is 388.
Yep. Yeah, if we break above
Dakota,
that with some
What's your
volume,
thoughts, Coach?
almost the same setup. Go ahead, Hoag.
Dakota, did you buy into that right before that little pop that happened, or was that you?
While it was popping, I joined that momentum. Not I was
Got it.
This is a sim count, so it's not me.
Right.
John, you said we don't have enough downside on this one for a 10 lot. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, how much room you got left?
We have 4,000 left. It's not a terribly amount of room.
So 22,000 so that's 2,000 for every 10 handles. And
That's 20 handles.
we're gonna get stopped out before we extend the range to the downside, and that's really where this trade kind of breaks. That's where this trade kind of becomes invalid, is if we start extending the range.
Yep.
Would you? Yeah, so here we are.
See, to me, this is good.
Yeah.
This is the good location for the long, is right here, because then we can risk maybe 20 points and stay in it if it doesn't take out the lows.
So we had Then we'll give it the room it needs.
Mhm.
That's what it needs.
Are you expanding the limit?
Yeah, I am. If that's what it needs, and we'll get back, or I can just peel it off a 5 right here, and we'll get the 5 on. But we're going bigger on this mix on it. If we move at 5, then we got the room and we got our 10. If it hits the 10, then it's been a loser since the whole conversation started. And if it rallies up above the 420s, then we're getting our 10. So the game is still in play. The game's really,
Yeah, it is.
We would have never taken it off at the 420, and we didn't take it off at the 330s or 340s.
I like the closer to the extreme of the range we can get in, the better off we're going to be, because there's going to be a bunch of stops right below the low of the session. All these bottom pickers.
Right. So this position itself, we moved our thanks, Mick. We moved our loss limit to 15. No, it does not, crude dude. Does not. It's not my account. It's our. I'm following Dakota. Yeah, I'm executing here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm talking out the trade so we can learn. I am.
Yeah, there's not much at 350
and it's the same.
here.
Yeah, it's the same play since the start.
And
right there near session lows.
You had to demand good trade location for a long here, because it's counter trend. We've already got a weak low in the S&Ps. We weren't able to close the gap in the NASDAQ. I mean, the trend is to the downside. So they're trying. We got negative delta in the S&Ps of 11,500. We've got negative delta in the NASDAQ of negative 2,400. It is congruent with direction, indicating if all time frames are acting in this market, they're acting in concert.
We do get so when we start trading down here, we get a lot of conversation about the continuation of the downside. But then when we're trading in the 90s, we start talking about the upside. And the chat's doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
we're
chat
right
didn't
there
say
at
short.
that session lows.
Yeah, there was a question on how I determine if the trend is to the downside. And to answer that, I mean, just look at the daily chart. The trend has changed from up to balanced to now down. Even on the, if you just take a look at a 30-minute chart, let me take a look here. This is the NASDAQ. Since the open, every bar except for the last 30-minute bar, the 930 bar, every bar has had a lower high and a lower low. It may be starting to base here. It may be. Yeah. But I mean, so far we've got lower high, lower low. Mm-hmm. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. The only reason it's cheap is because we've already put in the initial balance low, and if we can't take that out, then the move is to the upside. But again, I still think it's counter trend, and if I were in something, I would be looking to take money on a trade because it's counter trend. I don't know if we're gonna pick the low of the move here and it's going to rally all day. We don't know that. That's why you put on runners, right? But
I had the initial bounce low wrong before. Yeah, we're right here.
Right there. Yeah.
Yeah, some really decent selling coming into it. See if it holds.
Well, this trade is 6,000. It's 6,000 down now, 7.
There's all the stops.
And there's all the stops. 7. So trade location.
Now, if we start seeing some extension and momentum to the downside, you got to get out of that.
Well, it's a 10 play, and we're already at. From the whatever prior loss. So we moved it to 15. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we said.
Right.
Because the last time I took
right.
it off, I was taking it off because we had all these thoughts and opinions sitting here about downside, tight stops, and all that.
Right.
And I'm just listening here. And when I'm listening here and everybody's saying that, and I'm executing, that's all I'm doing here is I'm like, okay, everybody, Coach Jay,
Dakota, are you still in that long?
Dakota.
I got stopped out right there at the session lows, but I might be one of those guys that just got ticked out.
Right.
This does happen to me a lot more than I like, where it just ticks me out, and getting
happens
my
to us
stop
all,
loss
man.
would have been the
Happens to us
best
all.
entry.
Yeah.
So, the fact that it's back inside the initial balance after taking out all those stops down below, that to me is a good sign. But we've got to stay inside the initial balance low. Michael, that initial balance low is 17,341 approximately. See, now we're starting to see sellers coming in and extending the range.
There you guys go. This is it's a $10,000 loser. It's not a $10,000 winner.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and it could have been cheaper if we got better trade location on our entry. It's close to the end
we'd
of the
still
range
be
as you
in
can
it.
possibly get.
Yeah, we'd still be. Oh, we're still in it. Don't get me wrong, we're still in it, but it'll stop us out right around another flush out to the downside. That'll stop us out. Now, if it does stop us out, John, that means better trade location than the 70s
from the risk.
Would have helped us. Did it take more information? It took more information for us to get to that. And this committee trading is interesting because this is the levels that we were playing, the 70s, 365s, 370s.
When you popped into that long, I was thinking, I would rather miss that trade than risk as much as we had to. I would just be waiting for the opportunity to buy lower. Yeah.
Okay, so we're stopped on the 30s ones. We got stopped at the 31. There's your to the tick, Rob.
Now we wait until the next half hour till 10:30, and if we open in this range extension below the low of the initial balance, that's the market attempting to accept lower pricing. If we leave the tail at the bottom here, right here, so there's the NASDAQ, there's that low of the initial balance. If we close this next 30-minute bar in the next 2 minutes back inside the initial balance, this becomes a potential failed auction, and then the move could be to the upside.
Failed auction. Where's the low? Where would the auction be auctioned out? The 30s.
So if we were to open back above the low of the initial balance at 17,341, that could mark a potential failed downside auction, and then the move might be at that point to the upside. And you've got your risk is if we start taking out these single TPOs on this failed auction or this excess here, then the trade is invalid.
Okay, so we have continuation to the downside. We're talking counter trend on a retest of the 70s and the 60s off of 420. 420. Nick T said he was short from is a absolutely beautiful trade. That's the trade so far in the above the 400s. We're down in the 30s. We'd still be taking a lot of heat, even with a great entry of 50s or 60s or. We were going to be really patient. Would we have bought the 30s and 40s? I don't think so, because there's no levels down there. The levels that we had, the process that we had was the.
We had a level. We had a level the low of the range, 341, and that's market generated information there. That's a new level, right? Because it's the initial balance low.
Yeah. Hey guys, I want to clarify. This is a committee trade. This isn't a me. I don't need to take a break. My personal account. My personal account's a me. This account that you guys you don't see on the screen yet. It's a 2107 last four. That's a house account, and we want to have this. Now it's 26s. Great work, chat. You guys are right. 70% of you wanted to get short.
Yeah, the tilt was pretty dang heavy to the short side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's NASDAQ, I'm seeing 68% short.
It's still, wow.
Yeah, it is. So in what? Let's see here. So in 4.5 minutes, if we open below the initial balance, that is the market attempting to accept lower pricing, and it's a short unless we take out those single TPOs and get back inside the initial balance. Nothing is finite. Nothing works exactly the same way twice. And once you find the right answer, the market is going to change the questions. But these are just kind of general market profile rules, right?
Yes.
Yep. Nope. I agree. So, yeah, everyone's seeing my chart now, and we're starting to develop this bearish trend over here on the 100 tick. I'm going to actually watch to see if we break above this, because the market's not really gaining much momentum, as much as I would typically like to see a solid break. We're kind of just hesitating right here. And if we start to break above this trend line, it's still going to be one of those high risk reward trades, low probable, rinse and repeat type thing, where I slam my head against the wall, and it's just me knowing it's positive expectancy over the long run on trades like this. But until then, it's just sitting on my hand and watching this thing sink. But I don't have any levels to where I could say, let's look to buy this. Maybe
free fall time
closer to 300.
Yeah, let it hit 300. See how it reacts to 300. With it being that close, if you're still looking to buy it, I'm short right now. Just a one lot. If we get back into the initial balance, I'll get out. But I think that being this close to 300 is a major level. Let it go hit it, and then we go from there.
Let's do a poll out there. Who's up on the week? Green on the week. JC, nice trading. I'm green on this week. 13 large.
17. I'm doing some figuring here.
And I'm definitely short in the hole right now. Took this trade pretty late. So again, I'm thinking about where my trade location is and how much room is available in the move that I'm expecting. I'm going to try to trail this one if we get into the profit. If I had a better trade location, I would just let it go. But a lot of the move that I was expecting has kind of already been played out.
Nice past due combine down on the week, up on the week.
16.
We'll get a poll, guys. Thanks for sharing.
I'm down on the week.
I think I would be too. Yes, I am. Yep. The poll, there it is. Green on the week. No. Okay. So 23, 20.
It's been a tough week for bulls. I mean, it's been just selling off. And even, I mean, it's probably pretty hard to catch these drops, even if you are bearish.
It's such a mind blower when we go from buying every dip to getting smashed every time we buy every dip.
Yeah.
It's just a whole different mindset change to go from upside markets to downside.
And I tell you what, last night in the middle of slow markets, like it just randomly happened. Like the chat started going off saying news and explosions, and we're just sitting here in the watching the market just sell off, and it was like a feeling of numbness. Like I didn't know what to say as a coach. I'm like, what do we do? Just pull up a DOM and watch it. You know, crude oil was bouncing 3%, gold was rallying, NASDAQ just falling off a cliff, and you could see it. We went all the way down into 180s, and that happened just instantly, and it was scary. And it's just like, what do you do in that type of a situation? And
it is scary, isn't it?
What? All right, we had the break of this trend line.
Okay.
And I'm getting long here.
You're liking it from the long side, huh? What do you like it from the long side?
Six contracts at 334.
And we just closed out the single TPOs. It looks like maybe an auction fade off that low. Where's your risk?
Yeah.
I'm putting my stop loss in now. My stop loss is at 329. This is just a really cheap trade. Low risk, high reward. We broke this trend line that I was waiting for. And so here's what happened. We broke out. We had a little bit of a pullback. And then I got in as we started to move and see if we could make and find some type of buyers step in on the instruction. In the structure. And then over here on the 5-minute chart, very basic, very simple 3-bar reversal. We'll see if we can hold this. Unprobable, but the risk reward's there. As I'm stopped out.
Counter trend. See money, take money.
Okay.
Yeah, we're taking out the single TPOs from that failed auction. It traded.
What does that mean?
Back in. Here it is. I can show you. So
yeah, but what does it mean to the person?
Okay, so in the NASDAQ, the market opened the next 30-minute bar, leaving single TPOs to the initial balance low of 17,341. The market came in, checked back inside the initial balance low, and it has rejected it now. So the initial balance low right here becomes a level for a short. As far as the range is concerned, it's terrible trade location, but the market is telling us with the current market generated information that it is attempting to accept lower pricing. If it attracts more selling, sometimes selling begets more selling. This thing could continue to roll over. Now look at what I've got on this chart here. So 17,773 is the 5% off the all-time high in the June contract. 5%. 10% is 16,838. Look where that is. This was January 2nd. The open on January 2nd. The open of this daily bar, 17,224. Look where we're kind of trading right at or close to, right? The overnight low was right at that level. That's the opening price for the June contract since the beginning of the year. Right to it. So we're kind of looking for levels. Yep. We're kind of looking for levels, and you gotta look left. But they got opening price 17,224 put in the low last night. We've taken all of the gains for this year away so far in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Crude oil starting to sell off back down to 82.
I did add to that short. I added to that short when we popped and held 350.
Nice.
I added to that because I was in drawdown. I was maybe 5 ticks away from my exit, but it didn't hit it. So I added one there and I set the stop pretty much at the same. So it added maybe another $60 worth of risk. But then on the downside, I took that one off. So now this position's back in the profit again. I'm looking for this to go and test 300. There's about 160 contracts sitting down there, but the take profit on this trade is 10 points in the profit right now.
Okay.
So explain your thought process, Coach Jay. Like I said, you're my trading buddy as well, and we've been trading for a while back and forth in Discord. And I'm a bull. I've been looking to buy it, and then you're adding to your short position, and it's looking really nice for you.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to go with what the flow of the market is saying right now, and I will take a trade either way, right? From my experience in the past, if I try to trade one side, I can get married to that bias. So what I try to think about in all of my trades is not what I want, but what the market's telling me that it's going to do, and then seeing how I can fit in that. Right now, if I want to be a buyer when the market is telling me it's selling, I have to understand that I'm going counter trend. And then while it's not going to continue, while it's not just going to go straight down, the counter trend moves are going to be specific measures, right? So if I can get good trade location and then set expectations for the outcome of that move, then I find where I fit, right? But right now I'm seeing all selling, and I've bought and sold today. The sells have felt way more comfortable, in my opinion.
All right, we've got D stating in the chat that she's short crude oil on an auction fade here. So the market, pushed higher 3 times, came back inside the initial balance. She took the short at 82.40. She's sitting on 30 ticks of profit right now. Great trade, D. Great trade. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of push.
Yep. And on that note, I'm in long again.
You're long again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just another cheap trade. I'm going to take this. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm long 26s, Charles said.
I'm flat.
Charles long 26s. Who's longs? Will Dakota buy at 40?
Here we go.
And I'm out.
It's going
Time to go
I'm
long.
out. That was really quick. Quick in and out.
Time to go long.
Now we're starting to get a little bit of mo here.
Yep.
Got the downside mojo going.
Yeah. This is.
I think that's it for me. I'm just gonna go ahead and just now. This is locking it down. I think I'm done. That was the last play that I was seeing. There's no sense of. I mean, it's a combine, and even though it's a combine, I practice like I play, trying to trade it exactly like it's my live account, and yeah, just been getting slammed, and here we go right back up.
Right back to it. Wow. Just a nasty little market, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap in these 3-minute candles where on a 3-minute candle right now on the NASDAQ, the ATR for a 3-minute is 32 points, right? So in 3 minutes, the market can move 32 points with a one lot that's $730. And there's so much overlap in these candles that to get 30 points, you might have to wait 15 minutes on these. The way it's moving, it's, again, see profit, take profit. And that's why I took that short off.
So you're flat now. Nice.
So,
yep. Yeah, I'm flat.
So this, if I go back to like a bigger loss limit or wider stop, what we've been talking about is these are short stop trading decisions that you guys are making, and I typically make. In the house account, we make longer trade decisions. So that's a different switching of gears.
Just different time frames,
sure. Yes, it is.
Periods.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Which is why, and I said it earlier too, but same idea, right? For some of these longer term trades, I think it's important to try to trade around these major levels, or see how the market responds to these major levels, right? The 400s, the 350s, and things like that. And again, they're zones. They're not going to be perfect levels, but you can see what the market is telling you when we get there, right? So when we pushed up to 17,400, sure, the price went above it, but volume didn't go above it, right? So again, like we said last time, bullshit price action, right? Look at, if my screens are up right now and we just look at the chart, right around 17,400 right here, look at the volume. So this whole move up happened on lower volume, right? So if we're looking for a longer time frame play, this is a setup for us to take a short, because this bounce is happening on low volume, and that's why we get these wicks up here. These are not convinced buyers. Again, they're just taking profits. And then some people trying to catch the long trade to the other side. So when we see that, that's a great setup where, hey, we got a back above our major level. No real buyers were convinced we need to trade back above here, and then we can sell it short.
Sure.
Yep.
Nice. Nice.
We kind of just stayed here. On that note, did we have yesterday's best and all that fun, or did we miss all that?
Look at that. No. Dakota driving the ship. I love it.
Taking it over.
I
mean, I was just thinking that because I've been taking losses.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? this and MP, I know you've been going on rants, and I love to listen to it, and I think it's true. And everybody during my slow markets, I said this last night, guys, is when you're following someone who actually trades, you get to see when I'm doing really well and going up the leaderboard and everyone's excited and everything. But guess what? Now you get to see when I have a drawdown. And what I was saying last night in slow markets, I started trading these combines into XFAs, into a live account, starting the end of January. So February, I made 61,000. March, I ended up losing 30,000. And then at the end of March, I ended up making an additional, bringing my account balance up to, I think it was like $100,000. Last week I made 30. This week I'm down 20. But overall for April, I'm still up 10,000. So with bigger account sizes, and when you're trying to scale it, it's the same thing, right? You're going to have ups and you're going to have downs. It'd be nice if equity curve just kept going up. Then
it would be nice.
But that's the reality.
Let me know when you figure that out.
Real trading.
Yeah, no, Dakota, you're correct. I think that's always a lesson that we try to do is show you haven't been. And again, I like to prop you up because there's so much transparency here. You're not again an influencer out there, which is fine. But you're not also buying combines right behind this, and to the tune of a lot of, and that's the realness of staying on top and staying at the top of the leaderboard, and then being transparent about your up and down losses. Yeah, you could have put a multiple on those like anybody else does. If you're down money times 20, if you're up money times 20, it's the same thing. That one account is what he just explained. So that to me is the show of real trading, and then the fact you got on here and could talk about down and up. I think it's great. I think that's bold. I think it's brass, and I think it's a real trader.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I would love to come in here and talk about my $17,000 one winner with this week. But that's not the reality. 5 trading days this week, 4 out of 5, I was negative. I had one really good one. And I sent Mick, MP, I sent Mick a text message or a Slack or whatever. And he does roast my trades on Fridays. And I told him, roast me this week. I don't mind it. I actually love it because we all need to hear sometimes the hard truth. The harder things to hear is usually the best. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're trading very well, Dakota. I know everybody is really happy for you. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I love watching it.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we should do the top 10. Kind of quiet now.
Yeah, we're slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, we haven't. We've got into these 320s and just kind of back and forth consolidating.
If we want a little bit of a joke, I think the easiest trade of the day. I'll mention this market every time I'm on here, especially if it does this. This is a lean hogs chart. There's our opening range.
I love what you were talking
There's
about
our
earlier.
opening range. We broke out of the range. Let's see. If we put a 15 lot on at the break of the opening range to the highs, there's our $10,000.
It's always the hogs.
Right,
no, you know what the trade of the day is for me, Coach Jay? Was the first trade we mentioned when we got on here was long crude oil on that pullback.
That was a good one.
And we were like, okay, we just about took that in the house account too. We were like long at 82 or
we were close.
82.10 on the pullback. And we did hit our first profit target, which was, like 82.50. We even got as high as 82.70. So with hindsight, usually the most simplest and the first trades that you look at end up playing. And then as humans, as the market moves, we tend to react and be emotional and just try and overtrade. That was kind of me and my combine today.
Yep, I got you.
Yeah, Coach Robert comes on here. I don't know if he's coming on today, but he's on here almost every day. He told us to be patient. So I mean, we were trading, and I don't know if we were looking for trades, but the markets was setting up that it was looking at that it could be big moves, and it was it was whipsaw. So to the tune of like 40 handles up, 40 handles down ish around there for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've been kind of conditioned in the last few months on we could catch, huge runners to the long side. Yesterday, I was like, I'm going to be buying, looking for 700, and it played out really, really well, and it just rallied. And this morning, I was kind of in the same mindset, and it set up. They just failed and kept pushing against us.
You've grabbed my attention and got me eager for more.
So here we sit, just hanging on the lows here.
Yeah, just consolidating.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging on the lows. Now people are going to start picking bottoms, right?
Well, they may not
this
wrong.
is looking a lot more like a bottom than anything else this morning. I would.
Right.
All right, here we are. Yeah, we this is now consolidating. We're starting to get that level, and if we do push up, man, I'm just gonna talk myself into a long. I'm gonna just shut it.
And I've seen you do that, and maybe today's not the day to trade it, but I've seen you do it right where you might take 3 or 4 losses on the same trade idea, and then that one plays out like you said it before. But I know what's always front of mind for you is the risk management part of it, right? It might seem crazy to someone else to take the same trade 6 times and it not work out, but the entire time you're thinking about the risk management part of it. So it's, hey, I'm okay with this trade. I can afford this trade. I can afford to take the loss. And sometimes they get bigger than others, but risk management is always front of mind. So there's no, to me, if you manage risk, there's no right or wrong trade, right? And someone said it earlier. If there's no losers in the market, there's no market. And that's exactly it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are no winners either. Exactly.
Yeah, it's very, very well put, Jay. I mean, the first thing every trader should think about is, okay, where is the point of invalidation for this trade? And can I afford it? And if I can't, maybe I can size down. Maybe I wait for better trade location, but you always got to be thinking risk first. I mentioned it the other day. I said, you got to put your stop in first and then try and get your trade on.
Mm.
And Dakota, because you mentioned it, we do have all those things. I think JD's going to join us shortly with the top 10, but it's been wall-to-wall trades and drama today. So I've just been letting it develop in some ways. This is great. Great TV. It's like the Real Housewives of the CME or something going on here.
JD, are you there? Yeah. As you guys do that, I think we are going to be breaking back up into the 70s and 80s here on the NASDAQ. I'm going to not trade it. I'm going to watch it. We're getting that bottoming pattern.
Yeah, I'm in a while. Nothing's telling me, and it's Friday. So on personal account, I'm not doing anything. House account, we're done on. Live to trade another day.
Yeah. So you're long in your personal.
No, I got I'm doing nothing right now.
Nothing now. Okay, got it.
Yeah, nothing in personal. House account, we're done, and then regroup. And start a new week. You know what I love about like Saturdays and Sundays, except for Sunday nights, Sunday scaries. My anxiety, because if the markets are closed, I actually feel like a complete relief,
like a release,
yes, like a release,
ease, right?
An ease, yeah.
You find yourself eager to get back though.
Oh, 100%. Mondays are my favorite days. And everybody in here, if you're a trader, I think Mondays are your favorite days. I just think it's like also, we're backing thousands of traders and you have that. And I've been dealing with this since 2010 when we started backing traders in 2010. It's just like you have all these moving parts and then the market starts getting a little wild. And then you got geopolitical big time stuff that could really shake it. It's a look, there's a ton of risk you take when you have a prop firm that actually puts people in the markets. So that's market exposure. Market exposure has a level of, increased risk, like you have to have intestinal fortitude, as you say, John.
Yes, sir.
To go into that endeavor.
Well, how are you feeling Wednesday night with a tilt at 97%?
Wednesday night. What tilt was that night? Was that when slow markets when I dropped in there?
Yeah. Me and Andre, and we were looking at it, and it said tilt 97% long.
Huh. on ES and NQ?
No, it was on Nikkei. It was the overnight session on slow markets.
How did it pan out?
It planned out really, really well. Yeah, sometimes I couldn't imagine being in your position. Sometimes it's being a CEO of a company and the stress that comes with it is just like the market's double-edged swords. It's nice when everything's going good, and you take the heat when it's going bad.
Oh my God! We go from the live funded side, checking in with the risk managers. How's things looking? We have the prop firms, brokerage firms watch all of our margins and main account, prop accounts. We have all the sub accounts underneath there. Then you got the XFAs, and then you got to watch, what's going on there risk wise. It's just all risk. And then then you got market. How are things? How's the pulse of the community and the market or out there? There's that operational risk that we've been struggling with some support stuff in back. But
one last question before JD kind of takes it over is: do you ever wake up in the morning and have an event like last night where something dramatic happens, a black swan event, and just oh man, how is the traders doing with traders managing the risk, making sure everything's going
we
smoothly?
did a couple times. Yeah, we have a couple times in the history of that's another thing why it's very, very we haven't seen any of these big events. So I get a little nervous. Some of these other prop firms that have multipliers, I'm calling them. If you buy another account, you're just getting a multiplier. That we have these events, it's crazy. If they're not putting people in live markets, then you're on the hook for that. It's just it's different. Had it a couple times, but we have traders in the live markets, and we had limit downs in March of 2020 every day, limit down. And then we had to put a rule in there, if it's within 1% or something to 2%. And Mick can talk about this if you're listening on Shoulder Tap. You couldn't trade with that because last time we wanted our traders to be able to trade, but not get caught in a lock limit down on a long or even a short. And guys, lock limits. We'll have a definition of that, but the whole point of the story is, that's freaky. That was freaky because it's everyday lock limit. And it was the COVID, people not knowing. And of course, everybody pulls the money out of the markets, flight to quality goes into cash or whatever it went into. That was really scary. I think, John, when the memers were doing their memers and they just jump on to any stock and rip it. We were worried about silver because there's silver that they were talking about in Reddit. That would you remember that one too, John, right?
They were gonna corner silver. Yep.
So we had silver traders, and we're well, last thing we wanted is them to get caught, and now we're caught. We can't get out of the position that they're in. There's lock limit. Lock limits are scary, very, very scary. Yes. You can't do anything. It's having a trade on over the weekend. You're Yeah,
and sometimes a lot of them, but we were never really in that position, were we? I mean, I think we did a good job of educating the traders, and having them flatten if we're 5%, either 5% down. I think is where the threshold is where we want everybody to be flat, because if you're stuck long in a lockdown market, down the limit market, you can't get out. You can place an order to sell it, but there's going to be thousands of people in front of you. So it may not trade. You may not be able to get out of that trade that day. Market's going to close. It's going to open the next day with a new limit. If it opens lock down the limit again, you're losing all that dough because you can't get out. It's horrible, and I hope nobody ever experiences that.
John, I think it's even more scary too, because we have rules and that you have to follow. So then we have traders that follow those, especially the ones that are trading live, follow them and respect them more than anybody who just started, because they get conditioned that way. So that helps us. Imagine being a broker. Imagine being a broker. You got a personal brokerage account guy. You got a personal brokerage account guy who's already down money, and then slaps the long on, and then it goes lock limit down. Now they can't get out of it either. And that's what they have. That's why they have collateral as traders on the trading floor. Yeah, you have your account, and the account can go down, but then if the account goes negative and it goes deep negative, they'll take your house and home. You put your collateral on the line, John. I think you know that as well. And that's why futures can be bananas when it comes to volatility and lock limits.
Yep.
Yeah. And for everybody out there listening, this is the real crap behind true trading and, trying to become a full-time trader, trading for a living, your own personal money. And if you have your own personal money, this is the stuff that you need to worry about. And you always think it's never going to happen. Yet it happens like 1 or 2 times a year for one dramatic reason or the other. And then when you're working and becoming a trader, playing with your own money, you need to make sure you're aware of this. The great thing about TopStep is they help manage it, and it's not your own money. And it teaches you these correct ways of managing risk. So that maybe one day, if you want to go out and do your own thing and put your own money into the market, you have that level of education where you don't get caught with your pants down, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, right. Well, when the tide goes out, you see who has, what's that, Sean? The tide goes out, you see who has their shorts on or who doesn't. What's that line? Yeah.
We never thought crude oil could go to zero either. It actually went negative 40.
Negative 35, 40. Yeah.
Wow. Crazy, right?
So I was watching it when that happened. That was crazy.
I was watching it too. That was crazy. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I remember talking to trading platforms like, we never set up our platform to ever go negative prices. And I'm like, with margins and all that kind of stuff, they all got confused. It was very, very interesting time for everybody. Now they put all things in place, but I remember talking like we were scared as hell. We didn't know the platform could do this, like negative stuff with margins and how does that calculate and blah blah blah. Pretty I've been using bananas, other bananas. There's a lot of risk in this business.
Interactive brokers, their platform didn't go below zero. So nobody knew what that was.
Yeah, you're right.
Nobody knew where price was.
That's what I was trading. I was trading IB, and I had to tune into a different platform just to see what was going on.
Really? Could you have even gotten in? You could called in and gotten in, right? Or no? They're brokers that you can call in on the phone. Won't even allow you to do that.
Yeah, you could call in and place orders. Good luck getting through though, right? Everyone's talking about support this and that. In real life, when something happens on your own personal account and your own personal, like something goes on, try getting hold of your broker on a time like that. Sit on the phone forever and like, we're not taking trades. Sorry, guy.
Yeah. Right.
We just took out 160 lot at 17,300 in the NASDAQ. Might see some follow through here, but this is what we were talking about before, trading around these major levels. Again, we might get a 50-point bounce. So wherever this market decides to stop, if you're a counter trend trader, if you're looking to buy this, right, don't just, personally, I wouldn't just try to buy it. Let it turn first. And then the same way we measured these moves earlier, right, where we traded through 17,400, we got a 50-point bounce. We just traded through 17,300. Whenever this turns, there's potential for a 50-point bounce somewhere in this trade. But again, remember that you're going counter trend. So see profit, take profit.
Yeah.
Okay. Talking about see profit, take profit. Can we switch to my screen? I'm going to lock it down today. Bummer. But I want to show you guys what I'm doing here because I have meetings and I don't want to trade and I'm down 1,600. I got a lot more room that I could, if I wanted to keep trading, but it's Friday. I'm off. I love hearing what Dakota said about where he's at. And I'm going to lock it down so that I can't trade the rest of the day. It's very helpful. It's usually something I do on locking it up. So we're just going to lock it down. Okay, I'm done for the day. No ability to trade. Anxiety is gone until 5 p.m. Sunday night, Chicago time, when the markets open back up.
We got about 1 minute left.
Time on Saturday.
That's about it.
That's what I'm going to look forward for.
I'm studying.
Cody, you want to see that? You want to see that list before we cut out? Anybody in?
Yeah. Yep. Let's see it.
All right. I know you're going to love this, Dakota. Well, you probably won't love it. I'm going to start with these XFA P&Ls because it leads into the top 10 list. I'm going to do this real quick. All right, guys. Alexander did it again. Alexander copied trades across 3 XFAs for a total of $91,968 yesterday. Wow. That gives him a 2-day running total. That gives Alexander a 2-day running total of $168,450. $170,000 in 2 days. That's like 3 years salary for the average American, right? Yeah. We're going to see this again in just a minute, but hang on. We'll just do the top 5 today since we're running short. No drum roll needed, Eddie. All right. So there he is. Alexander running away with it. 170 grand yesterday.
Wow.
$230,000 account balance at the moment.
How
Big
much
week for Alexander.
Is Alexander not getting called up? Do we know?
I do not know. Maybe that's a question for Mick, obviously. We could talk to him about that in the shoulder tap. But yeah, running away with it.
Wow. And I'm at 110. So when that's updated,
today?
I'll be at 110. Yep.
Cool.
I love it, Dakota. That's awesome.
I mean, what was this? Just the other day, the whole entire top 5 was at 100,000 plus. So that's the reality.
Gives the market giveth and the market taketh.
Yes.
I used to always say that, John. Remember? You're on mute. Johnny, you're on mute.
Funny joke on that. Sorry.
That is that. I got to get over that. So again, guys, thank you very much, Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, Michael. Always a pleasure to hang out with you. All of you is a pleasure to hang out with all of you. We've got power players coming up with Peter Tuchman. We've got Danny P coming on with Eddie. After that, we've got Jack and Brooke on the top quiz. Shoulder tap with Jack and Mick. Group coaching with JD and myself. And Marie, Strategy Lab after that. And then we're finishing up today with Robert, Eddie, and DannysTrades in Power Hour. Gentlemen, thank you very, very, very much. And thanks to all of you for hanging out with us. We love you all. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the man, the Einstein of Wall Street, Peter Tuchman. Stick around.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Yes, it is. And we've got our good friend sitting in the middle like a piece of lunch meat between two slices of white bread. We've got our good friend Topstep funded trader, Daniel. Daniel, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. I'm very nervous, but it's cool. I like getting
How are
pushed out of my
we?
comfort zone.
All right. Well, we'll put you back in there. But hey, if you're wondering where our good friend Peter Tuchman is, he had another prior engagement. We will see if we can get him in maybe later. No promises, but we've got Daniel here, and Daniel is kicking ass and not worrying about taking names. Let's get this started. Daniel, where are you from, and who are you, and why are you here?
So I'm from Queens, New York. You know, I've been trading for a little bit, maybe not as long as many of you, but yeah, I'm here today because I had that enormous winner, I believe, on Monday across 3 accounts. Yeah, it was I didn't even know what was happening, to be honest with you. So we can just shut this stream off now. But
thanks for being with us, Daniel. Yes. No, great stuff. Now, what he was talking about is you're trading 3x plus funded accounts on Monday, April 15th. Daniel made a collective 104,000 across 3 accounts. Way to go, man. And let me ask you real quick. Now, you seemed a little sort of hesitant. Now, when you saw that market moving profit, what was going through your mind?
It was actually a little, like, I knew there was a lot of room to go. You know, we had that enormous run up since October. You know, and it stopped at a couple points. You know, I was trading with the trend during that most of that time. Then I started noticing a couple weeks prior that we had slowed down, right? So, and with everything at peaks and reaching new highs, you know, I was like, you know what, something might be going on here. So I've been waiting for this play specifically, or like a couple days ago, actually. The move is just starting to happen, in my opinion, but I've been waiting for this for about 3 months. So, you know, I even had like SPY puts like at 523, you know, like, yeah, I went a little heavy on these this downward movement. And I believe on April 1st, if I go back to my chart here, yeah, about April 1st, I want to say we, you know, I had my confirmation that something big was going to happen. So.
What happened? I mean, I know that John uses tea leaves and chicken bones. What sort of gave you that indication?
Yeah, so basically, you know, with everything, like I listen to Financial Juice all day, every day, from, you know, when I wake up to basically when I go to sleep, you know, and the overall, you know, feeling that I was getting from, you know, all of this news, interest rate decisions, you know, us pricing in like 11 rate cuts, I was like, I don't think so. You know, and then, you know, a couple of times the market did have me worried, you know, when I was in some short positions, you know, it did flip up on me. But, you know, ultimately I thought that, you know, we would try to trend out, our breakout of trend. And, you know, basically, you know, I just drew a line. That's really all I did. I drew a line from, you know, October's low to, you know, as we would get further and further into the consolidation, just the bottom of that. And eventually, when I saw that momentum really shuck through the first time, I was like, okay, we're going to probably take a couple days, but I think it's going to happen. You know, and then I also caught wind of, you know, a couple of my friends saying like, oh, you know, big people are, you know, kind of selling off some of their positions. You know, Warren Buffett sold off some of his. You know, who else was it? I believe Bezos was selling, you know, some of his shares at like a pretty rapid pace. And the last time he did that, the market flipped, right? So I was like, you know, if these people are kind of doing it, maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe I should take that chance. And unfortunately, you know, when you're trading futures, you know, there's a big day-to-day difference in price, right? So like a 200 or 100 point move is like $4,000 in a single contract. So, you know, you can't really leverage that. But, you know, if you're quick enough to see or identify those big momentum moves, I think that, you know, really anybody can catch these. So that's kind of just what I did.
Well, you know what? I need to add it here that, you know, you said you listen to Financial Juice as soon as you get up and go to bed. That's a lot of juice, man. You know, you're getting your vitamin C, that's for sure.
Yes.
But what I want to say is in our notes here, it says Daniel's primary focus is on trading and nothing else. You are one committed MNFer, man. This is something where you have absorbed yourself into trading. You've hooked on to a successful venue, and you're doing the work. I mean, you know, a lot of people, you know, sort of lack that. But you know, one thing. Let me ask you. I mean, are you married? Do you got a significant other, girlfriend, boyfriend, family, or a pet? I mean, is there anything else? Because I know sitting behind a monitor here when we do the show, I think Johnny can sort of back me up on this. You know, it gets a little drawing as far as your energy, your focus, and so forth, and that. But how do you handle this?
Yeah, I think, you know, I try to. So I've been through a lot of things in my short-lived life so far. I'm 30 years old, so I just turned 30. You know, and I never really, I always had that problem. Like I'd push myself in a direction, something seems interesting, but I would never really follow through to the end. You know, when trading was actually on my mind for quite a while before I actually started to put money into it. But you know, a lot of life things happened once I started, and yeah, I mean, I don't have a significant other or anything, but you know, I do have a very loving mother. And unfortunately, you know, I just
God
lost my
bless.
father not too long ago.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So yeah, and it was a pretty rough time. You know, I paid my tuition, so to say, to the market. You know, 6 months ago, I might have started Topstep, but prior to that, I was options trading and losing most of my money. You know, then I went with some other prop firms. But you guys, the way that you guys handle your Topstep accounts and whatnot, I think is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. So,
oh, thank you.
But yeah,
I'm glad you're here with us, Daniel.
Yeah, but yeah,
we are. Go ahead.
As it gets like, you know, dry, and sometimes, you know, I don't feel the energy to push through. I just kind of remember like why I'm doing this in the first place, and that's basically just to retire my mom and have my family like never have to worry about anything. So yeah,
that's great. And it says here that overall you've only got 16 months of trading experience. That includes the options trading that you were doing.
Yes. I started basically in January of 2023. Yeah, last year.
Wow, that's just amazing. You're doing exceedingly well, and we're really happy about that. Yeah. How did you decide to make the switch from trading options into futures?
Right. So yeah, I was a little bit, it was a little strange for me. You know, when I first had put like I think $2,000 into my options account, and I started just playing with it, which now if I could go back I would have never done. But yeah, through one of my other friends, his name is True. I believe you guys have had him on here before.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, with Quick Trades Discord.
Oh, yeah. The
True.
trader with the entourage, and his wife is there.
Right.
He's got that really cool cloud up top.
Yeah,
we dig that guy.
That's an amazing setup he has too. But yeah, he's a really awesome dude. I met him at a wedding, at one of my friends' weddings. And it just so happened that, you know, I was like, you know, like, what do you do? We talked about it a little bit, and you know, I joined his Discord, just checked it out. You know, I was able to, you know, learn from his boot camp to get a little solid foundation going. And then yeah, I started options trading. it was great in the beginning. You know, I put $2,000 in. By the end of the week, I'm at 10K and I'm taking out money. You know, and it would happen. Then we had like a really bad, like a really bad couple months. And I just had like, I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm spending more money than I'm, you know, making. You know, things have to change. You know, is there like a way? And then I got put onto futures by another mentor of mine, Albert. You know, he was like, hey, listen, if options isn't for you, come check out commodities, you know, check out these futures. And he showed me the ropes. And I basically did everything that he told me not to do. And then eventually I found,
you're going to do
that. Then I found prop firms. And that allowed me to gain so much experience without having to risk too much of my money. And I think that was the key in order to, you know, get to where I'm at kind of now. You know, and obviously I'm still learning. This is, to me, this is like a baby amount of time that I've spent in the markets. You know, hopefully I'm still like green by the time 3 years-ish comes around. But yeah, when I discovered Topstep, this was amazing.
So, for, you know, for your experience at this, and, you know, you've got a couple of really good mentors, it sounds like. When you were in the trading combine, how many times did you reset? How long did it take for you to get into these XFAs?
Yeah. I believe when I first started out, I used a different prop firm, and it took a very long time, maybe about 4 months before I even really hit the XFAs. You know, a lot of trading is mental, and I'm a very stubborn person, so I learn very slowly. But once I get it, you know, it starts to snowball. So when I joined Topstep, actually, it was relatively quick. I think within my first 10 resets, I believe I landed an XFA. But I was still in that mindset from my other, you know, things. So I would blow up XFAs left and right, make new, you know, reset accounts, get them up, passing, blow them up. And I think I've had this is the third time or the fourth time where I've actually accumulated quite a bit of wealth, well, this one's extraordinary, but, you know, quite a bit of wealth on some 50K XFAs. But then, you know, it'd be like 17 grand in 2 days, and then I'd lose $1,000 every single day for 17, 18 days, and it would blow up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what happened right before these three 150K XFAs.
That'll drag your confidence down, and you know.
Yeah, for sure.
But you know, from what we're learning from you, I mean, you're somebody that is resilient to. I mean, you work, you do the work. Yes. Tell us, after you made that 17 and then lost 17. What was going through your mind at that point?
Oh man, it was rough. I think the first like 3 days or so, I was like, oh, you know, it's not really that big of a deal. I made 17, I'm at 14, not really big of a deal. But no, it was actually a big deal because how I lost that, you know, 17 grand afterwards was just like a snowballing effect where I would take a trade when I know I shouldn't really take the trade. I would risk a little too much, and then it would just flip on me. And then I'd be like, we'll try again tomorrow. And tomorrow I would wake up in the slump from the other day, and then it would happen again. It's really hard to go through that. But I believe that, you know, in order for you to become successful at this, I feel like every trader does need to go through quite a bit of those to really understand.
It could. I mean, it rolls over each and every day. Let me ask you: is how did you build that confidence back?
So while I was losing the $1,000 a day, or whatnot, like whenever I take a loser, I'm actually not incorrect, or for the most part, I'm not really incorrect. What I mean by that is, you know, so I'll have days where I'll plan out some trades. You know, sometimes they, you know, go a little higher, and I imagine myself getting stopped out, but because I'm watching these charts every single day and knowing exactly where I would probably have entered and where I might have exited, the confidence is actually not that bad. It doesn't wilt as much because I'm still mentally trading, or visualizing these trades and they're working out. I think that to build confidence while you're trading, it's very difficult to do it in the beginning because every trade feels like either a win or a mistake. But, once I started changing my mind from, it could be a very good trade and you might lose money. You could have executed exactly to what your strategy was. And if you lost that trade, some people might think that's bad, but no, in my opinion, that was a great trade.
Right.
So yeah, that's how I help my confidence.
Speaking of that, we got your charts up, correct?
Yes. My crazy rainbow charts.
My goodness. What are you trading exclusively? And actually, it looks like a map of Idaho. I think right there is where my aunt lives.
Yes, no. Awesome.
Share with us your strategies, what you look for in entry. Let's pick one market and go from there. If you can pick one up just to fill the whole screen,
sure,
that would probably be best.
Right. So we'll just open up my NQ's 5-minute chart here. And so it looks a little crazy. Sometimes I tried to clean it up a little bit yesterday, but there were some significant numbers that I still needed to visually see. For the most part, my strategy is relatively simple. I don't really think there's a name for
break
it.
Break it down for us. Yeah, break it down.
So what I'll normally do is actually I'll always start the day going from higher time frames to lower, right? And I'll see where we're kind of at, right? So for example, we had this long upwards movement.
What chart is that?
This is the NQ daily chart.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we had this long upwards movement here, and I had actually drawn a trend line from just about here to all the way about here, right? And within the days coming or prior to this breakthrough, I also noticed like this could technically be like a bear flag, but the main strategy is kind of just seeing where we might go for the day and then safe levels in between those. And I'll try to come up with three moves for each side of movement, right? So if I think we're going to go, I'll make 3 moves for longs, 3 moves for shorts, and 3 moves for in between and ranging, how far we might range and whatnot. And as the day progresses, I'll actually eliminate, those potential trade ideas. So really at the end of the day, all I'm really left with is like 3 to either direction. So on a day like today, let me go back to my 5-minute chart here.
Basically just three different hypotheses.
Right, exactly. Because I leave too much up for imagination, and I caught onto this early. I said, let me limit myself to 3 trade ideas. What's the best way to do that? Make 9 and eliminate the other 6.
There you go.
So yeah. So yesterday I wasn't able to make money. I FOMO'd a little bit and I hopped in at a bad time. Ultimately, the move ended up panning out, but it was a mess. But yesterday, let's see, this was our day yesterday, 9:30 in the morning, our open. We fell, and I was like, oh, that's kind of what I wanted to see.
Here we go.
We did retrace up a little higher, but this trend line that I had drawn previously, these I like to play around with them when I'm drawing these, usually from tip of the wicks to tip of the wicks, and just see, kind of where it takes me. Ultimately, we got the bounce, and the idea was going to be here. So I would actually have probably sized not heavy, just like a single contract trade up here for the fill, and just kind of eyeballed it. And ultimately, there's a strategy that I believe it's called the dynamic range strategy, but it works on a 5-minute chart. I have an indicator up here. I don't use this all the time, but what ends up happening is we'll develop an opening range within the first hour of the market with wicks and bodies of the candles. And what I like to see is I like to see price establish the range, then it'll take some time to decide, and then it'll pop out one side. It just so happens that when this occurs, usually, and the stats are kind of up here, it's a 65.94% chance of it continuing to move in that direction for a while. Once it comes back in range, it's kind of a problem, right? So I was banking on the fact that, okay, I do have a solid area of resistance that I wanted to test out to begin with. And then I would have taken this at least to here, right? Which is that top of the morning support, if that's the right word for it. But yeah, these are like some ways that I come up with trading strategies. But you know, over time, I believe that every trader, when they start out, they start absorbing different things, you know. So we might take strategies from one guy, another strategy that we learned on a random social media site from one guy. And I've developed like this kind of toolbox of the way that people might be thinking. So if I was a VWAP trader, how would I behave here? If I was a DR dynamic range trader, how would I behave here? Areas of confluence is what I'm really looking for. But yeah, I think the magic in the way that I accumulate profits is I'm actually a big fan of Coach Dakota. So I'm sad I didn't get to see him here, but I'm a huge fan of Coach Dakota. He was able to, I think it was like a week prior to this, I tuned into TopstepTV. I saw one of the ways in which he was moving his stop losses to turn to follow runners. And that really, really pulled off for me on that Monday. But in essence, I was putting my stops really close. I'd keep getting stopped out. I'd be like, okay, that's it. But then I noticed the run would continue. And it's not easy to hold through these big bouts of consolidation, but I end up doing it every single time until it really flips on me. So a trade might go $10,000 in my direction. My stop may be at like 5. It doesn't matter where it's at, as long as it's above that consolidated area. And I'll watch the fight. And, you know, if I win that fight, great. I know that I can now move my, you know, take profit to wherever I think it's going to go. And better yet, I can solidify those profits through moving my stop loss as well. That works great in certain areas, like the same thing here, you know. I believe we were coming up to this zone. We touched this zone. This was my trade idea for the day. Well, we came back down to yesterday's open wick, right? We had this crazy downward movement, and then we kind of, you know, made our way all the way back. But if you notice, like this was the stopping point, right? Right at this wick, and you know, right, and then it just turned. And while people at open today, I noticed people were like, we don't know which way to go. For me, it was as clear as day. As soon as we got underneath here, I was like, I want to watch this fight. I want to see if we can break cleanly above on a slightly higher time frame chart, and you know, potentially this might have been an entry. And if we couldn't do it by the next, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes, you know, it's kind of good to go. As far as downside targets, the reason I have such a colorful chart is, you know, these Fibonacci's. I use the 50 Fibonacci like a lot in my trades. So let's say I'm writing this whole thing down. Where's the potential retrace up to? Probably the 50, right? So I knew that, you know, if I did take this trade down, my exit would have been right above here, right? And that would have been it. It would have been done for the day. Goodbye. Close the charts and just, you know, just listen to the news or something. But overall, yeah, it's just riding that move and really getting as much of that move in your favorite direction. But yeah, that's what it is for me, at least.
Can I ask you, while you were holding that position on Monday and it's just, you know, stacking up, what is your mindset like? Are you cool as a cucumber, or are you starting to get a little bit nervous or a little bit freaky, anything like that? Or are you just calm as a cucumber?
Right. I mentally I'm freaking out. Right. I think everybody would really. I'm freaking out. But, you know, I did come across like a little snippet video of like David Paul, you know, saying like, you know, when you're in a profitable position, you should be, you know, calm. Like you're being correct, right? Essentially, that's what that is. You know, but when you're in not a great position, you're taking on some heat, you know, you should probably let that go because you're probably wrong. So being wrong fast and being right for a long time is basically the thought that I have. So when I started seeing those profits, and it wasn't an easy day for me, actually. I did probably the most trades I've ever done in a single day. It wasn't actually that I held it. Yeah. Because once it started breaking below the certain safety levels that I had planned in those 3 strategies for the morning, then it's just, it's kind of like a free for all. So what I was doing was I was actually like, oh, this is just going to go then. And so, by that time, I'm just like, okay, well, until it starts to flip, I'm just going to short, pick a profit, pick a profit, like every 10 points, it could have been way bigger if I did just hold, but.
Yeah, I was looking at, I'm looking at your reward over risk to reward ratio, and it's, 8.1, I'm sorry, 1.81 to 1. So, if you were just short that thing the whole way down, your reward ratio would probably be much better. That's still very good.
Exactly.
But that was kind of telling me that this wasn't one move. This was a bunch of different trades. But man, you really carved it up.
Yeah, I did a total of I paid $1,000 in commission almost. I did 216 trades. This was like a keep trading kind of day until it starts to. I was very busy. Yeah. I
mean, we can get into that. I mean, if you're moving forward, it happens. It happens.
Right. Trying to see. So now, this is actually the Monday. That was insane. But yeah,
I agree. Yeah. How were your emotions? I mean, were they intact? Did you have your checklist? Were you checking your focus, your mindset? I know John was just mentioning this. Was this something that building the confidence, just getting each of those? I'd love to do that 10 tick winner, 10 tick winner, 10 tick winner, 10 tick winner, and and the thing is, when do you stop? I usually got a profit target gained, where if I hit it, I'm done for the day. But if you're seeing the markets fall like you did that day, what was the driving force there? Just winning trades?
Actually, no. So I felt like I said, I was waiting for about, I think, maybe less than 3 months for this play to start moving, and I knew that once it would start, it would be kind of crazy, at least for a little while.
Patience.
Yeah. So I would trade, kind of smart, until then. And then once I saw, for me, it was a couple of things, really. But once I saw, some big momentum drops, usually I'm going on the fact that there's momentum there. So if I can get in fast enough when I see that momentum, and there will be signs, short little, big candle movements, but right. And so when I see those, I'm kind of getting prepared to go in that same direction. And this just so happened to coincide with the big long-term strategy that I had to short it, and I was just probably catching just most of these long little bouts of, right candles, really. For me, it's just execute, right? If you're wrong, that's fine, just execute. For me, that was worth the potential reward. And as far as how collected I was during that moment, so the account, I was actually fine because during the night prior, or Sunday night, I had made about collectively I think it was an extra, I went from 6,000 to about 11,000 in account balance on all 3 overnight. So when the market opened, I had my wiggle room that I decided to leverage. Now that wiggle room became greater and greater as the day went on. But once I started seeing my 11,000 go to 22, now I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing it. And then it goes to 25, and I'm like, oh man. And then it starts to retrace, and around here I was sweating a little bit. That 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, I was like, oh no, all right, well. And then I got clarity here at 12:20, and I was like, okay, you know what? Nope, this is continuation. Let's do it. So, you know, I would, if I got it at a great entry, I would scale it. You know, scale out one, scale back in one, scale out one. Then it would be at 2 at a time. Because I was like, this is just probably going to continue. Once I saw the slowdown here, got nervous again, right? And then just rode the rest. That was that. It's crazy.
Danny, it's been great having you here. I know that the chat really appreciated everything you were talking about. You're a really nice, humble guy. Eddie's got a question for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, did you want to ask him your question, Johnny?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask are you going to take a payout now?
Oh, absolutely. So my friends and I made a bet.
Oh, yeah.
Because I lost money the other day. You know, I had a bet with my friends. I actually made the bet, but I told my buddies,
now you're betting.
Right. I told them now. If I don't take my payout by Tuesday, I'll send you $1,000. That was as simple as that. And the other end, there was no other end. They don't really. Friend. I don't win anything. So, but it was just to make me really, you know, solidify that because it's important. Yeah.
Do it. Yeah. Cool. Did you know that Hoag over here made $1,000 giving up a habit for a month?
Oh, okay.
I got to figure out some way to get $1,000. I'm the odd man out, which one of these guys just doesn't belong here. All right. Like Hoag said, Daniel, thank you very much for being with us here.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
I really hope that we can look forward to having you back again. You're doing very well, and we like to highlight our traders that do that and share the experience, share the knowledge that, you know, what got them to where they want to be. But it is time, my friend, for your fun question, okay? Now, I've got 20 questions here. Give me a number, and I'm going to ask you that question.
Let's do 17.
Not that one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
12.
17. No. All right, here you go. 17. Who's your favorite actor and actress?
Okay, that's an interesting one. So I only watch the charts. I don't watch any show. No, I'm playing. I like that Jim Halpert from The Office. I can't remember his real name off the top of my head, but I love that guy.
John Krasinski.
Yeah, John Krasinski.
There you go. Thanks, Jack.
Awesome dude. The story on how he got there is crazy too. Actress. Let me see. It's probably not the right kind of actress.
Not that industry. No, not that industry. No, we'll skip that one.
Yeah. Let's run it back here. I'm drawing a blank, but the first person I can think of is Emma Watson from my old days childhood Harry Potter movies.
There you go. Nice. All right. Well, we are out of time. Give it up for Daniel, folks. This was a great interview. And like I said, hopefully we get you back here really soon. Keep doing what you're doing, partner, because your commitment is outstanding. And take a break every once in a while, okay?
Yeah.
Get away from the financial juice.
And say hi to Mom.
Get yourself a fish or something. All right, brother. Thank you for taking your time with us. And,
absolutely.
Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Daniel, take care. We'll be right back with Top Quiz, Jack and Brooke. See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Friday Kahoot and Quiz.
Friday.
After far too long an absence, Brooke is back. Brooke, how is your Friday going?
So far, so good. And it's been a while. I think the last time that I was on TopQuiz was during the 100th episode where we completely annihilated and shut down Kahoot. So.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Enough time has passed since then. I think I've mentioned on the show at this point, but we did cause an incident report from Kahoot with that. Hasn't happened since, so thank you for bearing with us. I am fairly confident that we are the highest volume Kahoot user out there. But that's the way it goes. If this is your first time, Kahoot is the program I use for this. And if you go to the link there, you can join. Give the email associated with your Topstep account because there'll be 4 multiple choice questions. And if you get 3 or 4 right, you'll get a chance to win one of 50 free resets. And we'll announce the winners during Power Hour, and we will email you even if you are not pulling pork with the crew. We're 6-second delayed, so ask them on, or not ask them, I'll ask the questions. You answer them when they appear on your device because we're 6 seconds behind, Brooke.
So
we are living in the past.
I know the flow, man.
Yeah, you know it. Everyone knows it, but I have to read it in case someone's new. So thanks for bearing with me. And with that, are you ready to start, Brooke?
Let's jump in. Let's get to it. Fun Friday.
All right, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Top Quiz, Friday, April 19th, 2024 is coming right now. First question. What are the words on the shirt that Hoag wears on Friday? I have it blocked out here. Is it get weird, be kind, trade smart, or smoke weed?
These are amazing choices. Can we get him a shirt with all 4 of these catchphrases on, and that he can change out on Friday?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with be kind.
Yes, it is be kind. Hoag right there with that. I didn't realize when I blacked it out, it made it look like he was maybe doing something indecent. And Brooke, I'll have you know, as we look at the leaders after one, that we came up with some T-shirts we'd like to see in the store at some point. I think the overwhelming winner is Fade Patak at this point. I would wear that shirt. We got Moon, Nita Tick, Too Many Ticks, Bid My Ask, and Yeah Right are on top there.
Creativity today.
All right. Here we go with question 2, Brooke. How many barrels of oil are represented by one CME CL futures contract? Is it 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000?
Ooh. Let's give the audience time to chime in here before I share my answer.
Which is?
I'll go circle 10.
10, oh, it is 1,000
I tripped myself
barrels.
up.
Yeah.
I do this because I'm like, blue was, do you get what I'm saying? Is okay.
I get what you're saying.
Last time, the probability of that, even though I feel it could be the right answer, Jack wouldn't do it. And you did.
We'll see about that, but good job. Brooke is not an oil trader.
I'm not an oil trader.
Neither am I. Dr. Sloth
Moon,
in the building. Moon. Sorry, I got a cough. We were out last night with Mick and the crew for supper club. Now I'm coughing. All right.
I heard it was a very delicious place that you guys went to, too, by the way. Phenomenal.
It was really good. And also, that might be my last one. This might be my last top quiz once we get through with this roast, because there's one trader that you guys can probably guess that we will be roasting. And he's also our employer, Brooke. All right. Here we go. Question 3. What time can you catch slow markets with Dakota on TopstepTV Monday through Thursday? Is that 6 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Central, or 11 p.m. Central?
And I'm usually off hours by that time, so I'm gonna go 8. We'll try a third blue.
Can we see? Yes. It is a third blue, and I knew that was coming after you said the B thing.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, okay, we'll see. All right. Let's see. With 3 questions down, Uriah, Hollerback, Youngin,
Yep.
Bay Ray, Dr. Sloth, and Pasta La Vista are on top. Okay, one more to go, Brooke. We got this.
Let's go.
Here we go. How many dollars is 1 tick worth in the CME Silver's futures contract? Is it $10, $15, $20, or 25 smackaroos? 25 quid, 15 bucks. Any ideas here?
I'm going to go. You mean you feel like you're setting me up for 25, so let's go 25.
I did that accidentally. I couldn't think of enough synonyms for dollar on the fly, but great job, Brooke. 3 of 4 qualifies you for a free reset. I know you don't have access to those otherwise. So let's check out the winners. In third place, the King. I've been watching a lot of Cars. There's a character, the King. Scott Bro. And in first, Dr. Sloth, 51.
Congratulations.
Yeah, not to be confused with Dr. Sloth 49 or 50, Dr. Sloth 51. All right. Great show, everybody. Stick around because next I'm going to be doing shoulder tap with Mick, and we're doing roasts of a few traders towards the end. Then we got group coaching. Later, we got Power Hour with DannysTrades is back. It's going to be a time. So spend the rest of your Friday with us. Brooke, awesome to see you again.
Pleasure as always, man. Thank you so much.
No problem. Anytime you want to come, we're all good. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Mick. Mick, long time no see. How's it going?
Yes. Good. Had a ton of fun joining each other at dinner last night. That was a nice meal we had. Fun time.
That's right. Me and the risk manager were out ripping it up last night until the late hour of what, like 9?
Yeah, well, you left early. We stayed a little bit later. But yeah, it was a fun time.
Nice.
Jack, what a week it's been. What a week. Speaking of, let's dive into it. What do you say?
Yeah, so I think today we're going to do 2 normal shoulder taps, and then we're going to do a little roast my trade report. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a couple people that we'd like to roast. 2 of our roasts are people that everybody who watches Topstep TV are very, very familiar with. When we get to it, I would love to hear people jump on the bandwagon and leave some comments in the chat here on YouTube to let us know some of the things that they think that these traders should be roasted for. I'm thinking of one of those 2 in particular. But before we get to the roast, we've got a shout out, we've got a shoulder tap, and then I just want to share some weekly P&Ls for people that have been doing well this week. Jack, you remember earlier in the week we had that trader Salmon make $52,000. I think it was like 51,900 or something in their live account. They've had a couple losing days since then, but they're still up $42,000 on the week. You can imagine there's been some $3,000 daily loss limits hit after that $52,000 winning day. But really good week for Salmon. Love to see him take a payout. And we've got Venkata, another name that I know is brought up. They're up $8,000 on the week. And then Eddie S is up $7,400 on the week. So some pretty good weeks from our live traders. And we've got kind of a mixed board today. Let's dive into the first card.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's talk about Charles T. Charles, Jack, I think Charles might be the only person that doesn't get grilled a little bit today or put on blast. So we're starting out nice, and we'll progressively get a little bit rougher and rougher and rougher on the edges with who we're talking about. But Charles is someone that we called up from XFA to Live. I know you're on board.
Yeah,
we were talking about it last night. Jack was
working here for 23 more minutes.
Jack was extremely excited to do this roast today. So before we get to that, Charles called up from XFA to Live. They're averaging about $1,300 trading the gold and the NASDAQ per day. Really good metrics here. It's the last we're going to see good metrics. Going to see good metrics here today on the shoulder tap. So 93% winning days, 79% winning trades. The only thing here is, the average winning day is a little bit smaller than the average losing day. But, when you're right so much of the time, I guess you can afford that. So what else do we have here? I like that they're averaging 2 trades per day, super selective. Despite having some big days in here in this trade report, it's kind of a mixed bag too. There's someone who doesn't always. I look at this trade report, Jack, and per contract, they're taking $843 out of the market on each of their winning trades, and then they're only risking $612 on their losing trades. So risk reward's a little better than 1-to-1 here. But what I was going to get at is, usually with these big swingers that can put up large winning days, like their best winning day in this account for Charles was $5,900, almost $6,000. Biggest losing day, they did hit the $3,000 daily P&L or daily loss limit, but we've got winning days here also, Jack, that are like $275, $350, $300. And I always like seeing that out of a trader because I see that, and it tells me that they're taking what the market gives them as opposed to some of these other traders that just try and force it. I've worked with a number of traders that are not happy unless they're making a couple $1,000. And usually those traders, force trades, and they kind of have a lot of losing days. So this is always a breath of fresh air, seeing the mixed bag, as I'll call it. Have you had a chance to glaze over this trade report by any chance?
I haven't because I've been doing the quiz, but just from the card, I'm thinking that Charles must be with 80% winners. I take it he's probably moving his stops to break even or a little bit better on a lot of these trades. Because otherwise, that's insane with those, even though having his winners larger than his average loser while having that percent right is absurd.
I think you're probably right about the trailing stops. That might be where the smaller P&Ls that I was rattling off come into play here.
MP's in the comments.
Michael, I hope you're watching. What do we get to these roasts in a little bit here? All right, I just got distracted a little bit. Jack, okay, so the hold times here are pretty sweet too. I mean, they're finding good trade locations. They're trading small. I mean, they're doing anywhere from 1 contract to 4 contracts. I see them scaling into their trades. Charles has done a good job with that. And, for the traders that are trading small out there, I always talk about how I like seeing the singles hitters. When you're hitting singles on shorter time frame trades, not holding stuff that long, you're going to see smaller P&Ls. I'll always tell traders out there, if you can move to a little bit of a higher time frame and you can catch a piece of the trend for the day, that is where I see the most success from our funded traders. It's where I see the most success from people in the trading combine and passing that. You don't need to trade large and take big risk if you're looking to capture a larger percentage of the move. You don't have to catch the whole move. Remember, we never buy the lows or sell the highs. That might happen once a year or once every 2 years, but you can make a lot of money riding out one lots. If we look at that $5,900 winning day there, they wrote out a 3 lot for 15 hours, Jack. That takes some guts. Probably found good trade location and it went right in their favor. That was I guess that was a 3 lot, but it looked like they had a losing trade that day too. So anyways, really good stuff. This is the kind of stuff we like to see on the risk team. And, these are the people we like to call up. Mixed bag. They're not always looking for massive winning days every single day. They can have small profits, big profits, but consistent profitability. You don't have to have 80% winning trades with a risk reward that's better than 1-to-1. But when you get a combination of a good risk reward and the high percent winning trades, those average daily P&Ls look pretty nice. I think it's okay if we move on from here.
Yeah, let's do it.
They
get progressively worse, so let's see what's next, Mick.
Buckle up. We got a gravestone. Let's pull up Edward's card.
All right.
Edward K., crying shame, lost his live account after 13 short days. Production, are we there?
JD, do you have internet? Well, you know what? I think JD's internet crapped out. So what I'm going to do, Mick.
Hey, I just got back in.
What kind of
Just
Edward K.
All right.
All right. Okay. All right. I was going to say I can improv this. I know, big story with this guy. So Edward, live account trader. We've talked about him because he had a $20,000 winning day on his very first day in the live account. Since then, it's been all downhill. Jack, when you say it's all uphill from here or all downhill from here, downhill's technically easy. Uphill's hard. Do you say it's been all uphill or downhill? I think in the context of how I'm downhill. Saying it, downhill. Well, he's
either way, he's struggling.
He's struggled, lost his account. So the struggle bus has left the station there. 9-day losing streak for $23,000. This is always so hard for me to talk about, Jack, because I can't grasp how someone could allow that to happen. Obviously, he's a big swinger. I told you about that $20,000 winning day on day one. And it's just been a series of daily loss limit. I'm featuring Edward because I don't want our viewers to do what he's doing. He's someone who obviously he found some success in the XFA. He had some successful winning days in the live account, but traders, we don't want to be the Papa Shot traders. I talked about what Papa Shot was yesterday. We want to be the people that can find long-term success and, find something that works, scale it, and profit more. And Edward, being the big swinger that he was, it always turns out the same way for these people. I will say, at least he was able to take a nice payout. I think he took a $14,000 payout in this live account over the short amount of trading days. But traders, if you're seeing metric, that is good. I mean, yes, short-term success is still success, but it's not what we want from our traders. And I know it's certainly not what the traders want from themselves. You don't want to take a payout and then have to go back to a trading combine or keep cycling, through the program. Like, stick with what you got. If you're trading and your trading style or habits, whatever, your strategy, if you're putting up metrics like 23% winning days and only having 27% winning trades, like, yeah, granted, his average winning day is a lot bigger than his average losing day here, but there's so many more of those losing days. You got to stop and evaluate what you're doing. One pitfall that I see a lot of traders fall into, Jack, and I'm sure you do as well, you look at a lot of these trade reports and whatnot, is it's like they keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again, and they don't make any adjustments. I get it that it's not fun to scale down your position size and not see the big 4-figure or even 5-figure winning days. But like, at a certain point, I think you have to come to terms with reality. And it's like, you got to ask yourself, can I keep going on like this? Or
I'm going to guess Edward had a 3K loss limit, right? If you're making to make $20,000 in a day with a 3K loss limit, definitely means he was trading a lot of size. I mean, that's a lot of money to make with that kind of loss limit. And then it seems that it just kept on, tagging the loss limit again and again until just looking for that big shot.
Yeah. Big time. They are trading size. I mentioned here at the bottom of the card, they're scaling into the size. The problem with, and I like that, scale into your winners as you're being proven right. Like, start small, add, as the odds are, as you're being proven that you're correct, add, press. Like Michael says, jab, jab, jab. We got some jabs for Michael coming up here very shortly, by the way. Not the kind of jabs he likes.
Right. But when you're scaling in, don't do it. It's good to scale in like that, but not if your sole reason for doing it is giving yourself the room to get to max size and YOLO it, which I think is probably what happens too with a lot of these traders.
Well, with Edward, he's cannonballing it. And nice. That's a good segue into one of our first roasts too, because cannonballing. You don't want to cannonball. They will add to their losing positions as it's going against them, and then find themselves in, daily loss limit territory. And you can kind of see that the scaling, because on a per contract basis, they're making $386 risk reward over minus 196. So they actually have a good risk reward here. It's just they're not finding good trade locations and it's going against them. Okay. Let's enough here, I think, Jack. Let's move on to what we've been waiting for, and that's the roast. Speaking of cannonballs, I mentioned this is a good segue into our first roast card. Mr. Cannonball. Mr. Cannonball. For everybody out there, that is, what's his name again? From some Sandlot? Ham from Sandlot. So speaking of cannonballs, speaking of losing streaks, the only person that's got Edward beat on the losing streak is Coach Dakota, who I'm nicknaming Mr. Cannonball for the time being. Coach Dakota hit his account balance high in his live account this week, Jack, $140,000. And from there, he's on a ripe 3-day losing streak for $30,000. He's got those expanded risk parameters that we're willing to offer people who, earn it, and having an account balance north of 6 figures. We gave him a little bit more position size to work with. We gave him a larger daily loss limit of 9,000 to work with. And and he cannonballed it earlier this week. He's the one that stirred that.
Okay, I have a few things to say about Dakota because we are roasting trading cards, and he put himself up for this, all right? Dakota likes to talk a lot about LeBron being the GOAT, and I'm telling you here, Dakota, now, if you're watching, that I am finally ready to admit that LeBron James is the GOAT, but I'm also going to admit that you've been the LeBron James of sucking ass these past 3 days. What are you doing? You'd be Muhammad Ali if you could hit people the way you hit that loss limit. Take a payout, Dakota. I got more on Dakota, and this is only a warm-up for our next card.
Okay,
Anything
well,
else
yeah,
you want to say about Dakota?
Dakota's got to take a payout. He's definitely got to take a payout. I actually appreciate his sense of humor because that meme or GIF, whatever it is, I got that from him when I called him out on the cannonballing earlier this week, the day that he lost his first batch of 9,000. One of three.
Okay. I got more for Dakota, by the way, once you're done.
Really quickly on the cannonball, and just so everybody's on the same page here while we're having fun roasting Dakota, I mean, Mr. Cannonball. If you don't know what cannonballing is, it is adding to a losing position. And I watched him do that today. And I watched him do it earlier this week. That's how I got the gift from him. He cannonballed into a 30 contract position before auto liquidators stopped him out at 9,000 with slippage down $9,600 today. Yeah. All right. I'll turn it over to you, Jack. You got the floor.
Well, I just wanted to point out one more thing. Dakota is becoming quite the influencer with the slow markets thing he's doing. But Dakota, you keep this up, you won't even be able to rent a Ferrari for your Instagram shoot. You won't even be able to Photoshop yourself with a Ferrari because you can't afford the Adobe license. You're going to have to take a Polaroid of yourself with a copy of Car and Driver. Quit being a jabroni. We love you, Dakota. We know you can turn this around. I'm not excited for this next card, Mick. We'll see.
Let's move to the next card. But last thing, last little jab at Dakota here is after that $9,600 loss last night for today's session, guess who signed up for a trading combine, Jack?
Was it Mr. Cannonball?
Mr. Cannonball. I think he might be getting a little nervous having only like 110 grand in his account right now.
Feeling a little light.
Yeah. He's working on Mr. Cannonball's working on plan B, it feels like.
Yes, he is.
Okie dokie.
The moment we've been waiting for.
Moment we've all been waiting for.
Mick, this week, next week will be my 5-year anniversary at Topstep.
Are you prefacing with that before we get into it so you can, you're letting our viewers and the person that we're going to be roasting know that you're a dedicated, good employee here at Topstep?
I'm ready. It's going to be a shame. We have that bonus for 5 years, and it'd be a shame to not get that by 4 days. JD, are you back there? Is your internet working? You know what? I'm going to have to jump. I got to jump into the production software real quick.
Okay. It'll be worth the wait.
I'll still be here.
I promise it'll be worth the wait. So, I think for everybody watching, they probably have a good guess of who this next featured person will be. Our fears.
All right, guys.
Oh, he's back.
All right.
Here he is.
He's back. I'll jump out of Parsec. All right. Go ahead, JD.
Got it. My internet is super sketchy right now. I'm not sure what's going on.
Sounds like it.
So, look at that cheeky grin on there. That must have been
smiling now.
In the outfit. Okay, so where do we want to start here? I mean, there's lots to cover, Jack.
Well, why don't you start? Because I definitely have some things to read here. I was brought in for a job today from my previous experience, and I intend to do it. So why don't you start, Risk Manager? What do we have to say about MP?
So, I think for anybody that's been watching fast markets in these mornings, we know MP hasn't been trading too great. I've had a couple conversations with him about that. I don't like being mean to the guy because he's a great guy. So I've kind of tapered down my my interventions with him. However, I've had a couple of them recently. He was in town for dinner a couple of weeks ago, and I was kind of talking to him about how he's been trading poorly, and he mentioned that there may be an addictive personality there, and recognize that, which is a good thing. But the only thing I put up on this card is, he's good at breaking his own rules. He's always talking about daily loss limits and how important they are. I know he truly believes that, but I guess with any addiction, you make exceptions, and you might know better, but can't control yourself. I am regularly getting messages from him about expanding his daily loss limit. Yesterday being one of the days, for those of you that were watching Fast Markets and watching the trading on the house account, I don't know what unfolded midday, but we got into a meeting, and right at the start of the meeting, he asked me to take a look at my Slack messenger, and it's like, open up the $10,000 daily loss limit to 15,000. So okay, open it up to 15,000. We know what happens. Boom, 15,000. Then he goes, open it up to 20,000. Boom. And we're in a meeting here with people, and you can see it on his face. I mean, sometimes he wears his emotions on his sleeve. I thought that was funny. Last thing I'll say here before I turn it over to you to just close it out here is, okay. So we were in Vegas about a month ago, and I was sitting next to him on the bus. It was dark. He asked me a question about his trading. I was brutally honest, maybe a little too brutally honest with him. I did ask him if I took it too far the following day at dinner, but I didn't know he was recording me. So for our viewers out there, this recording is in existence, and I think at some point in time with a little editing, we might be able to share that. Yeah. That'll be a ton of fun. But during this meeting yesterday, Jack, we're talking about getting swag in our swag store for our new platform, Topstep X. And I'm thinking about what we have for our current swag and stuff like that. We've always had some catchy lines and stuff. And I thought for a t-shirt, and it will probably be a bestseller, and I sure hope we do it. I want to get a Topstep X t-shirt made that on the back it says I fade MP, and get Michael's picture fade on Patak. There or something. Yeah. Like, I fade Patak. I'll leave it to you. I'm interested to see what you have to say about Michael here.
All right. Well, my resume is updated. I'm going to take a sip of water. We'll see if this is too long. All right. Let's do it. Starting off a little highbrow, and then it'll quickly devolve. Hey, MP, house account, more like Faust account, because you must have made a deal with the devil to be that good at picking losers. And now you're making solo trades in the house account. That's the people's accounts. Why the F are you doing that? MP has the triggered... This is the one that may get me in trouble, but you know what? We're on. Seriously, MP has the trigger discipline of Alec Baldwin and the patience of Hugh Grant looking for an escort. If you lived the rest of your life like you traded this morning, Michael, you'd be a ward of the state. You would seriously be doing yourself a huge favor by having Britney Spears manage the account. Oh, I'm sorry, Britney Spears' dad manage the account. Free Britney.
What?
You were way nicer to Andre this morning than you were to the account. Once again, what are you doing? So please, for the love of God, slow down and start looking for some good trades before I have to tell my son that college is out of the question. You can do it, MP. I think. And that is all for
Yeah!
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right, let me check my Slack on that. But that was good.
I like them all. I like the Alec Baldwin trigger one. Yeah, definitely does a lot of firing from the hip.
It's like therapy. I have a whole list of these that we'll save for later. I don't know if it's more comfortable doing them on people we know, but
yeah. And I know we're up on time here too, so we'll have to save Ronnie for next Friday.
We'll get him. We'll get him.
Just remember, Michael, this is tradertainment. You put us up to this. Don't blame us. Don't take it personally.
Well, Mick, it's time for lunch, isn't it?
Let's see if we have any direct messages after the last 5 minutes of this segment.
I'm shutting it down and going to the driving range or something. All right, well, stick around. I'm not really doing that. Stick around. We got group coaching next. DannysTrades is coming later for Power Hour. Awesome. Let's do this again sometime, Mick. Maybe next Friday.
I love Fridays. Right. This would make them that much sweeter.
Cool. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. You're looking at Hoag. I'm JD, behind the curtain once again. What's up, Hoag? How's the trade going today? Still trying to catch this falling knife?
Yeah, I've been so busy. I haven't had much of a chance to do anything. So, hopefully we get some traders that caught that nice down move today.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to go over some of those chart patterns we were looking at earlier in the week, which measured moves came in today. Everything hit. I hope some traders are able to take advantage of that.
Very nice.
Worked out pretty well if you were paying attention to it, for sure. But thanks for submitting your questions. We got quite a few of them today. Hope we get to all of them. I don't think we will. We're already kind of running short on time, but we're just going to start getting at them. What do you say, Hoag?
Yeah, let's do it. Thanks for being here, everybody. And again, we're going to try and get to as many of these questions as we can. Appreciate everybody being here. This is my favorite thing to do, is to talk trading with traders. Let's go for it, JD.
For sure. First question comes from RJ. RJ says, do you think knowing all that you know hurts you as a trader? Sometimes knowing too much keeps you hesitant and causes bad entries and exit. Is there such thing as too much information when you're putting on a trade, Hoag?
I think so. I mean, sometimes I think it's important to know a lot about a lot of different chart types, indicators, all that stuff. Learn as much as you can about that. But if you're trying to use it all at once, it's going to become very confusing. So having that knowledge sometimes can hurt you as a trader. You've got to make decisions based on consistent tools. If it's just off a that can be a strategy. But if you're getting putting trend lines and fibs and RSI and stochastics and a whole bunch of things all at once that you're looking at on those charts, having knowledge of those things is going to make it a little bit more difficult with each thing you're adding to make a decision, because a lot of those things are going to be contrary. There's very few times when everything is going to be in confluence, but if it is, that's probably a pretty good opportunity. But I think it's important to know as much as you can about trading, about technical analysis, about yourself. And then you've got to choose. You have to make a choice and say, what kind of a trader am I going to be? What tools am I going to use? And then try and keep it very simple from that standpoint. I mean, we watch Dakota trade every night and slow markets, and it's very simple. I mean, doesn't use indicators, doesn't use a dome. He's just taking what the price action is telling him and taking trades based off of that. So I think it's important to know a lot. I think a lot of folks that do know a lot learn over time. You're not going to be, you can't use all of the things that you know all the time. So simplify things, be consistent with those tools, and maybe you'll see better success on that. JD, what do you think about that?
Yeah, Todd Carroll in the chat took the words kind of right out of my mouth. I was going to mention analysis paralysis, and that's exactly what it is. You think yourself out of a good idea, and it's a very real thing. So yeah, when you find yourself in that situation, just go back to the basics, keep it simple, and then move on from there. That would be the first thing I do. All right.
Awesome.
Let's move on. Gara's got a question about your TPO settings. For the TPO and volume profile, what percentage do you use to calculate the value area high and value area low from the profiles?
I just put them. I set them at 70%. Some people say it should be 68%. Some people say maybe even a bigger number like 75%. But I always put them at 70%. And it's also important to remember that if you're going to be taking trades based on those levels, they're ranges. They're not finite levels. Sometimes price can go through it. Sometimes the price will stop short of it. Just remember that, whatever percentage level that you choose to use, you use it consistently. And remember, I mean, there's no finite levels. Everything is a zone. But yeah, 70% is where I usually put mine. Great question.
Yeah, people have been curious about that for a while. Glad we got to that one. Thanks for the question. All right. Next up, Steve says, any tips on how to stop revenge trading when taking a loss? When I trade the practice count, I can stick to my rules, and if I take a loss, no emotion takes effect. but when I'm in a combine, I turn into another person. We've talked about this quite a bit in the past. Having actual skin in the game changes your mindset a little bit. Care to add a little more context to that, Hoag?
Sure. Thanks, JD. So the revenge trading is something that I think every trader deals with to some degree or another for their entire trading career, right? When you're trading on a practice account, there's no skin in the game. There's no pain. There's no joy. It's unless you treat it like it's real, you're not going to get the real benefit out of trading on a simulator. But when there is risk in the game, that pain becomes real, and it's very, very difficult to try and manage the way you act in those emotional states, right? So think, Steve, when you have, maybe it's the first losing trade, or maybe you start the day and you start the day down money. Where does your switch flip? By switch flipping, I mean, where do you go from Dr. Jekyll into Mr. Hyde? Because we all have them inside of us. There was a trader that I was working with years ago that I used to call him the Tasmanian devil. He's got the Tasmanian devil in a little cage in the back of his mind. And when he had a certain number of losses or got to a certain level of losses as far as money is concerned, that Tasmanian devil always broke out of that little cage in the back of his head and absolutely destroyed everything that he touched. So recognizing that you are having emotional feelings, anger feelings, revenge feelings, fear, greed, all of those things, you can't really some people say you can control emotions. I'm not one of those people. I'm from a different mindset that way. When I feel emotions, when I start to get upset, when I start to feel anger, fear, greed, hubris, whatever it is, I know that I'm at risk. My little Tasmanian devil in my head is trying to bust out of that cage. And if he busts out of the cage, I know what's going to happen. But I also have recognized by being accountable where that level is. And where is yours, Steve? Is it, down $500? Is it down $1,000? Is it 3 consecutive losing trades where you start to lose you kind of get your switch flipped, I call it, or your cheese slips off your cracker, whatever you want to call it. Your Tasmanian devil in your head breaks out of that cage. You have to stop. It's not easy to do. I'm not suggesting at all that is easy to do, but you have to stop. You have to step away. You got to let go of all the venom that's now in your veins because you're upset, you're angry, you're vengeful, all of those things. You got to stop. You got to find a way to let go of all of that so you can go from all the way over here on tilt back to center. When I think as long as we're, feeling good and we're feeling healthy and we're not hungover or sick or anything, every time you sit down in the morning, you start from center, right? And, take a couple of losses and now you're starting to get emotional. You're getting further and further from center. You got to kind of keep track of where off center do things just tank and stop there. Don't tank. Don't just say, well, the heck with it. I'm just going to see what happens. That's not going to help you as a trader. So recognize where you snap. Where does your switch flip, and stop there. Put the mouse in a drawer or something, or take the batteries out of the mouse. Go do something. Do some push-ups. Do some sit-ups. Walk the dog. Have a glass of milk. Have a ham sandwich. Do something just to let go of that, so you can sit back down centered, and then look for the next opportunity. Steve, you're not alone, man. You're not alone. We're looking forward to your success. JD?
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't think it's possible for anybody to control their emotions. That's just a part of who you are. What you do have control over is your reactions to those emotions, the actions that you take in response to those emotions. That's what you have control over. How you feel is how you feel. That's not going to change, but how you react to it is what's in your control. All right, let's move on to
there's information in those emotions too. I'm sorry, JD. I just wanted to just add one thing. I mean, there's information in those emotions. Like, you're starting to get emotional. use that information to not trade, something like that, right?
Yeah, for sure. Team ham sandwich here too. I see it in the chat.
Right.
All right.
There you go.
Next question from Brian. What backup plan do you use for your home internet? Wired goes down for several hours. Well, it just so happens I'm dealing with that in the last hour. My internet's been pretty spotty. I dropped 3 or 4 times in the last segment during the shoulder tap with Mick. And my phone becomes my lifeline, you know. I turn it into a mobile hotspot. I plug it into my laptop, and that becomes, my form of communication.
There you go. There you go.
And I am I'm hardwired in at home. I'm less than 5 feet away from my modem and router. And yeah, everything just dropped on me a little while ago. So that's what I do personally. Any insight, Hoag?
What else are you going to do? You either trade on your phone or call in something, right? It's terrible when that happens, but with most trading platforms, the orders are server held. Hopefully, you've got a stop loss in there, and hopefully the outage won't go out for several hours. That rarely happens, but in this world, anything can happen. But that's what I would do. I would just either trade on, get on my phone and manage the position there. I don't like trading on a phone. Just be honest. I just don't think it's a wise idea. But if I can manage a position on it, that's fine. But yeah, there's nothing else you can do. Either get on your phone or get on your phone. One or the other. Great question, though, Brian. Thanks.
Yeah, excellent. Appreciate it. Long Game in the chat says you need to have 2 internet providers. You could set up your home router to automatically fail over between the 2. That is a Long Game solution. Thanks, Long Game.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It is.
Next up from Osvaldo. How can I get the dome like you guys at Topstep? I only have 1 bid and ask size while you guys have a ton of these showing more depth of market. That would be the level 2 data that you're seeing. Hoag, how do you feel about level 2 data? Is it worth it?
I like it because, I can see when there's the kind of liquidity pools. You can see where, some of the bigger orders are. Is it necessary to have it? No, it's just a convenience that I like having. And I know a lot of other traders that do, but you can get it if you go on your trader dashboard and pay for it. It's $39 a month, and that goes straight to the exchange. That's not a charge we're charging you. That is a straight pass through to the exchange, so you can get your level 2 data. And again, you can get that right on your dashboard. Good question.
Yep, there it is. All right, Radic next. Radic says, I need some advice on how to force myself to follow the rules that I set for myself. Making a game plan, but not sticking to it. What do you think Radic says about this?
Again, everybody is guilty of this from time to time, Radic. So you're just a human being. Sometimes we see things that are outside of our set of rules, and we think that we're gonna beat the rules by doing something that's outside of them. And keeping yourself true to your rules that you've set for yourself. It's discipline, willpower, and to me, those are muscles, right? If you stay accountable to the outcomes as you do follow your rules, and to account for the outcomes when you don't follow your rules, and the outcomes are much better when you do follow your rules. Remember that the next time you're going to do something outside of your rules, you're going to prove to yourself that following your rules is better for your performance. And when you notice that and you start sticking to those rules and avoiding the things that are outside of your rules, you're going to build those muscles of discipline and patience and willpower to not take these trades or do these things that are outside of your rules. It is a muscle like everything else. And the more you exercise that muscle, the stronger it's going to get and the easier I think it should be for you to just follow your rules. That was, when I did I did a personality assessment with a trading trading psychologist, and a couple 100, 300 questions, something like that. And when the results came, it said I was a wanderer. So I don't really like following rules. This has been something that, I've been dealing with for a long time as a trader, and it's not easy. It's not easy, but, as a discretionary trader, if we're using a rule-based strategy, that should make things a little bit easier. But we are always seeing things. Sometimes there's a little shiny object on the chart that we go, that's not really part of my plan or part of the rules, but I'm going to try that anyway. Usually you're going to find that's a bad idea. And the worst thing that can happen is trading outside your rules and getting a winner from it, because that's just going to undermine the work you've been doing to build the discipline and the willpower to follow your rules.
Anne Marie coming in the chat, speaking some truth, spitting some reality out there. At the end of the day, you just got to get tired of losing. That statement holds water. Eventually, you're going to come to that crossroads where you're either going to quit or you're going to get your shit together. It happens to everybody in this business, no doubt about it. Just got to get tired of losing. That's it. All right, let's move on to Christopher. Christopher says, would you look at a lower than a 30-minute chart to determine trend direction for day trading? If so, how many bars to draw a line? Well, there is certain criteria involved in drawing a correct trend line. But as far as determining trend or direction for day trading, you don't really go below a 30-minute chart too often, do you? Not even for execution, right?
The execution and management, I will. The shorter time frame charts have had a tendency to make me to give me heart palpitations, but I'm learning. One of the things that I do when I'm looking at one of those is look at it from much further away. In other words, a lot more data on the chart, right? Kind of like this. This is a 5-minute chart, and this is how I would look at that 5-minute chart, or even a shorter time frame chart or a tick chart. Is I'm just looking at the swing highs, swing lows, and as far as finding direction for a day, what you're looking for is you're talking really about trend lines, right? How many bars do we need to have to touch the trend line for it to be a legitimate trend line? And I'm usually thinking at least 3. So we had those 3 there. This was that 420. Well, this is the S&Ps, but this was a pullback. Pulled back to that line that solidifies the trend line, because we have 1, 2, 3, almost 4, almost 5 points of contact at this point. This is, to me, obviously a trend to the downside, and it held again here. And once it broke out above it, now it looks like it's actually holding support. What once was resistance becomes support. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points of contact on that trend line. And when it breaks, then that might indicate the cessation of that current trend. Now, remember, this can be any time frame. This is a 5-minute chart. Your longer term charts, where you're looking at market state change in a longer time frame, we're going to go on the daily here. So we have trend lines all the way up from basically from last October. We've got another trend line here that's got a lot more points of contact on it. And it's when these trend lines break where a potential market state change is occurring, and that's what happened here in the S&Ps and in the Nasdaq. I mean, as we continued to push against that level, buyers kept coming in. Once that broke, the market state changed into balance, and then it last week it started to break to the downside on Friday. With the closing of the week below the weekly kickoff level from last week, which was 51.80. Looks like we're going to be closing below the weekly kickoff low this week as well. So I think that answers the question. Am I right, JD? Is that a good answer?
Yep. Yep, I think you nailed it. Thanks for the question, Christopher. Yeah, looks good to me.
Thank you.
Next up, James. James B is looking to start some shit. He wants to know deep dish or thin crust pizza. What's your preference? Personally,
You had me at pizza.
I don't go out of my way for deep dish. I'm a thin crust kind of guy, thin and crispy, cut in squares. That's the Chicago way. You make a pretty decent pie at home, don't you?
Yeah, I do. When I moved out of the city into the suburbs, I was having trouble finding good pizza. So I decided to start making my own, and I've been honing the recipe for many, many years. It is delicious, but I still order out sometimes. We just had a Lou Malnati's night before last, a nice Chicago classic, butter crust, sausage, deep dish, delicious. But I can't really put a preference up there. Like I said, you had me at pizza.
Yeah.
It's the perfect food. It's got all the major food groups involved, right?
Legendaries here in the chat asking thin or stuffed. Stuffed is just flat out trash. Legendary. Sorry to bust your chops there, but you could take that and go eat it in the garage. You're not sitting at my table eating a stuffed pizza. Just throw a bag of mozzarella in the microwave and eat it with a spoon. It's gross.
All right, JD.
90-bit even wants to know if you ever wore platform shoes in the pit, Hoag. You still have those?
Yeah,
I know you did.
I got a picture of them. Actually, I just threw them away like 6 months ago. And just after that, Michael was like, anything you used on the trading floor, maybe we can, put together some sort of a little museum in the office or something. And I'm like, I just threw them away. But I do have a picture of them. Let me see if I can find this real quick. JD, go on to the next question while I look for this.
For sure. It's a long one. I didn't really get a chance to summarize it, but Blake says, hi, Hoag. My name is Blake. I just got my first XFA on Monday. Congratulations to you, Blake. Having a hard time being grateful for a $900 winning day. Explanation below. My question is about moving stops. All right, so here's the setup. Blake bought the NQ at 17,305 last night. Felt really good about it after seeing the shooting star doji on the hour chart and had an ambitious target of 17,550. Before going to birthday party, I checked and I was up $1,600. I moved my stop in a huge rush to what I thought was a decent place, which was at 17,348. Woke up to getting stopped out by 1 point. Bottom ticked. And the market went all the way to my original target this morning, which would have been a 5K profit. So the question is, what is if you're eyeing some nice even number like 17,350 as a stop loss? How many points below such level is typically a good cushion against the wicks that push through it? Or would I have been better off moving to break even to give the trade more room to do its thing?
Well, Blake, welcome to trading. I mean, this happens to everybody. And trailing stops is something that is as much an art form as it is a science, if you ask me. I've never been very good at it. As far as, how many points beyond one of these little swing levels are, it's something that you have to kind of assess on the fly. If it was a very volatile move, you're probably going to need more space below those levels of invalidation, if you will, because price is going to move a little bit further. It's a very difficult question to answer accurately because there's a lot of context that you would need to make that decision, right? Everybody gets taken out by a tick. It happens a lot. So what I'm really kind of focused on here, Blake, is the fact that you're having a hard time being grateful for a $900 win. If you watch the opening call, one of the things I tell everybody is stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Humble, grateful. The first two. Be humble. We're never going to get the whole bite, the whole move. If we do, it's luck. And, be grateful. You had the opportunity today, on Monday, I should say, and you made $900. I mean, $900 is a lot of money maybe not to some, big traders and stuff, but to the average Joe, that's a week's work. That's sometimes 2 weeks work. Some people work really hard for that. So just kind of put in the back of your head that we're all great. We're all grateful for what we can get out of these markets. And we're grateful that these markets exist to give us these opportunities. It's unfortunate that your stop got ticked out, but it happens a lot. You just, say, okay, well, now I've learned something from that, but I still had a $900 winner and I still get to come back and play tomorrow. Maybe I can make another 900 or 1,600 or $5,000. I know it hurts. You feel like you've left a whole bunch of money on the table. You had a legitimate profit target that actually got hit, and you weren't able to participate because you put your stop too close. That's one of my biggest issues when I'm trailing stops. Is I always have a tendency to just keep it too tight, and the closer it gets to my profit target, the closer the stop is going to get. So, but it sucks that happened, Blake. We're glad that you're showing that you're succeeding, and be grateful for anything that the market gives you. Anything you can take from these markets, you've earned, and be grateful for the opportunity to participate. Okay, here's that picture of the shoes. Want to see? There they are. So there was 2 inches extra on there. I called them my Gene Simmons workout shoes. I think we lost JD.
Nope, I'm here. I'm here. You got me?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember seeing quite a lot of those. I never wore them. I'm 6'4", so I never had to wear the platforms.
Yes. And when they first started making these, they were like 6 inches of a sole on a shoe. People were breaking their ankles in these things. So they made it 2 inches tops, 2 inches max. And there was a guy in the parking garage in the parking garage in the mercantile exchange who was, he was a shoe fixer, whatever. And he'd charge you $100 to just put those on. You bring in the shoes. He had everything else. He'd charge you $100 and he'd put them on there for you.
Nice. Very nice. Oh, look at the time. I just realized it's 1 o'clock. We are going over time. All right. Yeah. Thanks for showing up for group coaching, everybody. We got Strategy Lab coming up next with Hoag and Anne-Marie. You got another hour of Hoag coming up. Dad Wisdom, and then we're signing off.
So Michael mentioned this morning, so I thought I'd use this one. If the market's going your direction, if the market's going with you, you're never going to have enough contracts on. But if the market's going against you, you're always going to have too many contracts on. True if you're trading 1 or 100. Thanks, Pop. Love you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate everybody being here, and hopefully there's something you were able to take from today's session. JD, thank you very much.
Pleasure being here. Stick around. We got more Tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
right. Thanks for sticking around with us, everybody. It is time for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. We've got Anne-Marie here. We've got Eddie here. We're going to have a really cool session. We've got a couple of really good topics that we're going to talk about. First off, I want to see how Anne-Marie is doing. How you feeling today, Anne-Marie? Everything good?
Yeah, everything's good. I'm excited to be on Strategy Lab with Eddie. It's the first time.
Yes.
I am honored and privileged.
A rose between two thorns.
A thorn between two roses. To be true.
A thorn and a horn.
There you go. Awesome. So Anne-Marie has a really good idea, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. And we're going to be asking other traders, funded traders everywhere to join us in this little project that we have. Anne-Marie, would you like to kind of go over what you're thinking about doing and having us do, and where we're going to get all this information that we're going to be collecting?
Would love to. So I do have to give the credit away. There was someone from our Topstep Discord community who I love. That is a great community. If you've not been in there, it's fantastic. A lot of people sharing ideas and all sorts of things. And this person popped in and they said, you know what would be really fun as a game show? It would be if you had a bunch of strategy cards for all the major influencers and folks that were guests, and then we put it in a deck, and then every once in a while we'd have a game show where you'd pull a card and, hey, that's the strategy you have to trade. And so I thought, well, that sounds fun. It sounds very challenging, potentially, but it sounds totally fun. And so I said, well, in order to do that, I guess we need to build these cards. And so it's going to make a library. And then if we ever have maybe one day we just work it out in the combine so that we can see our mistakes as we go, and it won't be that big of a deal. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun. And so we have 3 major ones that I'd like to build with you. And then, Eddie, I've watched you carve up gold in the past really nicely, and I want to talk a little bit about those. And then, the big thing is it comes down to Mick doing the roast and really saying, hey, listen, follow your rules. If you don't follow your rules, you're going to run into trouble. Personally, I thought the roast of Michael was I have been to some roasts where literally you want to burst out crying. And so that was not so bad. It was really not so bad at all. But in any case, what we can do is look at them and go, hey, this is what we want in a perfect world. But we know we don't live in a perfect world. And so we start shaving on the sides and thinking we can adapt in real time. And we really are analog creatures. We're not digital creatures. We're analog, and we don't have that capacity. And so it just teaches us to sit in the box that we need to sit in order to make money consistently. And this is, a problem that I've had through my trading career. I talked to John about it a lot. I've had really fantastic peaks and monster valleys because I've done the same thing. I've cannonballed, and it's been good and good and good. And you think, hey, you know what? I'm a seer. I got my crystal ball. I know exactly what's happening, and I'll double down and double down and double down. I have lived in the land of Dakota that he's having for just a couple of days, and he's going to bounce right back and be completely awesome.
Yes, he is.
I know how that feels. I know how that feels. And I didn't have a lockout limit. So, yeah. So that's really what I want us to do. And I want us to be able to go, hey, do we want to try and trade these cards? And maybe we have some really good traders that come up and go, you know what? I read the strategy card and I latched onto, John's opening range trade, or I latched onto XYZ, and it gives more of a chance to get more people up here and us celebrating their successes. So
sweet.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about this.
Yes.
I love how you said that we're analog, and we are. I think that's probably why I still like to spin records.
Nothing like
Very
vinyl.
much so.
Yeah, there's nothing
I
like
love
vinyl.
vinyl.
Yeah.
Love
The
vinyl.
sound out of vinyl is great. Man, do we sound like a bunch of old fogies. Okay, so moving on. John, can we start with really one of the most active trades in the system, and that would be the opening range trade? And maybe we can look on it on just a standard Topstep chart without the volume profile events, just looking at that range and the opening triggers. So we're going to go simple, 1, 2, 3, and then dig deeper into those broad parameters that say, all right, if, then, else.
Right.
Would that
Okay.
be all right? Okay.
Yes, of course. Of course. So we're going to be looking at a 1 minute chart here, folks. 1 minute chart gives me heart palpitations. So here is that 1 o'clock, that opening bar right here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to attach lines to it so that we can see where is it? Here's that. There it is. There it is. Okay. Oh no, that's not what I want. Hang on. Sorry. Hang on just 1 second. All right. So horizontal
Yeah,
rate.
put
There
a
it is.
star on that one and it'll always sit at the top of your screen. Oh, here I am giving Topstep X clues. What? Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So, there's lots of different variations to the opening range trade first. All right. So I'm going to go back to this 30 minutes because we know where the opening range is. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. The premise is, the rationale for this trade is, once the traders position out of the gate, they're going to move in the direction of the breakout.
Right.
That's the rationale for taking the trade. So that's what
Right.
we know. We're looking for follow through at the break of a range.
Right. And that first minute is that opening range, right? Now there's, we have Coach Jay who looks at a 3 minute opening range. I know people that look at a 5 minute opening range or a 15 minute opening range. You can kind of go back and look at what you'd be most comfortable with. I like the 1 minute opening range because coming from the pit, if there's something that a broker or somebody needs to get something done right on the open, it's point and click now. You don't have to scream and holler and get somebody's attention and trade with them and split it all up. You can pretty much get what you need to get done, right at the beginning of the day within the first minute. So that's why I look at the first minute. Also, if you add more time to your opening range, you're also going to be adding risk. One of the things that I like about the opening range. Yes.
So
one of the things I like about
the
opening range. Yes.
The wider the range, the wider the risk.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So, looking at the opening range today in the S&Ps, there are some things that I will qualify the trade before it even opens. Okay. So looking at these two lines here, which represent the opening range, we opened in range and in value, right? So we opened inside the previous day's range and in value. Typically, that's going to be a no-go for me. The market has become a little bit more directional. We did leave the opening range high at the high of the day, I think yesterday in the NASDAQ. So that'll be a good one to look at as well. But generally speaking, if we're right near like settlement or right near the point of control or inside value from the previous day, generally speaking, it's probably not a good idea. You'll probably get a better trade location sometime after the opening range, which in the case of today was true. That's the opening range. It traded above it and below it. The best trade of the day so far has been the high of the 830 bar. Okay, the high of the initial balance, the high of the 830 bar. Right. So one thing about the opening range trade is it's very streaky, and a lot of people look at it. And so it'll if a lot of people are taking this opening range trade, it's less likely to succeed. If you haven't seen an opening range trade play out in a while, more traders have now abandoned it because, well, that doesn't work anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. Then you'll see, 7 out of 10 trading days where it will remain the extreme, either the bottom of the range or the top of the range. So there are some contingencies to taking it.
Okay, so let's just try to clean this in really nice, clean ways. Let's just say, one, it's a range trade based on a breakout or a breakdown. Two, it has varying degrees of probabilistic success, right?
Yes.
And that's going to be some of the sticky stuff that we see about the volume. Can I come back to this? Let's say I spend, that's a 30-minute chart. Let's say I spend an hour resolving around this time frame, and then I lose the opening trade. Do you have any, I lose the opening low of the range.
Okay.
Do you have any stats that go, you know what? I know it's 10:30, but I am taking the failed retest of the opening range low. Do you have any stats on that in terms of, hey, it might be 10:30, but that trade is finally working out. I think I can take the range break lower if it gives me a failed retest.
Well, here's the profile from yesterday. All right. So this is the opening range. This is the range for the first minute.
Yes.
It didn't succeed, right? It didn't succeed. And when it took out the high of the initial balance and the high of the opening range, we did get a pretty decent push to the upside, right?
Okay.
So if we were, let's say this was like an opening range trade. Here, you know what? Maybe this would be better on the NASDAQ, because I think the NASDAQ opening range was the high of the session yesterday, or initially the high of the session. So this is that first minute. That's the range for the first minute. That establishes your risk. Once the first minute is done, we put a stop to get short one tick below the opening range, and we put a stop to get long one tick above the opening range. In this case, the opening range broke to the downside, filled our sell stop, and we were, in essence, able to catch the entire initial balance for potential profit. So, we're risking from one side of the opening range to a little outside the opening range on the upside with the stop. So we're looking at, this much. Let's get a little more. 659, 682. So let's call it 680 just for giggles. 59 to 80. We're looking at 41 points there of risk. But the potential profit on this was well over 3 to 1, possibly. And that's if we bought it right at the low, because the market did come all the way back up, take out that high of the opening range, and began to offer another opportunity for a potential upside move. It didn't finish. This upside failed up here, came back into range, and then fell back to the lower end of the range and chopped everybody to ribbons for the last half of the day yesterday. But so when you do see an opening range work and it takes out the high of it, it kind of indicates that the sellers that were initially there earlier aren't there, but they did come back in this case. So am I answering your question correctly?
Yes. But what I want to do is parse through it so it becomes just a simple sentence. And so at the break of that range, let's go to a very expanded, let's leave it on the S&P here, the ES.
Okay.
But let's go to an expanded 1-minute chart right there at the 9:30 open. And let's take a look at how, because we do not have the future before us, we're just watching it chop around. We can see that it breaks above and then comes right back down to the base, and then would have stopped us out, and it breaks out again and then comes right back out. So there's the premise. Would you agree that the premise of this opening range trade is that it works best if a day becomes a trending day?
That for sure.
In the direction, it's like when you say this is the dead ass low, or if you say this is the dead ass high, whatever it is, right? Yeah. That's you saying, hey, that's the top. We opened up. We cannot do any better than that. And so we're just going to watch for this price action to continue. So again, we have a rationale, follow through in the break of a range. The wider the risk, the wider the range, the wider the risk. And then it's in anticipation of a trending day. So if it's in anticipation of a trending day, then our stops become liquid, right? Our targets, excuse me. I gotta get comfy in my chair. Yes, our targets become liquid.
Right. But now, one thing to remember is a true trending day, one that opens like at the bottom and closes at the top, happens less than 8% of the time.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. So what that implies is we need to get pretty good at deciding what the exit strategy is. Relative. Go ahead.
Context is, of course, important, right? I mean, the market has been trending lower lately. So if we're in a short, off an opening range trade high, that would, I would say that might be more likely to end in a trending day. Let's say there was a great trade a while back, and when we were on our way up, the market was rallying, open interest was piling in, volume was good, and we gapped higher, left the opening range at the low of the session, and then rallied all day long and closed right at the high. So like a continuation gap and go is probably your highest probability of a trend day like that.
Okay. All right. So that might be a good place for us to incorporate some of Andre's notes on gaps not being likely to fill on a particular day / cycle / so that's good. The gap and go. All right, I need to add something to that. Okay, so this is a key takeaway from us listening. I did not realize that follow through was 8% or less. So that really means we better try to have a focal point on what our targets are. So let's assume we did not discuss this directly, but this is the case. When we take the trade, our stop is defined by the width of the range. And that's why where John says, the wider the motion, the wider that risk event. So if we watch John take these trades on fast market, we'll often see that he says, wow, that's 8 points wide. I don't really like that very much. So I'm going to maybe wait for better trade location XYZ. So the key event is the following. One, you decide by the width of the range whether you want to take the trade or not.
Well,
just
you can
from
also
a risk perspective.
Yeah, you can also size down if it's bigger. If you're trading multiples, you can. If you trade fours, you can put a 2 on and keep the risk the same.
Yeah, that's perfectly true. Let's assume we're just taking one contract, though, and we look at it and we go, "Oh, I can't I can't take that trade because the risk is too wide. Then the next thing to do would be define if it's a continuation trade after a couple of failed retests and a move back to the upside. So we'll add the space of here's where you want to consider this if the risk is within your risk profile. Now, many of us cite too fast, get wrong trade execution space because we're rushing into the trade and we are afraid that we've missed it. What I see you do is do a buy stop or a sell stop in order to execute at one tick over. So would you share with people how that execution process looks on TopstepX for someone saying, hey, I want to enter one tick over the high?
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
an execution event I don't know that people get all the way. Or at least I didn't in the very beginning.
All right, so I'm going to assume that this is the 1 minute bar first thing in the day, right?
Great.
So it's opened up now. The high of this bar is 1875. So 1875, I'm going to put a buy stop right there. Okay. Now the opening range is just kind of finishing. We've got a little bit of a pullback here. So the low is 13.5. So I'm going to put a sell stop there at 13.5 to get me short when the opening range is done. The first minute has passed. We've got our entry for long above. We've got our entry for short below. Let's see what happens. We're going to, okay. And whichever side gets filled first, I'm usually going to move my stop 2 points, 1 or 2 points away from the other extreme of the, okay. So now we're in now. Okay. I'm going to move my stop. Well, let's call it 6 ticks higher. 1875. There we are. I'm going to cancel this one. Cancel this. All right. So now, what's our risk here? $275. So if the opening range breaks, sometimes the price will come up and take out those stops that everybody knows is there right above the opening range. That's why I move the stop away from there a little bit. And if the market continues to break, I mean, we can manage that trade with a trailing stop. We can look at a shorter time frame chart and watch for swing highs, and we can follow the stop with those swing highs. If we have an idea if this was like a breakout type of morning or opening range, we may not want to put a profit target in there. We can manage the trade any number of different ways based on the context of the marketplace.
Very nice. So what this shows us, you did it from the dome. I like to do it directly from the chart, which I love. So you would just right click your chart and then it'll open up and you'll see buy stop and you'll see sell stop wherever or stop sell. So you can do it directly from the chart if you don't want to use the dome. So that is essentially how John executes one tick over that particular range event. And if we can look at this sort of sideways formation that we have right now, would you be open to me putting on the card, look to the left for your first support pressure event and consider that as a partial stop if you're trying to move quickly? Tell me how you feel about me adding that to the card space.
Yeah, I mean, if this were the overnight trade, we took the opening range trade where we did, the first area I'm going to be looking for failure of continuation is on these swing lows.
Great. So that's really, look to the left for.
How you doing, Eddie?
I'm doing all right. I'm just sort of taking notes and,
right.
Just trying to learn your process, John. And each and every day I learn a little bit more, but I'm still a little foggy on actually stepping over that line and saying, okay, I'm going to give it a try. But I'm glad
this
that
is
I'm
a
here.
nice trade right here.
Yeah, that is.
Oh yeah,
it's
yes,
well
it is.
past that edge. Would you
Yeah, and it ripped
consider
past there, too.
moving? Yeah, would you consider moving your entry bar down into? You would just pull that. You
mean
would
the stop?
pull your order. Yes, you pull your order that you hold currently. You would just drag it down into the next.
Right.
Because I think the support edge is pretty nearby here. Maybe 5,000 and. You know what? We better do something about 2:45, 3 o'clock, or we could have ourselves a pretty nasty power hour in terms of, I mean, things could look really, really nasty. Oh, there it is. It's coming right back up to do a failed retest right at that original swing low.
Yep.
So see, for me, I am quick to take profit in these tight cycles because I see them disappear so much. But in terms of moving with trend, and we talked about this just the other day, mix advice in terms of getting in there and saying, listen, use those bigger time frames to see where your actual target zones are so you can run with trend. We just might be at the bottom of a trend, or we might be getting a brand new downtrend that's starting off of these levels because everything is so very important. So everything looks fantastic right here, and it could really pull further. But if you're running in duplicates, I would say the first swing low that you come into, pull one of them off. It's just a great way to bank some gains and give yourself some confidence that you're running the cycle properly and that you can move from, one region of support to the next, as it were. So are you okay with me adding that to the card?
Sure. Everything is contextual, right?
Of course. I'm forcing you into a cage where really those of us that are older in the game, we get a feel for price. And that feel sort of slips over into it was sort of like somebody asking just a little bit ago, hey, do you find that sometimes the more you know, the harder it is to put on a position?
Right.
And I can tell you 100%, that's the reason I missed the 2020 run up to the mountaintop, right? I might have a private island by the time, if I had just said, just forget about it and follow price in 2020. It was just insane. Totally missed all of it because of that. All right. So now let's talk about trade management. Here you are. The trade had several hundred in it. Now you're sitting in this space where you can see it making higher lows. At what point does John go, you know what? I'm taking my cash here and I'm going to set up another trade. At what point do you where do you take profits?
Probably too early. If I have multiples on, I'll probably take first one off at a swing level or 2-to-1 reward over risk. Take another one off at 3-to-1 reward over risk. If I had 3 on, I'd let the last one run. But 2-to-1 risk and 3-to-1 risk has to be available and probable technically, not just because that's where I want to get out. It has to make sense.
Well,
that's hard.
That's very sticky too, because you only know, definitely what you're going to risk, but you only know what you think the market's going to give you. And so that's always a sticky bit for me. Anyways, okay.
There's lots of different parameters that are going to be wrapped around that as well. I mean, if if I get a long off an opening range trade and price is moving higher and we're seeing delta building negative, that's a trade I'm going to stay in. That's a trade I'm going to stay in.
Gotcha.
Because that's telling me I might have the power of the big players behind me.
Okay. Well, I think you might feel a little bit of consternation with me having this trading card so simple.
Yes.
But I think it's a place for us to be clean and go, ideally, in the perfect world, this is what's going to happen. What happened when we first took it? We had a little heat. It moved up, but it did not break those areas. And then it rotated right back down. The key element to me is that on this chart, the prevailing trend was still down. And so that gives us that space of, I'm trading with prevailing trend. And so this is something that I'm going to put in terms of ideal spaces for this to run through. But I think this card is actually ready. And so I'm going to put it together today, and I'm going to put it in the lab. Now, what you might go is, there's a little gray area.
There's always
everybody
that,
here. Yes, everybody realize. Listen, in a perfect world, if you've got prevailing trend and you've got it over these, you've got things set over your ranges. John showed us how to do the stop sell and the stop buy so that we enter into the trade in those spaces. That is how it would look perfectly. This is a perfect trade. We took a little bit of heat, but it continues to hold in the direction of relative trend for the moment. For me, every time I see stagnation, I will go, you know what? I'm going to cover some of that. So I'm going to say execution relative to trend. The trend keeps breaking. If you keep making lower highs and lower lows, you stay in the trade. If you start moving sideways or you break the resistance that was the last swing low support, you need to trim the trade. Right. And then that way they'll learn to mechanize around it relative to market variation. All right.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to put Eddie on the hot seat.
All right.
Okay. So Eddie, gold is your, I need to give you your own fresh card.
It's actually, it was a product that none of us were trading. I dabbled in it years ago. It wasn't my number one. Number two was probably sitting at my number three. But the more I got familiarized with it, the more I liked it.
Why?
Because it moves and it gives me big moves. I really like. Now, the NASDAQ is just too fast for me. I've got 15-minute candles up here in gold, and I'm very comfortable with that. I do believe I used to use the 30-minute, but seeing the 15 minutes, it gives me a little bit of picture. If you want to, James, you can share my screen. I got a little just direction on what we're doing here. But gold has treated me pretty decent. And S&P is my secondary, but it seems like I can read gold pretty good. Pretty good to a point where I can pull out small profits. Now, what John's doing is very technical. I compare my trading to skeet shooting. If I miss it, it's gone. Okay. Take a step back, see if I can catch another opportunity. Now, right here, this is my Godzilla for today. As you can see, he's spinning out a bus right there. But what I look for are these boxes. Okay. I try to look for these boxes, and when I do see like a breakout, I'm not going to jump on it right away because you do see some of these do go over the top a little bit out of the box, and basically it's a little head fake. But Once they start traveling, I put the arrow here. Once this one starts going, it's giving me a signal that I go over here and take a look at the dome. All right. Who's winning the tug of war? And you can sort of play it. Usually if it ticks like down 2 and then it'll tick up 4, then it'll down tick 1 and it'll tick up 3. And now you know that at least some buyers in that area are a little stronger than the sellers. Now, one thing too, you got to remember in the dome, if you're looking at the bids and the bids are much smaller than the offers, don't take that as a for sure sign that the market's going to move in run direction now, that, especially with gold. I've noticed that the bids are very small, and I've got some size on these offers. And for a trader to see that, they would be like, oh, these sellers are going to come down and take these bids out. But that's not true to the fact. I've seen that many a times where I've thought, okay, this is a good time to get in. And then the light buyers are just eating up the offers. So you got to let it sort of play out. What I like to do is I like to see the charts tell me a story, right? What happened? Who's the one that's leading the game, the buyers or the sellers? Now, obviously today we trended up here. So, but I mean, earlier today it was really tough, and I did not put a position on because obviously I was doing other things. But here I might have got faked out. All right, because we took a rally here. I might have put a buy in there. But right away it came back again and we got back in this little range here. And then we broke to the downside. Now, this is probably where I would have got really hurt, thinking that the market was trying to correct itself from last night. Obviously, it didn't. And we saw the buyers come back in again. And look, we went all the way to 24.1710. And I would have probably been very lost there, looking for the sells, looking for the market to come back. And it didn't. It's right here again. Little half an hour fake. And now we got the buyers here. But at this time of day, this is when gold sort of rolls over and looks for a tummy rub.
Yeah. So I am going to be very transparent and tell you that I don't have a feel for what is happening in your approach. And so let me ask a question about the first rectangle that you drew to the far left in the past. If we're looking at that, you will wait for a candle to close out of a region and then take the next. You said I probably would have gotten long here, right there at that first candle that breaks out and closes above the box. Yes.
Right. There's an opportunity here. So what I'm looking at is tops here. I'm looking for tops.
So do you buy the breakout or do you wait for the candle to close?
You know what? It really depends on direction, on momentum. Momentum is what I really look for, whether it be a buy or a sell. It's momentum, which way the market's leaning.
How do you determine that?
Well, I'm just watching the trend. I'm watching my dome, and I'm keeping an eye on, like I mentioned, the dome here. As we tick up a few, we come back down, and it's basically momentum as far as direction wise. I'm always waiting for something like this when I'm seeing a bigger opening, when either the buyers or sellers have more control. That's going to give me a little edge, knowing, maybe I can get in, maybe I could pull out $100, maybe I could pull out $200. But remember, my strategy is scalping. Okay, so I'm looking for small profits. Anything that I can pull out of the market. My daily goals are $300, $400, $500 at the most. And so I'm, like I said, I'm just looking for something very quick, something I could pull out $100, and I'm very happy with it.
Okay. John, I think you know the way my brain works a fair bit, because you've been in the middle of a lot of my lamentations. So you know that I have a lot of trouble understanding the dome, how it shows momentum, Could Eddie explained that to me with his words. Can you use your words and add some color to that?
Sure. All right. So, looking at the dome, staring at it, it gives me a headache. But in Eddie's time frame, he's been at this a long time. He's got an intuition or something around looking at that dome.
I can feel that.
Yeah,
I can feel that that's what we're working with here. So anyway, go ahead. Yes.
So, when it comes to an execution level on that 15-minute chart, I'm pretty sure, that's when Eddie's looking at the dome. He's seeing if there's liquidity above the market or below the market. And I think that's, part of his intuition with regard to that. So, when we're talking about a strategy that uses a lot of intuition, it's going to be hard to kind of quantify, right? I mean, we're analog, we're not digital, so it's going to be hard to kind of qualify that.
Okay, so I'm going to, because I am a never say die and I won't ever quit. Very nice trade there, John, by the way. Super duper.
Took it off in 3 hours.
So nice that example worked out really great, and it just had a lot of things moving in its favor. So, so Eddie, what I'm going to do is pick your brain just a little bit more in other spaces, so that I can, and I will get you offline, and I'll do that in Discord and say, okay, help me understand the picture that you're seeing, because I am a very visual trader. I will look at things and go, oh, I see where price is moving. And you're doing the same thing, but you somehow have internalized the way the DOM moves to clue you into, okay, that was a top tick, or that's a bottom tick, or this is a place that stop's going to get run. And what I'm going to have to figure out is the right questions to ask. And sitting in the space that I'm sitting right now, I know I'm not asking the right questions because I'm not understanding the answers. And it's me, because I'm delving into your process. So it's up to me to try to dig through that and go, help me get some clarity in here. Wow, I think we are going to really sell off this afternoon.
Well, I mean, the way that I've seen myself more successful, I mean, if you can consider maybe the dome like water, how it sort of flows back and forth. And when you get a bigger wave, you're going to move a little bit farther, and it's going to come back again. And that's how I watch it right now. Like right now, the sellers are sort of not really in control, but they have stopped the buyers. And that's what I'm seeing right now. I guess it's something that you really need to develop and to watch. Now, let me tell you, I mean, this week has been horrendous for me. I did very bad this week, but it's because I got a little greedy in a thin market, and that's what hurt me. But otherwise, I mean, if you can pull out $100 on a move, I'm a 1-to-1. If I make 100, I'll lose 100. If I make 2, I'll lose 2. Usually if I am going to put something on right away, it's usually 420 by 420. And then I can sort of close it up a bit to sort of shore up my risk and shore up my profit, which I'm fine with.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You said today or this week, or I can't even remember, you said you got beat up a little bit because you got greedy in a thin market. So that's a parameter that we can turn into a line that says this is not an advantageous trading environment. So let's try to put that in words that I might understand. A thin market would mean there's not a lot of buyers and sellers on either side. Is that what
the
that
volume's
means?
low? Yes. Yeah. Volume low, movement slow.
And in gold, would those lows and highs in terms of volume, do those fall into single digits instead of double digits? So would it be like tens and fives and threes and twos and ones and fours and in the
dome?
depth of market? Yeah, in the depth of market there. Yeah.
Well, like I said before,
it depends.
It's size. Size doesn't matter with this dome as far as you're trading gold. Like I said, I've noticed a lot of times when the market rallies, the buys are much smaller, single digits, taking out double digits on the offers, lifting those offers. And it's not true to life to say that, oh, you know what? Hey, we've got more offers than we got bids. But that works sometimes. It's just a matter of sort of watching the flow of the dome, keeping an eye on your market trends, which way, what's the charts telling me, what kind of story is going on here. And if it's like a trend upward, I'm sort of leaning on looking to buy, okay? If we're trending on a downside, now I'm looking for more of an opportunity to sell something, to sell something for a small profit.
Okay, so Eddie, remember when we used to? Well, I mean, this is from somebody was telling me this even before I started trading on screen. I think what Eddie's talking about is we used to call it lift and sag. So you look at the dome, and if it's just continuing to push up ever so slightly, there's information in that, right? So if you're getting lift, you're getting a little bit higher and a little bit higher and a little bit higher every time. As a scalper, it's kind of like stock operator type thing, right? You're looking at price action that you want to go with, but in a very short time frame. If the market's kind of putting lower lows in the dome, that we used to call that sag. So you got lift, you got sag. If you're seeing sag, you want to try and sell one of those little bounces. If you've got lift, you want to try and buy one of those little pullbacks, because you're seeing potential for more aggressive buyers coming in. This is a very short time frame thing.
Yes, I understand. So I'm really looking at that gray bar that's moving up and down. And if it's starting to crest and slip up, then I go, oh, okay. I can see that it's getting bids from underneath and it's holding that framework, right?
Right.
So if I were to analyze, I know that there's a space where it says always keep whatever's happening in the dome in the middle. I would not want to do that if I was, I want it to move the cycle so I can see it dipping down like it is right now. I can see, it's moving. Oh my gosh, this is like the first time.
This is a gold dome. So,
that's good.
What he's talking about is watching it like waves, right? You see the waves getting bigger in one direction. You try and find your way into that direction. And this is something that you might look at. The only time I really try and read the dome is when there's a breakout type situation. If I'm using a time stop to get into something, I'm watching the dome, because let's say we were to extend the range higher late in the day. If I take that long on that breakout, I want price to go my way relatively quickly, and I want the dome to look robust, and I want to see lots of orders being placed and canceled, and I want to see price action generally on lift, because I'm long. I want to see my price action generally on lift and not really go back to my entry at all. So that's one thing that's one place that I will try and intuitively say, okay, I'm seeing a lot of eyeballs on this market. Chances are this breakout is going to succeed, but I don't let those get in my pockets very much. I might have to take a breakout trade 3-4 times before it actually happens. But that's one of the things that I think Eddie is using for his opportunities in gold, is just, kind of watching to see the robustness of the dome, if there's liquidity on either side, and if you're seeing lift or sag.
Okay, great. So
now, right now I put a one lot on. And like I said before, I'm seeing less bids and double digit offers, but the market is the market is moving north right now. We're on the bull here right now. And I'm looking for a small profit. I got nothing really much here, looking at $110 profit. If that's the case, then fine. If the opportunity persists, who's to say I can't put another trade on? All right. But I am not one for long term. I worked on patience a lot, worked on discipline, but I sort of live by whatever the market gives you, take. And I would hate to see a profitable move in a market get stopped out. I mean, that's my worst fear in trading, is seeing that money on the table and then it's gone, and now you're paying that. You've lost money there. So, we'll see what happens here. Like I said, double-digit offers, and the bids are just continuing. It looks like a decent trade. We'll see what happens here.
All right. Super. I'll reach out to you on Discord, maybe get a snapshot of what things look like when you initiate a trade. Maybe take a snapshot of the dome, just so I could get a feel for it, because I feel like I'm in dark water. I just have to say. So it's just going to take
you're not a scalper. I mean,
no, I like
technical.
to scalp. Yeah, no, I do like to scalp. I just have always used different motions to create my scalping event than the ones that I'm seeing you use. So I want to dig into that, because I think that's an important skill that I can see that I could build.
Anne Marie too, I have to also mention that, John and myself have floor experience, and we never had charts like this. We we never had a dome. What we would do is we would listen, and we would, at least for me, I would, try to pick out, how many people are bidding quarters right now. 26 is traded. All right, so that's telling me the offers are like 27s are trading. It would be something. I mean, it's really hard to explain. A lot of traders, when I was doing one-on-one coaching, was, teach me your strategy. And I call it the Frankenstein strategy. It's a little of this, a little of that, floor trading, the experience there, just knowing how the market flows. So, I mean, that's a tough one to call, Anne-Marie, but I understand, there is a method.
I need
to
speakers.
Scalping.
Give me my speakers. From downstairs, the tan ones.
What do we got here?
DannysTrades. If you wouldn't mind muting, we're almost done.
All right.
Well, folks, we've got just a little look at what some of these strategy cards are going to look like. We're all going to work very hard on getting these set up for everybody and able so that you can take a look and pick and choose the strategies that work for you. We may have a little bit of fun with it as well. You pick a card, you trade that strategy. We'll see how that works. And Anne-Marie, as always, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Same to you both.
We all love you, and say hello to the family and everything. And Eddie, always a pleasure to be with you. You're on, Eddie, for Power Hour. That's going to be fun.
Gonna be watching
we got Robert, Eddie, and DannysTrades. DannysTrades is there for
see what Danny has to
All
say
right.
about
Have a
this
great weekend,
price
Anne-Marie. We'll see you.
You guys.
Stick with us,
Thank
folks. We'll
you.
be back in a minute. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Eddie.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You all made it. We're all good. We're all here. This is the last hour of the last day of the week. And we have DannysTrades with us, and we have Eddie Horn here. I'm just going to be hosting this little segment. We're going to see if we can get some market movement around. We had plenty of market movement last night, all through the day. It's been a wild day. So, Danny, how are you doing on your trades there? I think you've got a couple of XFAs going now, don't you? So why don't you get us caught up with that?
Yeah, so I got right now in three XFAs, and backup right now in the back I got 6 all past accounts as well. So a lot of room to make mistakes, but we don't want to. But one express account's up 5,584. The other one's up 5,200, and then the other one is down right now $800. In total, we're up around $10,000 on first day number 1. So on express accounts, so doing pretty good. Try to run it up tomorrow. Hopefully, scaling plan now lets me trade a little heavier. Today I can only trade 3 contracts. Tomorrow, hoping I can trade 15. Start with 5.
Hopefully you won't be trading tomorrow. It's Saturday, but we know what you mean. The next trading day. Next trading day is Sunday night into Monday. But congratulations on getting all three of those
every
going.
day is a trading day. You know what I mean? My mind's
exactly.
always on.
All right, we got a new low here in NASDAQ.
Just going to say, call it out there. I think I saw a drop, buddy. Yep.
Yeah.
More lows, more lows, more lows. How low can it go? Eddie, did you take some trades over here today? I think I heard you popping a few off there throughout the day.
No, you know what? I didn't, but was trying to catch that gold here. Missed it. I think actually my exit traded, but I was the larger number in the deli line and didn't get served right away, and came back. I just sort of stopped it out. But right now I'm gonna hang with Danny here and try to trade some of this NASDAQ. I want to see what's going on here. And since it is power hour, I think we need to trade size, right? We need to trade big.
We will be trading. Well, big. He's got the scaling plan going on, so it's a slight restriction on there. But I threw a practice account that I toyed around with today. I'll throw 5, 10, 15 on. I took a couple trades today, up $1,000 and 150K practice. Just threw it on there. Figured if we do something, we see it, we'll power it in. But excuse me, let's see what the market's handing us today. See how low can we go. It's quite the sell.
I've been watching this here, and I think I'm going to just test the waters here and put a one lot sale on here. And,
me too. I'm thinking the same thing with you.
Okay.
I like the shorts as well.
Where are we here?
So go ahead and call it, Danny. If you're going to take a trade there, just make sure you call it the price levels, because sometimes we're on a different chart. What you're going to be doing, if it's NASDAQ, the price level, how many contracts you go in short, that would be great. We'd appreciate it.
Okay. I just went in NQ short, price 17,147. Stop loss is at 17,162. I have to put my stop right now, though. Hold on. Markets, 3 contracts in each account as well.
Okay.
17,163.25. So I want to try the shorts out a little bit. And then it looks like we're already coming up. But I do want to see the shorts play out that whole area on top over there. So we'll see right now. It looks like we're coming up.
What time frame you got there, Danny?
1 minute, but I'm watching my trading view. I'm trading with my trading view chart right now. So I'm not trading. Yeah, I'm trading with my trading view chart. And then Topstep is just for the other. So here we go. I do want to see these shorts continue. We might have a little retracement to the top. So we'll see what we get right now. All right.
I'm going to get stopped out here. Buyers here. And I got stopped out. So it looked like the sellers are going to come in, but I still got more to play with here. I think these buyers are going to be strong here. See what happens. What are you seeing, Danny?
I don't know. I don't trust the buyers just yet. I think we still
fall short.
I think we go for more lows.
Okay.
I don't think this is the bottom. I think we just have to have a little bit trades. Like over here, we see, for example, I think it's a 10-minute, 30-minute, right? We have little times where we have to come up a little bit, or even here, right? There's a smaller pullback. We got to get those pullbacks before we continue to head a little lower, so there's got to be patient. That's it.
All right. So I chipped away at that loss, down 156 right now. Robert, you trade today? Once again, that mute button.
You pulled a Hoag.
I'm doing my best Hoag impression. Can you believe that? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Very interesting, because I was talking a moment ago too. My bad, but I don't want to talk and type and get all the noise. So anyway, I'll go over something that I went through last night on the micro challenge call mine that I am doing. And if you hear something in the market, cut me off because we want to make sure we're taking live trades. I'm just giving a little recap of what I saw last night. As I mentioned before, trading this micro challenge has been incredibly hard because you really can't do anything during the day when you're working behind the scenes on production. So last night I took a trade right at the beginning of the market. So it's right around 17,518-ish, right around there. You can actually see it on the bottom of my screen. This is where I ended up getting into these trades. Okay. Sorry, it was on the other account. And just took a short. So went in with no more than 2 contracts. I added one to it, pulled them both off, and then with $113. It's just easier to do that, let those things ride on the micro challenge. So what I did today when I had a little break is I switched over to a 150K practice account and just started stacking up some trades. I put in 5, took off 5, put on 5, put 5 more in, took off 10, and we're at up $1,000 in that one as well. So that is the practice account. It's 150K practice, but I wanted to do something during the day to show that I can actually trade. It's so many times I'll go on here and be like, oh, the market's not moving at all for an hour and a half, and hang up, and next segment comes on and it takes off like crazy. It's like, well, dang it, I couldn't trade it. So anyway, I wanted to do that to show this on there. We can actually take trades, and I have my personal account from last night too. So Danny, what else you see, and how's that trade working out for you?
Oh no, I already got stuff that a while ago, but yeah, right now I'm not taking anything. Right now I'm going to stay flat. I'm looking for short. I'm still waiting for this pump to kind of be done before I enter another trade. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I scalped. I'm back in the positive here. I'm up 179. So I was down 350 at one point, and now I'm walking on eggshells. I'm gonna wait till this market sort of picks it up. Looks like buyers are. I don't know. Here we got the buyers here. So Dan is looking short, and we're moving north. Patience. I think I'm going to put a buy on here. Let's see what happens. What the hell? Power hour have some fun.
Absolutely. What are you targeting, Eddie?
I'm looking for small profits. Small profits here, man.
Good.
I'm looking for anything, really. There we go, up 365.
Beautiful. You doing single contracts, 2 contracts, 5 contracts?
I got a handful.
All right.
Trading a handful here.
That's what we need to do. Way to get this thing moving. This is looking really good. Buyers are coming in. What's Pelosi? Danny, do you still look at Pelosi on speed dial over there or what? When I give her a ring and get these markets pushing up, push down?
I'm waiting for it right now to pull through. I'm trying to find the short entry. That's why, I'm not really interested. I'm not interested in long term wise. No, not really. I think this.
Let's pull him back here for you, Danny. Danny, you said you were trading with your friend. What were you trading? What you were trading just the NASDAQ on those accounts?
Yeah, NASDAQ, NQ. Just trading NASDAQ. NQ. Yeah. Just trading the NASDAQ, honestly, focusing on trading the not NASDAQ, and then that's it, really. We don't trade anything else. I don't trade anything else. I just trade NQ all the time. I love the volatility,
Well, I figured I'd join the party here. I usually trade gold, but keep it uniform. Oh, here you go, man.
Right there. Yeah, like
Eddie, looking for anything else over there? Yeah, Danny, did you get that short? Coming off the 70,200? Did you jump in there?
No, I didn't jump anything. I haven't jumped in anything yet. I'm just waiting right now.
I'll jump in. Let's see what happens. What the hell?
Yeah, what are you entering in at, Eddie? We want to update the panel at the top there. I'm usually the guy behind the scenes doing that. So let's call it trades rapid fire and see if they can all keep up.
All right, I'm up 651. I took a quick trade here. Up 651 on this short. And here's the thing, Rob and Danny. I mean, I have exceeded my personal gain limit. I'm usually I do $400 or $500 a day.
Yeah.
That's I've exceeded it. But this is power hour. We'll have some fun with it. Rocket to Rocket's asking when you were looking for that quick scalp, what were you willing to lose on that? You know, honestly, with that 5 lot, I've got it set 420, 420. So if I make 420, the thing is, I want to make sure that my exit and my or my stop gives me some room to breathe. I don't want to put it right together where all of a sudden a little slight move. Because remember, I'm looking for small profits, and if the profit bracket, the risk and the profit are too close together, it makes me nervous because it could hit. I mean, either way, it could hit. So if I'm doing 420, it's giving me room to see which way the market's really moving. Then I sort of tighten it up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the checkbox is checked off down the bottom to place the trades on there. It doesn't.
I just went short,
right
guys.
under the 420. You did okay. What are you calling out there, Danny? What's your levels, buddy?
69 entry. Same thing. I'm gonna have 55 tick, 60 tick stop loss on this one here. So stop loss at 17,184.
Nice.
Obviously, my entry was, you can see over here. Let me see if I can fix this. But hold on. I don't want this here. It's risking about $750 here. So.
All right.
Cool. All right.
So see, we can now come for that low. This is the entry I wanted. Oh, we need that drop.
Yeah, Hoagie, there. Hoops asking for Delta.
We need that drop here. Hard drop. Maybe target like 92 ticks. Here we go.
Think Hogue would be able to jump in with that delta.
There he is. Negative 82, 8,200. ES. That's for the ES. Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There's a couple of traders in the chat asking like where Dobie, Andre. Andre was just working in the morning here. He had the afternoon, and Dobie's just not feeling quite well. And we wish him all the best. So Eddie and I had some availability, so we just jumped in here and spent some time with DannysTrades. So yeah, it's all good. It's all well in the world of TopstepTV.
I put a buy in here, and it sort of got my exit a little too quick. But I'm not going to bitch about it. There's like a $50 winner, which it's going to open it up a little bit more.
Andy, on that screen, you NASDAQ on a 15-minute chart at this time, huh? That's
No, well, I'm not just trade of it. But usually on Trading View, So,
okay.
Yeah, I'm not even trading on trade of it. I just put my trade on trade of it. I don't even use the trade of it to trade. I use Trading View.
I was doing a 1 lot. That's why.
Yeah.
Now, are you taking this? You're not going to do any longs in this, are you, Danny? You're going to jump in and just wait for it to come up and take all the shorts, right? All right.
Yeah.
You know what? Right, since it is Friday, Rob, do we got somebody putting up a poll? I'm gonna.
Yeah. What do you need?
I'm going to put
aside and I'll take care of it.
I'm up to $708. I'm going to put that in our in our chat's hands. And let's put a poll up there. I'm going to put a 5 lot on. Should I go long or short? All right. Wait for the poll. Don't put your answers in. And I think I'm going to do a rips. Yeah, let's do rips here. And it worked for him. So if we can get that poll up here quick,
typing it up right now.
We'll do that. It depends, Eddie. What's for dinner tonight? It's Friday night, bro. I can't share that with you. The wife is right there. She's watching.
Okay, poll is on the way.
All right. So what should I do?
Short. Right now,
here.
Eddie,
give it to me. Long or short? I'm not going to vote.
Get those votes in. Get those votes in. It's going to be a quick one.
Am I going to be eating newspaper soup or sirloin?
Ribeye.
325 votes. What's it look like, Robbie?
We are up to 300. We're up to 400 votes, 450 votes. We are looking at 57% long, 44% short on that 5 lot. Looks like the longs are winning. It's not really tottering back and forth. 56, 57% are saying
we'll do 500 votes, and I'll go with that. Come on, 9 more votes.
All right, 470, 9 more. Here we go.
Ooh,
Here we go.
there it is.
508.
Okay,
Yeah,
what do we got, Rob?
Long. 55%
Long?
says go long. Punch it in 5 lot.
long.
NQ, Eddie.
There we go. Okay, I'm long here. We'll see what happens.
Just going to take it off in profit, right? All right.
What do we got here? I'll go 700 by 700. Oh, and I got stopped out, but that's okay. That's all right. We're going to open that up a little bit. We're going to open that long up a little bit. Move that stop down. And move the stop up. See what happens here.
There you go.
Now I tighten it up. See, that's what I mean when it's too tight. I'd rather put the order on and then see where we go from there.
I do the same thing on my NQ running 5 lots. I have 1,000 profit, 1,000 stop, and it's just so it puts something on the screen. It's far enough away. You know, if it was $200, by the time you take your finger off the mouse, you get stopped out of target. It's not good. So I put them far enough away and then just drag them where they want. So that's a good plan. Looks like the long is working.
We'll see. See, now this would be nice. I'm up $1,000. I should take the money, shouldn't I?
Hey, get it closed. I would say close it out. $1,000, $1,000.
Well, now we're down to 250, and now we're going the other way. But that's, I mean, we're going to have some fun here today. I still got faith.
Jump in.
See, now we're down 1,000. Boy, does that go quick. Like
what are we looking at over there, Danny? He's laughing. Danny's laughing over there. What do you like? He's waiting for these shorts, and we're all taking longs, right?
Coming back. Let's see here. I don't know. I think if I can catch a G here, I'm going to catch it. Come on, baby, give me my G.
We got some fluctuations from 180 to 200 in there, so might want to have to get to the bottom of that.
Come on, there it is. Okay, I'm at $1,300. All right. Gosh.
All right.
The extreme conviction of the 55%. I love it, Eddie. That's bold.
You know what? I'm just doing what my buddy Rips did that one day, and that was very impressive. For those that said short, I still love you, but that's okay. I mean, it could have went anyway.
And right now, the tilt is 64% short on the NQ, so it's pretty interesting. So
one team.
Yeah, we put a poll out there, said you want to go long or short. The majority, not much, but 55% said go long. And I'm looking at the tilt, and they're 64% short. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but it is pretty
Honey, we're having
Danny,
steak.
how you doing?
Put the newspaper soup away. No, this is Danny's like going, boy, what a rookie. What a rookie.
What's a newspaper soup? Just newspaper? So
newspaper and water, yeah, when you're really poor. You got nothing to make. The joke on the trading floor we used to have, I'm going to be going home having some newspaper soup today. All right. Oh, and by the way, yes, we're going to have a virtual 420 party in my house, virtually. So BYOB, bring your own bong. I got the Kush. And we will have an open buffet and no alcohol. No alcohol. Just a lot of juice and cold water.
Danny, you're up.
Your dad's was lard sandwiches.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at, Danny? Let's get you back in the game here. What are we saying? He's muted. He's pulling a Hoag.
Everybody's been doing it. It's like viral.
Just watching, getting ready for them. This is a very nice.
Jump in there when you're ready to go. Almost with 35 minutes left in this power hour, the final power 35 minutes.
That's my footprint.
Caesar. No, I'm a Bears fan, and I don't think there's any team with that name anymore, unless I'm missing the interpretation.
150 ticks.
Wiener water soup.
He's getting it all set up.
Darren.
Sorry, I just get laser focused, guys.
Yep. No, that's okay.
It's Friday, bro.
You're Friday. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Let's get the chat riled up here. What are we doing on the weekend?
Well, I'm on the Express account. My birthday's tomorrow, so you already know.
Really?
ES Delta negative 7,500.
Yes, good, because I'm in NQ short right now, guys.
What's your levels at, Danny? Please.
And this is my last. Hold on, let me.
Take your time. Just want to get everybody updated. That's all.
I want to break low. That's what I want to do. Hold on.
Rocket says now short Eddie. Flush is coming, Charlie says.
Okay, got it. Entry 17177. And then stop is put at 17197.50. 17177 entry, 17177, 3 contracts, 17197.50 stop loss, 17197. I'm going to keep trying the shorts. And 17197 stop loss, 7.50 is my stop right now. And this is 17197.50 is my stop right now. And then entry 17177, 0.75. So here we go, 0.75. I would love to see shorts come in and not break this high over here. See if these guys can come in.
Ah, man. I'm going to go short for you, but I tell you, we got the size up top here in the dome, but like I said when I was talking to Anne Marie, it really doesn't matter.
I'm going to move it to 88, 98 flat. My stop, 98 flat. 98 flat right there.
198 flat is your stop. Okay, 3 contracts.
I'm going to try to go for that low over there. And then,
I don't know. He's still short, huh?
Oh, yeah. I got stopped out again.
Yeah. Just saw it pop up.
Anne Marie's 17,190 is her TGT upside target. Target for Anne Marie 190.
There you go. Thomas has a question on the Renko.
Delta negative 6,000. Thank you, Johnny.
Always nice to know. Almost 30 minutes left in last power hour here. Thomas looking to know about the Renkos here, like the charts, how they build out. So Thomas, once they reach a certain amount, this happens to be on a traditional 10. So each block is 10 points high on NQ. I have the chart time, even though it's not a time-based chart, there's a time element. It's going to look where the price is every 15 seconds. And if I have 1, 2, or 3 of these blue ones, the blue ones are mine, building long, and the time happens to expire, it's just going to put a green one there and start the next one. And that's all. That's it. You can turn it on quicker or slower, or faster or slower, but I like to have a decent response time because you don't want a whole bunch of them to stack up. And let's say you're going long, it's going up, 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 up. You get those blocks stacking up as they're building, but your chart isn't refreshing for 5 minutes and it comes all the way back down. You're not going to really get the correct price action on that. You can see this whole time we've been on here. We have these couple of candles right here. So it's very clearly easy to see that we're stuck in this range right now. And hopefully Danny gets his trade and comes up and he's able to get into another short and write it down and see if we can break out, see if it's going to break down toward the end of the day here.
Yeah, maybe break down.
All good intentions. I mean, I think we might see that, Danny.
There you go. So this is a Friday. Hopefully we get some relaxed time and we look over our trades. Hopefully we've been journaling all week. Our tip of the week has been technical analysis. So hopefully we shared some good information that you took notes on. You can learn that, study that, see if something works for you, and just throw out what doesn't work for you. All different styles, all different trading. We're just here to share what we do, what works for us, what we're researching, and giving some tradertainment in the mix. So hopefully everybody has a good weekend. Let's throw that in the chat while waiting for this go. Throw it in the chat what you're doing this weekend. Let's hear it. Let's just get some fun going on here. We've got a half hour left. That's about all the energy I have left in me as well.
Robert, it's 4:20 tomorrow. Come on. It's my day tomorrow. The tilt right now is I'm going to say 50-50. We're looking at the S&P, 57% long, 43% short, 51.49 in the NASDAQ, 51% long. On the fence right now. So until you can get an edge, it's moving your way, Danny, brother.
Still waiting on the short right now.
Trades on there for you. Yes,
the only
Rich,
time
NHL playoffs, and my Blackhawks are not there, so my hockey season's over. Good, Danny.
Only time I ever get long is if we break, above this level over here, this whole box. So but right now, I'm staying short bias. All the way.
You're in money, right? You're short 71.80.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I got stopped on the short.
Oh, okay.
Already. Yeah, but I'm still waiting for that short to pull through. So that's all I'm waiting for.
Basically, just waiting for your trade to come up into your area so you can short write it down.
I don't think it's gonna pump all the way up in here. I really don't. I'm gonna keep trying to short. Again, I already built buffer on the account, so I could short, as many times as I need to. Because once I catch that move in my head, it's Friday. Market's gonna dump end of the day, and I think this is it. I think this is where it dumps. That's what I believe. I think it's just gonna dump. And I'm gonna keep trying to catch that short, big time.
Well, Danny, the big play is towards the end of the day. That's when we see that big move. So that
we're gonna come for that low.
You're gonna do it now, huh? Sam
you think
Hawks
so?
Are gonna win another first round. I'd love to see that. M4, congratulations. That's close enough.
We get the quiz winners coming up a little bit later on. Jack will have those ready for us. I believe Jack's going to be doing it. Might be James. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm chilling in the background, but we do have the winners. We'll share them shortly.
Right. Cool. See, here's the thing. It's like I'm itching to put another trade on. But as far as what I've got here, it is a wonderful day. Very good day. And I thank the community. Partially thank the community. Had a nice trade there. But this is where a trader really needs to question himself and herself. Is greed a factor? Yes. Is patience a factor? Yes. Discipline a factor? Yes. Are you bored? Well, if you're bored, I should have just logged out. I should have locked it out, and started my weekend. This is where we get into trouble, when we continue to trade past our expectations. Sure, you might have another 500, another 1,000, another 3,000, but then again, you might lose most of it. And that's another thing too. Robert, Robert, I got $1,300 here. What would you, if you were to trade again, what would you risk, and when would you stop? You'd sort of like a half of it, quarter of it, 3/4 of it.
So I'm pretty close to you, Eddie. I just, again, this is just a 150K practice that I was playing with all throughout the day here, and I'm at $1,200. So we're right about the same. So to answer your question, I wouldn't want to take anything else. But if I did, for some reason, something happened, mock order comes in, it's tanking, you want to jump into it, I would not be risking any more than half of it. So I would probably go to about 800. Like if I'm at 1,200, if it goes to 800, I'm just like, that's it. I'm out, closing it, locking it out at that point. I don't want to give all this back. It's not fun. I'm going to do a snapshot short right here. I'm selling 5 at the market on NQ.
You short, Danny?
And we're just going to close that out. We just closed $350, so we are now up 14.28. And if I was trading the deal, I would be closing it. Danny, what you got? What do you got? There it is.
Just stay in the short. Just stay in the short. If you're in the short, I'm going for the whole break of the low. Right now I'm short from 17. I'm short from 17,183.50 right now. 17,183.50. And then
1,300 traded in the ES at 50 even.
Wow. Go for the low.
Thanks, Hope.
Go for the low.
Yes, Spanish.
That's a big dump right there, guys.
You know what, Danny? Props on patience, bro.
Rick, man, it's like you lose so many trades until you find that one trade. You know what I mean? That's the thing with me. It's like, I don't care how many times I lose. You know what I mean? I don't care how many times I lose. I just care about that one big, big trade that's gonna make me that 300 tick, 200 tick move. You get what I'm saying?
Right. For sure. You were patient and you were committed to your game plan.
It's not really about it's me just trying to catch the short until that short comes in, That's what it is about for me. Now I'm just gonna try to hold through this.
Yeah, and that's always the trade, right? I mean, you talked through it. You told us what you were doing. You got stopped out. Was it 2 times or 3 times? You just got those little stops, and it finally went in and finally dropped the direction. I'm sorry?
But each stop was $750 on each stop,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then if that's the style that's what you're looking for when it finally breaks, I know Dakota does that a lot also, and he'll just get into him, they won't go his way, get in, won't go his way, get in, won't go his way, and he'll do, I think he lost like 5 of them when he was on earlier, and then he got the one he wanted. He did really, really well. So everybody's got their own style. So if anybody is watching the way they do things, you have 3 traders here that trade entirely different. So you might not like one, you might like another, you might not like any, you might like a little bit of all of us, but we're just here to do what we do, to show how we do things, and maybe it'll stick, maybe it'll help out, and maybe it'll, if anything, just be like, I'm not doing any of that, and you'll find something else that does work for you. That's all we're doing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In the chat, Mark, where'd you go long? That was a nice play.
I wanted us to chat that, and when the market started moving, we got our trades in. I want to hear, just throw in the chat what's going on this weekend. I heard a lot of tomorrow's being 420. Not for me. That's April 20th. That's all that means to me. But let's see. Let's see what's all going. What's everybody's doing.
Well, usual counterparty says, are we living in the same world? He took 3 losses and now he's unrealized green, and it's a great job. Trading education. Well, it is. I mean, I was negative at one point, and I brought it back. So
go ahead, Danny. What did you say, please?
I always build a buffer and then I just risk the whole profit. And I know that might sound stupid for some people. I don't care, but that's just how I roll. You know what I mean? I build buffer and I just trade until I catch that one big trade. That's my way of thinking. That's just how my mind works. Can't explain it. I don't know what to tell you guys. People that don't like the way I trade, it's just the way I trade. I build that buffer and then
that's the way you trade, right? I tell you, everybody's different.
It worked for me, like right now, for example, we're up almost back to break even. But I'm expecting right here, if I lose, I'm going to still be up like 4K on the day. Okay, at one point I was up more than this, but I'm waiting for that low break. As soon as I catch that low break, it's just going to dump, and I'm going to be in this trade holding 3 contracts on each account. So as long as this happens, I'm chilling, that's all I care about, right?
Nice.
All I care about is breaking right here. And then I get out soon. I just need that break super low, and then we get out. So my stop is at break even, no risk. At this point, what I usually do is I turn off my computer and I walk away, and I go eat something, and I don't stare at the screen. So, and the reason I'm so quiet all the time is because I don't like talking. Oh, this sounds so bad. When it's real money or like real funds, I don't like focusing so much. There you go. Come on, one more drop here. I don't like talking so much, There you go. There you go. Oh, I did not mean to scale out fully. I meant to only sell 2.
Looks like we are at the
Okay,
lows. So let's see if we get this breakdown, right? We want to see this drop. We want to see the bottom fall out in those shorts that you're in. Are you still in those shorts? You still open?
I don't know. I was
I'm
supposed to
commando
only
right
close
now.
2 positions. Only 2 positions. Was supposed, but
I take those stretch off.
I'm trying to see.
Oh, getting close to that low here. 17,122 quarter. Mark, I hope you took a profit on that.
Okay. You know what? I think we're going for low break. We might pull up a little bit. I get back in the shorts. Okay, guys?
Let me
Sure. So when you
just
see
set my
this, Danny,
timer here so we
yeah.
can
So
get
Danny,
the
talk to us. Are you going to play the
IBM
break once it breaks down? Are you going to go short? Or are you going to wait for it to pull back before you short it?
No, I'm gonna start going short pretty soon here.
Okay.
We got
No, I'm in the short. I'm just gonna go for 1,000 tick move. Okay, 1,000 tick. Sorry,
new low.
tick.
We're going to make a new low here, or did we? No,
just did.
Yes, we are.
Just did.
60 tick stop loss. Yes. And I'm out. I'm just gonna take that out. Perfect. 12K day right now, guys.
There you go. Good. That'll work.
Beautiful.
See,
And
you were committed to your game plan, and I, even though we're moving north, you stuck with it.
Comeback, bro. I was like,
now let's see what happens in the MOCs. MOCs, see if they can do anything. And you got to remember too, power hour when we get towards that last 5 minutes, then it's then you're on the thoroughbred.
3 contracts. Yes, we're gonna risk. So see, now I'm up $6,000 on the Express account. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna risk $1,000 to make more money. That's what I do. Okay, and I just keep building that buffer. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna keep dumping here. You guys, you understand what I'm saying though, right? When it comes down to that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I understand that for sure.
Yeah, so it's just building that buffer and then to continue. When I did the 120K, same thing. Just build buffer. I don't care how many times I lose. I don't care if I get stopped out 20 times. I'm just looking for that one trade that's gonna dump, and then we go back up on the day 6K. You know what I mean? So it's not really about the money to me. Just
good job, Shannon. Shannon taking 1,500 home today and locking it up. That's smart. Be smart.
Excellent.
Don't be greedy. Yeah, great job.
Oh, while you're talking there, I just jumped in and punched into the short. Once it broke down, I saw the Renko starting to build out a little bit, starting to create a little bit momentum to the downside. So I marketed in for a selling 5 NQs at the market price. Got a little slippage on there. I waited till it was a couple $100 in profit. We are at $14.39 now. Just taking these little pieces along the way. This is a practice account, so you can see right up on the screen. I'm not doing my micro challenge. The micro challenge I ended up with at 113. That was just from a trade from last night, since I can't really trade that during the day. So that's up a little bit. And now we're just having some fun in power hour. Last second switcheroo here. So we're just going to try to run this one out. 15 minutes left of the power hour. 15 minutes left of the day. 15 minutes left of the week.
All right. Here we go.
I took a bounce off that bottom.
We'll get one more short again.
Where we go from here.
Try and go for that break. I'm in short again, guys. Again, we're gonna do this. Make this happen.
Sure.
38 was my entry. I'm gonna go for a break of that one last low that we just had, and then I'm gonna sell. Okay.
Still risking 1,000.
Blueprint looks good. What?
Still risking $1,000, right? Okay.
No, risking on this like $500. Yeah, like almost 1,000. We could say.
Charles says we're going to close the tip even. Lame says, Matrix says,
we good.
We're going to break 130 points.
We're going through here. One more break of that wick down there, and then we're good. We're past that low already. We're good. Need one more break right here.
Johnny Hoags, yeah, our buddy Slip Kid. Doing really good. Got himself to the XFA. Good stuff, man.
Excellent. How many XFAs you have at once? You can have 3. You can have 3 express funded accounts, XFAs, and 1 live at the same time. Another XFA gets called up into live, so now you would have 2 that gets moved into the live. You can take another combine and have 3 XFAs. What you got, Danny?
Guys, I'm out again. 7K XFA. 14K on the day XFA. Let's go. $14,000 today. XFA. Let's go.
Let's go, man.
Let's go.
What'd you say?
Fuck over here.
All right.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have to take 1,000 off there right now. Stefan, up 771. That's a good day on the 50K combine. It's almost a third of the profit target. Zach, the IBMOC, the market on close in about 4 minutes. I will keep my eye on the prize, and we'll get that out as soon as it hits the wire.
Excellent. Before we hit that mock, we're going to see if we can get some of the quiz winners going on. Got some talking going on behind the scenes here.
Well, let's do it.
And once those are all prepared, we can just jump right in. There we are. Go ahead, Jack. Take it away.
Sloth 51. Scott Bros, an old regular, the king. I like Caleb will be MVP. God, I hope so.
Oh, that would be nice.
That would be nice. Something nice has to happen. The Blackhawks were terrible.
The Goon. There's a hockey fan. It's funny, a Dr. Sloth. I was watching this show on YouTube last night with this sloth that somebody rescued. I forget. It hit an electric pole or something. They rescued it. I told my wife, I go, honey, can we get a sloth? She's like, what? A sloth? Like, what the F is a sloth? Honey, this thing over here. Are you crazy? I go, well, look at it. I mean, if it ever tried to escape, you'd probably be able to take a few days and be like, what, maybe 30 yards down the street. I mean, it would never get too far that you couldn't find it.
Hey, they can hold their breath for a very long time.
We got little dogs and they find holes in the fences. It's like, okay, where the hell's this one? You know, and you could hear it bark down the alley. But anyway, sloths are my spirit animal. Okay.
Yeah, we have a sloth. If you come across one of those that's trying to cross a road or something, or trying to get to in an area, just pick it up and like move it about 15 feet. You'll save it like 3 days travel time. So that's always a good thing to do. My throat is getting really scratchy. Sorry about that noise.
We need to.
It's probably best not to teach a sloth tennis either. They probably really suck in tennis. Want to risk it and lose it. And then there we go. Okay, we've got imbalance coming up here in just a second here. MOC imbalance. Oops, we just hit the reverb button. All right, this should hit the wire here. We'll let you guys know where we stand. And hello. Yeah, today it wasn't too much off there. Goolsby had some smoky was blowing. It's.
I'm in short one more time, just one contract. I'm in short one more time, just one contract.
Do a single? All right.
Yeah, just single contract right now. You guys can
having fun here, folks. That's about it.
I'm just having fun with the Express account. Gotta get one more dump here, and then into that low, and then we good. There's one more.
All right, we've got 1.5 billion to the sell side. That's a good number here coming out on a Friday. Shashwat, where do you get your number? You get it before I do. You're sneaky. I'd like to know where you get your information. As a friend. As a friend.
You need a little monkey thing, right? Like the see no evil.
We should just use you, buddy.
You just got a guy who's got a guy. Talks to a guy at the docks.
The guy who's got a guy.
Yeah.
You know this guy that knows this other guy.
Pure uncut
his uncle.
MOCs.
Danny, you still in that short?
Going your way, yeah, just one contract right now. That's all I'm
okay.
One contract.
You're long or short there, Danny?
Short. There's one contract short right now, but I'm about to get out.
Short stuff. Right, short stuff.
Back over here. Forbes.
There we go.
There we go. I could
Ab
add
says
to
it
this
looks like a
and
double
then-
bottom. Let's elaborate on that a little bit. And Ab McGee there, double bottom. What? 1 minute, 30 second. Which chart we looking at? 30 minutes. Talk to me about that.
AB.
A little more
Good
context.
trend.
Yeah.
Double bottom.
AB McGee.
Any birthdays this weekend? I want to wish you all a happy
I had
birthday
mine
for
Monday.
birthdays this weekend. Yours was this past
Danny,
Monday.
thank
Yeah,
you.
on tax day.
Tax day, Monday. And Danny's is tomorrow, he said, right? Your birthday's tomorrow, Danny.
Birthday
Yeah,
tomorrow,
my
buddy?
birthday's tomorrow.
420?
Yeah, birthday's tomorrow. Yeah.
And this is coming up.
You want to smoke a couple of joints with me?
Not me.
Virtually, yeah, because I'd never make it out there.
I don't smoke. It's just a joke.
Oh, you're going to joke with me now. Now I'm going to come out there. I'm going to demand that you smoke with me.
No. I get like, I hear voices in my head when I smoke weed. You don't want to do that to me.
What are they saying?
Sometimes those
Short.
voices-
I just hear stop field, stop field, stop field, full port, full port, full port, full port.
Closing bell. We got about 7 minutes left for the closing bell. We appreciate everybody being here
We do.
with us all week long. We had the
Bell.
bell to bell. We have some good stuff coming up at the beginning of next week. Definitely stick
Big
around.
fat
Definitely
short.
tune in on Monday. What you got?
Oh, just one contract right now still, but I might add into this if we get another rejection here.
All right, let us know if you add to there. But we appreciate that everyone that has been here, bell to bell all week long. We're holding a really good audience here. TopstepTV has been really pushing it along. We get another 2,500 traders viewing our stuff going on right now. We really, really appreciate it.
Who left the door open?
Who left the door open?
How dare they? How dare you?
So let's
Who
do
was that? That's a
let's
good
do one more.
impersonation,
This isn't
right?
going to be it's not going to be a poll, but let's just type in the chat just up or down on the week. Please, up or down. That's all I want to know. Up or down on the week. How are you all going to close out this Friday? I'm not going to type a poll up, but let's just please up or down. Let's see what it looks like. Ups are coming through right off the
Sam,
bat.
you missed
Excellent.
it. Sam, you're late.
Emery is up.
Sam, I am. Look at this. Boom. You got to participate.
Wow.
You got to love this.
They're prouder to share.
You know what, Hog? Give me a trade, and I'm gonna
There's
take
Deep.
it
He
because
wants
you said so. Give me a trade idea, and I'll take it right now. Full port.
Give me a trade. Give
I'm
me
serious.
a trade.
Come on. Let's see
serious?
what
Who
you
do
can do.
you
I don't care if
want?
I go back to
You got-
5K. Come on, give me a trade idea. Hurry up. Let's go.
Danny, who you asking? Who you asking?
Hoag.
I'll trade you the 9th pick in the
You're
NFL
asking
draft.
Hoag.
Hoag, give me a trade. I'm gonna take it on real account. Let's go.
What? Hey.
There we
What do you want me
go.
to do?
Coming
What
on
do I
5
do right
minutes, boys and girls.
I know what Hoag would say.
Look
Hoag
at
would
this.
say, lock it up. He'd say, lock it up.
You know what I like
Where's
about
the-
today? That Rob, you saw victory. Danny, you saw victory. I saw victory. A lot of our traders shutting it down with a good day. And we usually say you preserve your capital on a Friday. You know, if the opportunity is there, I usually don't trade on a Friday. Try to avoid a Monday. Yes. And I'm speaking of Monday, I'm looking at the calendar for the 22nd. And
Oh boy.
it's like
I'm
we're
going short
toast
one more
again.
time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. No meat on the bone
Wow.
yet there.
End of the day,
Yeah.
dump. Maybe.
Okay. All right, we got a draft.
That's exactly
Look
what
at
I thought. Hoag was saying. We ask him for his opinion. We ask him what his thoughts are, long, short. What are we going to do? And exactly what I thought Hoag was going to say. He said, stay flat.
Stay flat. There you go.
Under 4
Option.
minutes left. Under 4 minutes left.
Oh my God! Hey, did we ever find out Peter Tuchman? I know that he didn't make it. You ever tried chiming in? Hope he's okay.
No, he's in
Hope
on Monday
everything's-
though. He had a previous game. He'll be in on Monday at in the Power Players.
Right. Oh, so he got in a fight with somebody and kicked their ass, and he's in jail. Okay, well, I'm kidding.
No.
Bail him out. I would bail him out, man. Oh, look at this, man. Nice runner to the top side here.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, coming
Still
up
coming
Monday.
in. Markets are relentless.
Yes, I will. I shall do that. I shall do that.
Here we go. Here we go. The final 3 minutes. Let's see if we can hold our breath. Can you hold your breath for 3 minutes, Eddie? I can. Danny, can you hold your breath for 3 minutes? Yeah.
No way. Not me.
What's the bet?
What was that movie, The Poseidon Adventure, with Ernest Borgnine, where they had to swim under for like a minute? Yeah, I would have been like, I'll wait here for you guys.
Eddie, we're going to give you 1 week to prepare to hold your breath for 3 minutes. What's the bet?
What's the bet? $1 million. If I could do that, I tell you, I smoke concrete, man. Okay, so it did never happen.
Hey, I'm gonna have a quick request before we close this up. If we can head over to my screen for me.
Got 2 minutes.
Pull out that full screen here. I'd like to show my background. I do put a lot of time and energy and effort into making these all hand-drawn type of things. I got one special for Danny's Trades because it's the Power Player show. So we're going to pull it up there, and let me take my mug off of here. And
move your head.
There it is. We searched the Power Players. So I'm going to show a YouTube stream called Power Players. We need a horizontal formatted picture, and I want you to combine Power Players with trading, and that's what the AI came up with. Looks like they're all sitting on a chessboard in heaven with a bunch of doves.
Look at that girl by the sun, that lady by the sun. Right, move aside.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with her ankle. She's going to fall. Somebody catch her. Her feet are crossed. She's going to trip.
Oh, boy. What do we do on the end of these days? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Right. It's Friday, man. It's Friday. Coming up less than 2 minutes. Un momento, por favor. A minute left here. Look at Danny kicking back. Looking victorious there. What is that shirt you got on there, brother?
Stock market wolf,
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Wall Street.
Look like Jim Brewer or somebody.
I didn't.
Stop.
But,
yes, there was parties like that back then.
Yeah.
Yes, there was. One day I'll tell you about it, son. All right. So what do you got here? 20 minutes?
Right.
20 seconds. 20
seconds
here.
left.
And
Eddie, go for it, my friend. Roll us out. Danny's been great. Excellent. I think it's my second power hour that we're working with right here. So
yes, sir.
hope it worked out okay, and we had some fun wrapping up the day. Eddie, take it home, my friend.
I'm going to take it home once again. Thank you very much, Danny. There is the bell, and we are done for the day. DFTD. Danny, thanks for being with us, partner. And I really got to give you props on your commitment to that downside. I made money on the upside. You were patient. You caught your money on the downside. Good job. And Robbie, you caught on the upside too, or?
I had a little bit of both. It's mostly the downside, but I am not biased. I'm just going to take it the way it's going.
Cool. All right, Rob. Thanks for driving here today. Looking at Monday, boys and girls. I can't really say there's meat on the bone because there's really not. 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. It's going to be at 10:30 Monday. Scroll. Nothing. Tuesday. We got to wait for Tuesday. But let's take a look at our all-star cast here coming in on Monday, the 22nd. Be here, 8 a.m. Central Time. Opening call. It's orders from headquarters. Hoagland and myself will start the week off for you. Fast Markets. Andre, MP, Hoag, and Deanna. Tentatively. No, Deanna will be here. We'll find out. But anyway, I'm moving on. Dolby and Peter Tuchman Going to be here at 11 o'clock. Robert and Sama will be joining Power Players. I think it's one of our funded traders. TopQuiz, Jack and Alyssa, Andre and Mick for Shoulder Tap, JD Hoag Group Coaching. And the afternoon to top it off, Dolby Hogan and Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab, Andre Dolby, the dynamic duo, with Austin Silver for Power Hour. Now, remember, there is no Dakota class tonight. And I think that, let's see here, scrolling across here. The only thing is at the buzzer here with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So that's going to be in our Discord channel starting right now. And I think that that might be it. Am I forgetting anything, Robert?
No, you got everything covered, Eddie. Just need to sign off, and I'm going for a ribeye.
Going for a ribeye. Yeah, I don't think I forgot anything. But everybody, have a great weekend. Be safe. We really appreciate you being here with us each and every day. We love the participation. We love the sharing of ideas. Like Hoag says, creativity. That's what it's about. Great group that we've got here today. And once again, Danny, Robert, thank you very much. And we will be done here. That'll be it. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. And this has been Top Step TV. See ya.